last council.
Matt, are you ready?
Keep in mind, too, that...
You ready?
Yep.
All right, I have enough water to last.
I got 2 waters. Is that because it's going to go a long time?
I don't like these lights.
You got 3. Wow. No, Are we going to start having all of our council meetings here?
Yeah, I mean,
Pretty
that's
nice,
what
huh?
I'm gonna be doing is looking this way.
Flag for a pledge. Are we doing a pledge?
Is that podium right there with the logo on it? Is that new?
Who's hiding?
No, we've had that.
Wow.
I think we added the logo.
Have you had it here? Has it been here?
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
I think we just added the logo.
Oh, you good.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what changed it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get the fact I walked right by it.
She can hand it
This
out.
feels
as long
different.
as
Surprised
she
that
already did it. It just has to be handed in by each individual person.
I'm surprised that auditorium's not full.
Where was it left?
We have 3 that are still kind of outstanding. Should
Okay.
I take them?
Yeah, just take it.
Aren't you?
Yeah, how are we gonna do
Aren't you surprised that auditorium's not full already?
Act like we are. To be
Oh,
safe.
man.
We could have
I lost my
had this
pen
many
somewhere.
people at the Yucaipa City
So
Council.
the mics are always live,
Everybody's got a microphone.
as long as you speak up to a certain
He lost his pin.
volume. That's right.
I was just reminded that the mics are hot.
Yes.
They're always on?
Always hot.
Hot? Can I just put it in my pocket then and hide it? Or?
Do we have a copy of the agenda handy?
Careful. Chris, ready?
Not as many people as I thought.
All right, here we go. Hello, good evening. Not a fan of these stage lights. Can barely see y'all. All right, I will open this special city council meeting of March 27th, 2024. The time is 5:01. And prior to us moving forward, any person wishing to submit a document to be included as part of the official record will need to do so prior to the start of the public hearing. You'll hear me in a little bit announce that we're opening the public hearing, and I'll announce the time. Anything that's going to be included on the record must be timestamped by our city clerk prior to that time. So if you have some document that you're going to read from and you want to submit it as official part of the record, make your way down to our city clerk and submit it to her so she can timestamp it before I open the public hearing. We do have a little bit of business to attend to before we get there, so you have a little bit of time. So, Captain Walker, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Captain. Madam City Clerk, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Duncan,
Here.
Councilmember Garner,
Here.
Councilmember Thorpe,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Venable,
Here.
Mayor Beaver,
Here.
all present.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to take a few moments to make sure everybody gets their documents in. All right. All right. Moving on with the meeting. I will now open the public hearing for item number 1. The time is 5:04 p.m. Item number 1 is the Yucaipa Valley Wine Country Specific Plan, case number 24-015 GPASP. Again, any person who has documents or written comments must provide them to the city clerk now. So everybody who's over there, we're going to go ahead and take those and submit them into the official record. Yes, we're good? Okay. No, I'm recognizing that.
Mayor,
Sir.
if you wanted to, you could simply state that anyone who's in line right now will be accepted, and you could continue with the public hearing.
Okay, so I see Denise Work. Are you in the back of the line right now? Looks like it. Okay. Denise Work is the last person in line. That's the last person we're going to accept for those documents, all right? All right. Mr. City Manager, can you please introduce the item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Good evening, council, good evening, public. So tonight is the culmination of years of work on behalf of the city and members of the community. The process that has led us to tonight, from concept to this final decision day, has spanned 5 years, 3 city councils, each of which have, at various decision points, voted to move the process forward and to commit significant funding to thoroughly analyze the plan and all potential impacts. Initially, the city worked with and assisted the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance with their petition to the Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau to establish the city of Yucaipa and surrounding areas as federally designated American Viticultural Area, or AVA. In 2019, the city engaged more fully, appointing an 11-member wine country planning committee comprised of residents, council members, wine industry experts, and real estate developers. For months, this committee studied the industry, grappled with various ideas and options, and worked to reach a compromise solution that takes into account a wide variety of preferences and concerns, many of which I'm sure will be repeated here tonight during public comment. For over a year, the city's consultant, Placeworks, conducted studies evaluating potential impacts, including traffic, air quality, water supply and distribution, noise, biological resources, cultural resources, population and housing, public services such as police and fire, and schools, wildfire, aesthetics, and others. These studies are compiled into an Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, which was completed and circulated for public comment. Over the past few months, the city has held 3 community meetings here at the Performing Arts Center to discuss the Wine Country specific plan and to hear resident feedback. In addition, planning staff have met with residents separately and have received and responded to many phone calls and many emails on the topic. I and other city staff met with the group that has been organizing opposition to the Wine Country specific plan in order to better understand their concerns and in the hope of coming up with compromises that might improve the plan. Some of the ideas brought forward during these community meetings and other discussions have been incorporated into the draft specific plan and will be considered by the council tonight. 2 public opinion surveys were conducted, one several months ago via social media and one earlier this month by a polling firm. Supporters and those opposed to the plan both handed out flyers in the community and collected signatures on petitions. And of course, for many months now, we have received a steady stream of comments both in support and opposition during the public comment period at city council meetings, in letters to the editor and the News Mirror, on various social media platforms, and in emails and phone calls to members of the council and staff. So as you can tell, this has been an intensive effort that has required an incredible amount of time and dedication from members of this and previous city councils, city staff, consultants, and community members. It has also necessitated a significant investment of public funds to the tune of more than $700,000. As you can also tell, it has been an exceedingly open, transparent, and engaging process that has incorporated a tremendous amount of public participation. The Wine Country specific plan went to the Planning Commission last month. The Planning Commission voted to recommend approval to the City Council with some suggested amendments to the draft plan. We have now reached a point where it is appropriate for the final decision to be made by the City Council on whether or not to adopt the Wine Country specific plan. I'd like to thank the members of the public who've taken the time out of their busy schedules to join us for this meeting. I suspect that we will be with each other for quite a while tonight. So I'd like to go over a little housekeeping, especially for those who, this might be your first time coming to a public meeting, a city council meeting. We think this is going to be a pretty long meeting. We do plan to take a couple of recesses, probably about 2, depending on how long the meeting goes. We'll try to take one every couple of hours. But as these recesses will take place during an open public hearing, the city council will not be permitted to discuss the wine country specific plan with each other, with staff, or with members of the public during these breaks. Now that the public hearing is open, we must ask members of the public not to attempt to contact any member of the city council until after the vote is taken. After the staff presentation and questions from the city council, members of the public will be invited to provide comment. If you wish to speak, you can get a speaker card from the table here and turn it into Tara at this table. The city clerk will read the name of each speaker as well as the next few speakers. So when you hear your name, please get in line here against this wall here and be ready to go so that we can keep the meeting moving. As is our practice, a 3-minute per speaker limit will be strictly enforced without any extra time being granted and without exception. At the 3-minute mark, the microphone will be turned off until the next speaker steps up to the podium. To be respectful of everyone's time, if someone has already made a point you intend to make, there's really no reason to repeat what has already been said. 2 good options would be to either choose not to speak or to simply state that you agree with what a previous speaker said. We're just trying to make sure that everyone gets a chance to be heard tonight. Remember that public comment is a time for just that, for comment, not discussion, not questions and answers. Neither the council nor staff will respond to questions during public comment. However, following the public comment period, council or staff at their discretion may choose to address issues brought up by members of the public. Lastly, we recognize that this is an important issue to a lot of people, and that for some, emotions are running high. Regardless of the outcome tonight, some people are going to be pleased and others disappointed. There's no way around that. We ask that everyone remain respectful, that we remember that we are all neighbors, that we all love this community and want what's best for it, even if we don't always agree on what that is. I ask that we refrain from personal attacks and that we remain focused on finding common ground and working towards the betterment of our community. With that, Mr. Mayor, I will turn it over to our Deputy Community Development Director and City Planner, Ben Matlock.
1 second, Ben. There's been several times over the last 4 years that I've heard conversations from the dais, and I've ignored it because it's not that loud to me. But if I can hear it up here, it might be disruptive to the person sitting next to you. I shouldn't be able to hear your conversations from the dais because that is disruptive to your neighbors as well. So please keep that in mind. Be respectful to all those in attendance tonight, and limit your conversations so that I can't hear from the dais. If I hear it, I'm going to address it because people have been complaining that they find the excessive noise from conversations disruptive and they can't follow the presentation. Ben.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Happy to be here tonight to discuss the wine country specific plan. Now, I'm going to kind of talk a few kind of elements of kind of how we got to where we are. I'm also going to provide kind of some context since we do have some newer city council members that have not been a part of the actions that have occurred over the 3 prior kind of city councils. And then also getting into the plan, the environmental review, and then we do have Justin Wallen, which was the polling company that provided an updated poll for everyone, and so we'll include that as part of the presentation as well. Now, kind of highlight the wine country specific plan really kind of started out as a grassroots initiative from the community where there was interest in winemaking kind of in the early 2000s. There were kind of boutique kind of wine establishments where they were making wine kind of locally, and then even started kind of getting support for planting. And then in 2015, the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance was formed as a nonprofit organization to kind of help further that interest that was growing in the community. And then certainly as part of the wine businesses, there was also interest in what it looks like to maybe leverage our Mediterranean community or Mediterranean climate and grow grapes. As part of that effort, the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance did prepare our American Viticultural Area, or AVA, designation to help kind of support that growth of the industry. The AVA is a federal designation, so it isn't necessarily at the city level, but it does provide that kind of marketing element and kind of the establishment of this is a wine growing region. and then kind of the different proprietors that make wine and grow grapes in the community then are able to leverage that as part of the marketing as Yucaipa Valley. And so with that growing interest, it really kind of came about the idea of, okay, we have this community group that is interested, growing support, city council, doesn't really know necessarily what that looks like, how that kind of fits in. And so part of it was really an exploration with kind of the phase one, looking into research, what are the opportunities, what are constraints, what is, in place in our city's development code, where are limitations in place that we need to work around. And that was really kind of the focus on that. One of the key issues that we have is we don't necessarily have a agricultural zoning or kind of that existing history of wineries, and so it's creating this industry, but also to overcoming the fact that most of the land in the city of Yucaipa is zoned residential, and for those that have been paying attention to what the state legislature has done over the past almost decade, there's been hundreds of new housing laws passed that really do kind of make the process of doing something different than housing a very complicated and very kind of futile effort for jurisdictions. And so with that, the phase one research had a lot of different community members involved, trying to weigh in the different challenges, opportunities, and then find a solution from there, which culminated in the phase one report that was presented to City Council in January 26th of 2021. And based on that analysis, the City Council kind of directed the development of a specific plan, which is a plan that creates bespoke standards within a specific area of the community. So really kind of looking at, we have this vacant area of land that's privately held. How do we kind of manage, maybe able to do that? And then as part of one thing to also consider is that, the existing zoning designations from the general plan are really kind of broad citywide. And so what happens with a designation in one area of the community is going to apply the same way in another area, but there's certain opportunities that perhaps as a policy decision we want to encourage is using the specific plan tool as governed by state law to really help achieve those outcomes. Now, as part of the efforts from the planning committee, so the group that was established by City Council to kind of help weigh into it, really kind of established at the initial start a vision statement that was approved by that committee, where it states Yucaipa Valley AVA is recognized as a thriving, award-winning viticulture region based on sustainable growing and harvesting practices. Successful commercial vineyards have been firmly established within Yucaipa, and consequently winemaking, tasting rooms, and small inns have emerged in locations that protect and enhance the rural atmosphere. Sensitive habitat areas have been preserved, further enhancing the beauty of the area, and an expansive trail network is enjoyed by residents and visitors. Development options for property owners have incentivized the dedication and conservation of agricultural land for viticulture. And so this is kind of the guiding light that, that the committee established to help kind of govern where we go from here. And then they also established some guiding principles that the plan should adhere to, which is, having viticulture and winemaking that protects kind of a rural atmosphere within Yucaipa, also retaining and honoring the rights of existing property owners. As kind of noted, all the land is zoned residential, and so they have certain land use rights established with that, and making sure that that wasn't usurped with the idea of establishing vineyards. And then kind of following a planned approach and encouraging, appropriate uses where infrastructure permits to make sure that the industry is commercially viable. Now I'm going to very quickly kind of go over some of the different city council actions. So it really kind of started at the city level with the granting of a community activity grant of $5,000 to the Wine Alliance for their petition for the AVA designation. After that, the Wine Alliance did present about the AVA designation for the city council members at the September 10th, 2018 city council meeting. From there, in the goals and objectives process that city council does every year.
Can we hold the conversations in the hallway, please? No response.
All right. So the city council, as part of their goals and objectives process on April 4th of 2019, did establish, hey, we want to encourage this kind of development, including potential for agritourism and related economic development benefits. From there, the city council executed MOU with the Wine Alliance to help kind of facilitate, start kind of the planning activities, kind of our commitment that we're going to explore this in due diligence. And then also kind of support some of their fundraising outreach efforts and using kind of that partnership to help them with that process. And then that kind of resulted in a kind of joint fundraiser, the Summer Gala, which was widely attended on July 20th, 2019 at the YPAC. And this was kind of where the Wine Alliance kind of highlighted that their AVA petition, which was supported by that community activity grant, was deemed perfected and able to go through the review by the federal government. And so that was kind of their the highlight of the night for essentially where that process was established for the federal government. And so with that, now that the wheels were moving, we kicked off the phase one kind of research process in September 12, 2019. And then at that same special meeting, there was a wine tour held at within the Temecula wine region. And so there was a few different stops at different wineries, trying to learn from the proprietors how their business operates, kind of the scale and sizing of different style of wineries from small to large. And then also kind of immersive experience in a discussion with both City of Temecula staff, Riverside County staff, and then a lot of interested parties from the city, including the city council, to really kind of go, hey, what lessons have you learned? What pitfalls maybe we should address early on since we're at the start of it? And that was one of the takeaways from the county was you guys are ahead of the curve looking into this rather than responding to issues as they come about because they haven't been prepared. And then following that, the outreach efforts kicked off with the establishment of the Planning Committee in October 7th, 2019. And then the official appointment was done in November 25th of 2019. After that, we had worked for a little over a year on the phase one process, and then phase one was presented to the city council at their January 25th, 2021 city council meeting. This is where kind of the approach of a few different options were explored, with city council determining that kind of a master planned approach where you consolidate the residential land use area to free up land for vineyards was the appropriate way to go. And so with that, after that, the phase two scope was then awarded in February of 2021. And then after that, we did revisit with the city council at their May 24th about the approach and making sure that we're on track, as well as confirming the approach that we're going to take with the phase two. And then the committee members for phase two was then approved at June of 2021. And then at September 13th, that's kind of when the marketing for Yucaipa Valley Wine Country came to fruition. The committee felt like we needed something that sounded a little bit cooler than AVA Planning Committee and really kind of establishing, okay, we want to make this a Yucaipa Valley Wine Country, really kind of leveraging kind of the different aspects of the area. And then the city council did kind of review the structure of everything and supported the continued development of the wine country specific plan at their December 13th, 2021 meeting. And then awarded the professional services contract for the environmental review at their March 28th, 2022 meeting. And then also approved a cost share agreement for future development in the wine country. They would essentially pay back the environmental review costs that the city incurred at the front end as part of any projects that come through on the back end. And then today is where we're kind of here for the formal action of all this effort over the course of a number of years. Now, I want to also kind of cover, just for the benefit of the public, is kind of what is a specific plan. This is kind of a summary from the Office of Planning and Research of the Governor's Office about the implementation of a general plan. And part of it is, one, the note that general plan is ineffective if it's not well implemented. It relies on the implementation through zoning ordinances, specific plans, and other mechanisms to help come to fruition. So we have all these goals and policies in our general plan. We have to make sure that they amount to something. If nothing ever happens, then our general plan hasn't done its job to help guide where growth and development and other resources are needed in the community. And so specific plan itself is really kind of a helpful tool for larger areas. It provides kind of the implementation of the general plan within a larger area. And part of it is, one is if you just rely on the zoning itself for a larger area and you have all these policies you want to see come to fruition, the zoning code where you kind of have a haphazard development, you don't really have a clear sight of what is going to happen in the future, can make meeting those general plan objectives very difficult. And so a specific plan creates kind of more tailored and nuanced approach to the development, but also includes the implementation kind of thing. So it really kind of sets, this is what our vision is, this is what we want to see happen, and then these are the steps that we're able to get it in a much more concrete kind of form than just relying on the general plan and zoning code alone. Now with that, so the specific plan itself covers the area demarked by or within the purple area. Kind of within the vacant area that we have within the city, kind of bordered by existing kind of half-acre and 1 acre developments down on the west side, the county areas to the north and to the east, as well as Five Winds Ranch, and then some residential uses south of Oakland Road, which is kind of within the creek area along that area as well. Now, kind of the philosophy of the Wine Country specific plan is existing zoning for most of the area is 1 acre, kind of the density, which is RL1. And so when you apply that density, the gross density allows for approximately 1,000 houses. And so the plan doesn't add development capacity for residential development, but doesn't take it away. And that is in response to state law SB 330, which kind of limits the ability for cities to just remove residential capacity in the areas. And one of the things that's also kind of important when we look at the residential capacity, it isn't what we think could be built or other stuff. It is purely a straight line number of what's the density, what's the area, times those together, that creates the residential zone capacity that's subject to SB 330. And then the Wine Country itself then proposes to reconfigure that existing residential capacity to less than half of the development area and really freeing up more than half of the land for the development of vineyards and wineries, and then also providing open space that is preserved and available for the public in perpetuity versus what is currently in the RL1 designation. And then also one of the provisions within the plan that was pretty important was that any sort of commercial activity requires at least 75% of the planting area requirements for that winery to be planted. And so you can't just have, a row of grapes and then say, hey, we're a winery, and then have this big kind of commercial thing. The crop production is first and foremost, and then if you have larger areas under crop and under production, then you're able to get these kind of benefits to help encourage the development of the crop industry in the first place. And so this kind of shows the different areas of the land use district. Now, as part of the wineries, we do have 3 different proposed categories of winery establishments. The first one is our micro winery designation. This is established at 2.5 acres is the minimum lot size requirement, and essentially requires over 81,000 square feet of vineyard space to be there. And it really kind of limits any commercial activities to the production and then kind of a wine tasting room. So it's a very small scale and kind of more quaint designed or intended use. Then we move to kind of the middle one, which is a 5 acre minimum kind of lot size. Allows a little bit more events to happen, a little bit more activity can occur, and requires at least 163,000 square feet of vineyards to be in play. And then the last component is the boutique wineries. This is the largest one. It requires at least 10 acres and 326,000 square feet of vineyard. And then it does allow a little bit more activities. One of the things that is noted is, as part of the rata sheet that I'll cover later, is that events up to 150 people would be limited to at least 20 acres. And so it would be, you'd have to have a lot of land to have kind of a bigger kind of wedding size event at that facility. And then one thing to note as well is that winery or vineyards aren't necessarily, they can be planted without any commercial activities. So you can have vineyards and have no commercial activities, but the commercial activities provide kind of that financial mechanism that can help kind of ensure the commercial viability. One thing also to note, since the city council had kind of approved the exploration and the loan for the Coyman 80 acres, is the Wine Country specific plan also provides some of that flexibility of what could potentially happen on that site for the city with planting of grapes and then using it for kind of other purposes as an extension to the El Dorado and Five Winds Ranch as well. Now, as part of the residential component, there are two different designations. One is estates, and the villas estates themselves are half-acre lots. And this is partially as a transition to existing neighborhoods. So as I mentioned, we do have kind of half-acre lots to the west of the specific plan area, including along Fremont. And so it's trying to provide kind of a harmonized transition between the two. To support that, the only exception is kind of where Creekside Drive terminates, just in order to avoid Wilson Creek, is then it does, those do have 1 acre lots, but we wanted to make sure that area could also be planted along Jefferson as kind of the primary corridor, and maintaining green space along Jefferson Street and not having houses along that area. And so this kind of shows the difference with the plan, the prior kind of component, RL1 residential along the entire area, and then this is kind of the proposed transitions from the existing neighborhoods to the wine country specific plan. And then the villas themselves are the 10,000 square foot minimum lot size. This is kind of prioritized within the plan area. One is it isn't adjacent to any existing residential houses, so you don't have one neighborhood that's a little bit larger lots and then the stark contrast of smaller lots. It's more isolated to, if you're going there to see or to go to one of the houses in there, you're only driving through that neighborhood. You're not passing through another neighborhood that has kind of different thing. And so we would intentionally have to be going there in order to kind of experience the smaller lots versus the larger ones. And this is partially to prioritize the preservation of Wilson Creek as a designated open space area. Right now, under the RL1 designation and the approved subdivisions that have been done in that area, that isn't necessarily what is mapped out, but this would ensure that that is the case. And then another component is based on the setback requirements for the wineries, and then where the villa's location starts is when you're driving along Oakland Road, all you would see is agriculture. So it would be the existing olive groves that is along Oakland Road, as well as kind of vineyards. You wouldn't have any houses that would necessarily be visible from that main corridor. And so this kind of just quickly shows kind of a comparison of the development area. The picture on the left shows the wine country specific plan and kind of those transitions between the vineyards along Jefferson Street and then kind of the transitions to the different residential areas versus the existing RL1, which encompasses the entire plan area as it stands today. And then part of the plan philosophy is, you do have existing approved tentative maps that allow essentially lots where you'd have houses facing against Oakland Road. Based on state law, ADUs, SB9 splits, or whatever, as you're going to have kind of that view shed of residential development along Oakland Road, whereas the wine country specific plan was kind of designed and by the committee to really go, hey, this is a scenic corridor. We don't want to see houses. We'd rather see something that's much more kind of agricultural based as it ties into the area up into Oakland, which is a very agricultural based community as well. And then as part of the specific plan, it does include a project phasing over kind of a 20-year planning period with kind of 5 overall phases. And then as the specific plan sets kind of the requirements, the details of kind of what projects need to do. And then as property owners submit projects, then they're evaluated against those rules from the specific plan. And then, as I kind of briefly noted, we do have a errata sheet. So the draft specific plan isn't official until City Council makes a final decision on it. And so as we had done the public review period for the environmental review, we had the draft specific plan out for the members of the public. We had done those 3 town hall meetings that the city manager described earlier. And so from some of those different feedback we got, as well as the plan commission, there are some changes and line notes identified. Some of the key elements was, one, kind of increased trail and bike standards, really kind of adding a little bit more specificity to those elements. Some modifications to winery activities, as I kind of mentioned, the larger 20 acres for the 150 plus rather than what was 10 acres in the draft specific plan. And then also based on environmental review and some of the community needs is also a provision for a public safety CFD that would help fund the fire and police services within this area. So all the development that happens in this area would have a specific tax assessment that would go to that increased need for them for public safety. And then there's also some provisions that allow flexibility for additional fire department equipment, such as allowing for like a medic squad to be established that will kind of help offset just the general operations of the fire department in the community at large as well. And then based on the request of members of the community is they wanted to have kind of a highlight of the pros and cons of this decision. And so I kind of provided a very high level kind of discussion. So one is the use of the vineyards as creating a green belt. So it isn't necessarily as, straight open space, whereas, public land that people can walk on, as it isn't the case today anyways, but it would allow for kind of that more natural buffer, the more kind of green space that's occurring within the community along key corridors rather than the backyards of residences. But it does also require upkeep. So vineyards are a crop. They are something that needs to be farmed and cared for, and so that is a component that could be a con. One of the components is, the wine country specific plan does increase the level of commerce, so the taxable revenue, the activity, having restaurants that you can go to that you don't necessarily have to travel all the way to Temecula for increases that opportunity. But it does add people that are wine tasting, and so that could certainly be a concern is if vendors are overpouring people, then you could have impaired drivers on the roadway, and so that could be a concern. The wine country specific plan does include a number of roadway improvements within the area, also provides a number of kind of trail establishments. So it does, one, make the connection for the Wilson Creek as a public trail, limiting kind of that activity, but making sure that it's available for the public, which it technically isn't right now. And then also trails in between kind of the different vineyards in the neighborhoods as well. So there's a concept of establishing trail network that's going from west and east of the plan area, including Wilson Creek, and then north to south as well. And then the city itself, staff has worked with some of the property owners in Riverside County or in San Bernardino County outside of the city limits to try to help make connections up to Yucaipa Ridge Road and really expanding our trail network through the community and kind of using where El Dorado ends, creating that more comprehensive network. But as part of it, with these connections and more people, it does increase the traffic volume. Based on the analysis and the traffic flows for the streets, it is within the capacity. It is a level service A for all the different roadways for what the streets can accommodate. But those that live along those streets will perceive kind of the increase of traffic that does occur. And then kind of the last component is the wine country specific plan. Adding that flexibility will probably improve the marketability and use of those properties in the North Bench. But one of the cons is that it's going to probably increase potentially the rate of development. And so as a community that has maintained more of a slow growth kind of approach is the idea that, hey, we don't want to necessarily help make this happen faster, but we also want to make sure it's organized through that process. And then kind of if we keep it within the RL1 land use district and not adopt the wine country specific plan, this kind of falls within the ethos of the 1 lot, 1 acre idea of having kind of the lower density residential development. One component though that is a bit of a challenge based on updates to state law is the city itself can't prohibit SB 9 urban lot splits on these. And so with a combination of ADUs, urban lot splits is the city actually can't maintain and require that these lots remain as 1 acre lots when they're developed. The reality is that state law has usurped that ability for the community, and so with the lot configurations, that could be a potential that does happen with future projects in it, and it would be a non-discretionary action. So it means that the city wouldn't have any vote to say yes or no. It would be, do you meet the standards that we have, and then it's just approved as is. Another component is that under the existing R1, you can still plant crops to your heart's desire, and that is something that is allowed. But with that, based on having enough acreage under vine and allowing for the different flexibilities, there probably wouldn't be any sort of commercial scale for agriculture. It'd be just more hobby kind of vineyards within people's yards and not necessarily part of a industry. Certainly with the RL1 district, it probably will have more of a slower growth, so the timetable, rather than like 20-year horizon, maybe 30 or so years to actually be built out. But as kind of noted within the purpose of the specific plan and how it relates is we may not know what the outcome of that build-out condition is. Certainly, if we have urban lot splits and other kind of things that are allowed under state law, the idea of what may be built and what actually gets built could be two very different realities. And then the last component is the RL1 does have the custom home environment. If you can have a lot sales development, everyone's kind of submitting their own individual house design, and so it could have kind of a more custom home environment. However, there really isn't a clear and objective standard for the custom home overlay other than setbacks and the minimum house size for what that design is. And so someone can turn and submit a manufactured home, for example, in the R1, and that has and is allowed under state law, and so the city doesn't have discretion against that type of thing. So whether or not it's truly custom or not, rather than just being one-off, but a higher quality of architecture, that isn't necessarily guaranteed as part of that component. And then certainly, one thing to kind of note is this is, as city manager identified, kind of a compromise of a lot of different elements. There's kind of the concerns and different balances. One for general development. Certainly there's residents and community members that would love to see no development occur at all, or really just kind of allow the existing allowed development, so the RO1 designation and having that only in place. Certainly with the wineries, there is concerns that the wineries may fail and not perform, and so then they're kind of under, not being maintained correctly. But then there's also the concern that the wineries may be a little bit too successful, people driving under the influence and creating a lot of roadway issues as well, and so that kind of dynamic. And then certainly the development area, one of the discussions or kind of a big point for the planning committee is kind of the recognition of wanting larger lot, more stately, not cookie cutter type houses. And so not having residential lots that are too small, but also recognizing that the land is finite. So if you're mandated to maintain the residential zoning capacity of 1,000 units or so, if you have too large lots, then the land for open space and vineyards are going to be quite a bit smaller. And so it was trying to figure out where that pendulum should go, and that's where that 50-50 split kind of came through and was one of the guiding principles for the design of the wine country specific plan. And then one thing I want to kind of note as well is kind of what makes this, I think, kind of a challenging kind of project is, most places, where they don't have, agriculture is kind of viewed as a transition use. And so you may have stuff that has crops in production now, let's say in the city of Redlands, but are being built and turned over to warehouses. And so a lot of communities are trying to figure out ways to preserve ag land without disrupting kind of the property owner land use rights. And we're on the opposite end of trying to establish agricultural uses in an area that right now doesn't necessarily have it. And so that is a unique approach. There isn't a right size fits all, just because it is kind of a unique discussion. And so part of it is, as we have looked at other places, is they're trying to build in a lot of the provisions that are kind of established here. So other areas are kind of looking to help encourage kind of ag tourism and allowing the flexibility to make sure that their ag lands are commercially viable, that they're not usurping property rights, but also making sure that that amenity and that kind of presence is maintained in those communities. And one thing to kind of note, City of Redlands, they have their AG or agricultural lands along Live Oak Canyon based on certainly the fruit fly issue and other stuff. Trying to figure a way that they can make sure that those farms remain sustainable. And so they have been going through a process now to establish kind of ag tourism activities. And there's a lot of components to that and other counties that mirror a lot of what we have been doing with the wine country specific plan. Certainly through the efforts, so this effort for the wine country specific plan was funded through Department of Conservation grant. So I've done presentations for kind of their staff and partners on that, and then as well as some other organizations, and they're going like, hey, this sounds cool. This may be something that they want to leverage as an idea for preserving kind of agricultural lands and supporting urban agriculture into the future. And then kind of the last kind of component is, the development pressures. We can't necessarily assume that all vacant land is going to be vacant forever. And state law with the housing laws have certainly changed the dynamic of what we maybe have thought could be built and what could actually be built under state law is two very kind of wide issues at play. And then kind of last thing I want to kind of cover before I hand it off to the consultant that did the updated polling. Certainly this is not an easy kind of project. And so it does remain kind of a split issue. Development of the North Bench has always been kind of a concern, no matter what. We have received also petitions in support of the Wine Country specific plan. There's also been petitions against high density housing in the North Bench as well. And so certainly that plays into the elements of the decision tonight. And then we're going to turn it over to Justin, who is the consultant that did the updated survey, and he'll try to go over that, and then we'll continue with the rest of the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly to be respectful of your time. But I do want to mention our methodology. We interviewed 350 respondents using live professional interviewers with a small proportion of texting to capture primarily younger residents. In a city of this size, typically 300 is the sample size. The city wanted to ensure that there was a highly robust statistical methodology, so they increased that by 350. And the folks that we surveyed reflect the demographic composition of the city itself. So the results that we have accurately represent the tenor and perspectives of everyone throughout the city. We researched a number of things. We started off with some general themes. We generally start off with a question with which is the most important issue in the community today and prioritization. Forgive me, this is probably rather small for folks in the audience, but I'll read several of the top items. When residents are asked to prioritize the issues that they want the electeds, to prioritize, the top items are 1, fixing homelessness, which is pretty much universal anywhere in California now. The next item, which is statistically identical, numerically different, but statistically identical, is protecting the communities within Yucaipa from crime, drugs, gangs, and graffiti. The next is affordable housing, where workers and young families can afford. And then we get into other items that are typically seen at the top of the list for most communities: traffic congestion, improving local schools, and then, of course, the topic of our times, which is lowering the costs of living and local effects of inflation. So those 6 items lead the list in terms of what the city is hoping the council focuses on. We did test several different organizations to see what folks, 1, were people aware of them, and then 2, were people favorable towards them or unfavorable towards them. A couple I do want to call out here. We have the city itself. Obviously high awareness, that's the blue, but the things that really matter are favorability and unfavorability, the red and green. And I expect most cities to be around a majority, 55%, maybe 60%, absent some kind of a scandal. The city is perceived quite well at 71%. We also have some information about news sources, the Chamber, Friends of North Bench as well. There's no one really is viewed negatively within the community. Now let's get into why we're here. Just less than half have heard of the Wine Country specific plan. It's a relatively high degree of awareness. We then asked an open-ended question: what have you heard, read, seen? What do you know about the Wine Country specific plan? And there's no categorization here from the part of the interviewers. So everything is captured. No one's trying to edit people's thoughts or something along those lines. There were concerns about funding. This is only among those who are aware at 46%. Some general things about just heard about it at 31%. Some positive components here in terms of a perception of being good for the economy at just about a quarter. Similar to that in terms of a general idea of building housing. And then there was a concern about driving safety. Then we have a variety of other items below that, but the most frequently mentioned items are those top 5 that I just mentioned there. Then we actually introduced the Wine Country specific plan. We do have a lot of text in some of these slides, so I'm going to summarize them. But this introduction is fairly antiseptic. It has some basic details and data about the plan. And then we introduce some general supporting arguments and opponents' arguments about the plan. I'm going to mention something about opponents' arguments in studies like this. When municipalities are tasked with evaluating resident satisfaction or support for a potential project, oftentimes they do not test oppositional arguments. I am of the firm belief that oppositional arguments must be tested. You need to test these things that people are concerned about. The city went a step further and hosted several meetings, which I was a part of, with key oppositional members of the community to go through oppositional arguments, refine them, and ensure that they were as representative of those arguments as possible in their own words as opposition. And I would like to, it's something that I haven't seen before that degree. So I'd like to applaud the city on that. I think the survey was better for it. But ultimately, when we put out those two different arguments right now, we have 52% in opposition and 39% in support. And then to dig deeper, we tested very specific issues that have been contested between support and opposition. I'm going to categorize these just briefly. The first one is simply about, the first oppositional argument is that one of high-density housing. It's changing the nature of the original general plan, and no amount of vineyards is going to change this. The supporting argument says that this is actually going to preserve and enhance the rural nature of the community. It's going to have larger single-family homes on larger lots, as well as some smaller lots. And then we have some introduction of vineyard description, open space, public trails. The opposition wins that at 48% versus the supportive argument at 38%. Similarly, in this case, the oppositional argument of traffic, and the traffic argument is presented here. I won't go into details of it, but we have the oppositional argument saying traffic is going to get worse, we can't handle it, it's dangerous to pedestrians, and so forth. Whereas the supporting argument says that the attributes of the plan that deal with traffic, that add roads, that add changes to existing roads, these improvements will make traffic flows reasonable. In this case, the oppositional argument, Garcia, wins at 53% versus Lopez, who has the supporting argument. Next, Johnson's oppositional argument, who is focusing on high fire and flood hazard zones and believes that the road improvements will not be adequate to account for those. Anderson, in response, speaks to revenue that will be dedicated to public safety, including firefighters, and also speaks to vineyards creating a natural buffer zones. In this case, the oppositional argument wins at 55% to the supportive argument of 34%. We introduced the topic of driving under the influence. The oppositional argument here, concerns about driving under the influence, wins at 51%, whereas the supporting argument, which cites various information about increases in driving under the influence not being a concern, loses at 36%. Then we have the question about pollution. In this case, pollution is more nuanced than pollution in a lot of other projects because pollution is defined in the oppositional argument as being light and noise as well as air, because it is a generally quiet area. And the supporting argument cites expert environmental analysis that says it's not going to have a significantly greater impact than the existing project that is already planned and accommodated with the general plan. The oppositional argument here wins at 54% versus the supporting argument at 34%. Our next argument is an oppositional argument about there's not enough land to be financially viable. The supporting argument says the direct contradiction. Also speaks to a community finance district which would activate and take over and pay for professionals to safeguard vineyards in case someone did fail. In this case, the oppositional argument wins at 53% versus the supporting argument 31%. Following this, we have a win, essentially, of the oppositional arguments capture 55% of the population versus 37%. It is important to note that oppositional arguments by nature are more powerful than positive arguments. They do carry more weight. They punch above their weight. And we can see that effect here. And at the end of this battery, opposition has greater capture of community than support. When we go through and test a variety of features about the project, we can see which of those features were most well received by the community and which features were less well received by the community. The way to read this slide is the large pie chart on the left evaluates the response of the community at large. How did everyone respond to this feature? The top right donut evaluates those who are initially opposed, and the bottom right donut evaluates those who are initially unsure. The feature is one of using non-potable water to irrigate the vineyards. It's not going to create a new demand on the water source. 56% become more likely to support the plan given that information. The next is that the plan is designed to preserve the rural and architectural identity of the unique area and respects the natural landscape, retains the viability of the key existing agricultural activities, promotes future viticultural activities, attracts agricultural tourism, and maintains Yucaipa's rural atmosphere. 53% become more likely to support, given that feature. Open space, trails, and bike paths, as well as educational and scenic features to the tune of some 75 acres will be created. Publicly accessible connections to El Dorado Ranch Park will be implemented. 53% become more likely to support, given that feature. Then new roads, new connections with existing streets are going to be built, designed to make wine country a destination, not a circulation corridor leading to somewhere else. Allow travelers to enjoy the scenic rural setting of the area. The traffic study indicated that even when fully built out, traffic from the wineries would only be 2% of total capacity within the wine country area. 50% become more likely to support. The next item is the theme of placing viticultural areas along corridor streets and tucking residential neighborhoods behind working vineyard areas. Commercial uses have been limited to those that promote the agricultural theme, including wineries, tasting rooms, boutique hotels, farm stands, olive groves, and other similar uses, and allows such uses to encourage such investment towards the city's agricultural investment. Heritage, 43% become more likely to support, given that. We have a theme of this development will deliver hundreds of thousands of dollars in additional revenue for the city that will be able to be used to support critical programs. Nearly a majority become more likely to support that at 47%. Then we speak about housing and the different kinds of housing. In this case, 45%, which is a plurality, became less likely to support the shift in kinds of housing. Ultimately, after reading through these different features, we end up with what I suspect you assumed was all along, that you have a community that is essentially divided. In fact, statistically evenly divided. Numerically, they're different. Numerically, it's 44% support, 45% oppose. There is no difference statistically. They're identical. It's within the margin of error. So at the end of the day, you don't have an easy decision in terms of a landslide support or opposition either way. You have a divided community.
All right, and I will continue from here. So next is kind of the environmental review process for the wine country specific plan. The environmental impact report kind of covered the changes from the existing RL1 land use designation to those that would be allowed under the wine country specific plan. One of the components within that environmental review was assessment of up to 26 different wineries. As kind of like a worst case, this is the most commercial activity that could ever possibly occur. And then also maintain that zone capacity, so the number of houses that are allowed per the zoning based on that density calculation being built is what those assumptions are. In either case, if something less occurs, so if let's say a subdivision that has 300 acres were to do 300 houses, but then they provide a subdivision that's let's say 240 acres, then those impacts would be less. Or if let's say the 26 wineries, we see 15 get built, then that would also be less impacts as well. And so that's part of the analysis. This kind of started with a notice of preparation and scoping meeting the notice of preparation was sent out on July 13th of 2022. And then after that, we did have our scoping meeting on July 27th, 2022, to discuss environmental review process and answer questions on the wine country specific plan. After that, the notice availability of the EIR was provided on December 5th of 2023, so more than a year afterwards with it, and then that was available for public review between December 8th and January 22nd, so at least 45 days. And with that did include the availability of the EIR that was on the city's website, as well as hard copies at City Hall in addition. And then from there, after the public review period of the EIR, we received some public comments that were on the environmental analysis, and so there's a response to comments that was provided as part of the final EIR and some of the changes to the analysis that's necessary to respond to those comments. And so that was provided and was available in February of this year. And so the EIR itself did include a number of additional technical studies. We do have Joanne from Placeworks here if there's questions on that as well, but it included technical studies on air quality and greenhouse gases, biological resources, aquatic resources, cultural resources, water demand and supply, a fire protection plan, and then also infrastructure reports, among others, that were included for the analysis. And kind of the key environmental takeaways, one is consistent with the general plan EIR for RL1, is the air quality and greenhouse gas impacts do remain significant and unavoidable. The build out of the general plan had significant impacts, and certainly adding other types of activities to the city certainly doesn't reduce those impacts. However, the rest are less than significant. One of the key kind of components, especially for biological resources, under the existing subdivisions, kind of around Wilson Creek, they do have yards that back into it. It isn't a public, preserved open space area, and so the biological resources are actually better protected. There's additional buffering requirements that are included as part of the mitigation measures. And another component is kind of the wildfire risks are reduced. One is the improved infrastructure, the additional fire breaks from the irrigated vineyards and landscapes, and then more stringent fire codes. There's also provisions for kind of the Firewise community establishment in this area, and so those all kind of help kind of mitigate versus kind of what would otherwise be the scenario. And so with that, that kind of takes us to kind of the actions for City Council tonight. So the specific plan does require a recommendation from the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission did recommend approval. They also included some suggested changes for City Council to consider. And based on that motion, there was a vote of 4-3 with in support of recommending the wine country specific plan. I do want to quickly note that as part of the 3 no votes, there wasn't necessarily any findings or elements discussed specifically that were provided for their denial, so they didn't provide a rationale of what was an issue that maybe could have been addressed with that motion. And so with that, City Council, they can, you guys have the fun task of determining whether or not you approve the specific plan and making the environmental findings. You can also approve the specific plan and make additional changes, either modifications to what the Plan Commission recommended, either going a step further or maybe removing some of them, kind of allowing the flexibility on there, and then also the potential to deny the specific plan and provide the necessary findings, which would then be presented as subsequent meeting as they're formed. And then do want to note just kind of the Plan Commission modifications. They did include kind of the removal of the discussion for Adjournment CFD to manage, wineries that maybe don't do well. The Plan Commission felt like a bond or some other mechanism may be a little bit better. That way residents that buy into that area don't necessarily have this kind of hidden expense that could come to fruition if businesses don't do well. A limit of the number of wineries from 26 to 12. The removal of the micro winery designation, and the modification of kind of the guests allowed at the different winery establishments, which I referred to the 150 guests at the boutique wineries on greater than 20 acres. And then also really kind of leveraging that, while this is the wine country specific plan, is other agricultural activities, making sure that they're still allowed as well. and providing flexibility. So one of the components in the wine country specific plan is the olive groves at the Casa Blanca Ranch, is making sure that, hey, if people want to have these kind of different activities, it isn't necessarily being penalized for providing that, but they're providing the overall agricultural experience and can be a little bit more weatherproof to changes in market demand as well. And then last component was kind of having a little bit more detail on Jefferson Street being kind of the wine country arterial street, leveraging traffic from the different wine tasting establishments down to Oakland Road. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ben. All right. Thank you, Ben.
And then one thing I do want to note is the consultant for the polling, he does have a flight to catch, and so any questions that the city council has, we should do now, and then that'll provide that information. And then anything else, I'm happy to answer. Fermin is also here, Director of Development Services and City Engineer, and then we do have Joanne from Placeworks on the environmental team too.
Thank you. All right, so in keeping with the agenda as posted, let's limit this time for questions, for clarification of council's edification, the public's benefit as well. But let's limit a discussion till later on as the agenda calls. So if you have questions of staff that you'd like clarification on as it relates to the wine country specific plan, we'll just start from my right to left. So
No, I have none.
no questions. No, I got questions. As it relates to should this plan pass, as it relates to the licensing of wineries, the authority on that is ABC, the Alcoholic Beverage Control. Is that accurate? For tasting rooms and I'm talking not about vineyards, but wineries, tasting rooms and such.
Yes, that is correct. So the ability to serve would be governed through ABC. We do have a planning process that would be required for any of the commercial structures in the first place as well. And then if they want to do production, then there's also a separate kind of bonding requirement that's done, and that's a federal requirement too. So there's kind of 3 different layers that may come into play. All of them may apply.
Has any portion of this plan over the last 5 years actually had a number from ABC as to how many licenses they would grant the city for this type of endeavor?
ABC itself doesn't necessarily establish a cap. They do have kind of a process that works, oversaturation of a particular census area. And so when they go through that process, if there is a saturation, then there's a separate process called finding a public necessity that they go through. And so there is a separate kind of review process governed by ABC for that.
Okay. I just want to clarify, just make sure I read it right. As of right now, the entirety of this area that is covered in the wine country specific plan authorizes the development of how many homes?
It is, I think the number is 1,094, which is the zone capacity. So we didn't reduce it or add to it.
So the RL1 general plan, 1,094. This wine country specific plan, 1,094.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you help me understand the difference between a plan and a project? Because this is a specific plan, but I have questions that I've been made to believe are impossible to answer because this isn't a submitted project for approval. Can you help me understand that?
Yeah, so the specific plan essentially establishes kind of like the zoning code, the framework of which projects need to be reviewed. It has a little bit more detail and a little bit more standards that are also in play of like, this is what we want it to look like in this area. And then as individual property owners want to develop their property, then they'll submit a formal development project where they take what their land is, look at kind of the topography, how the grading is going to work, and then they develop an actual site plan and subdivision map, and then they'll submit that for review for the city. And so that's when some of the concrete details of, hey, this is how the road network is going to align within that area. This is kind of the connection points that they want to do. That's when all that detail comes to fruition, and then we're evaluating it under the more objective standards that are listed in the specific plan.
So if at that point, planning commission, well, I guess first maybe the city staff, then planning commission, then council would introduce maybe traffic mitigation changes to a plan, or excuse me, to the project. So in other words, if the planning commission didn't like that traffic was being routed away from whether it be a residential neighborhood or any type of commercial business, that's when we would say, no, traffic wouldn't go that way under our motion. It would need to go somewhere else, and then back to the drawing board.
Yeah, so it could include those provisions. Certainly, we can add some of that detail in the specific plan too of when we're evaluating projects, making sure that that element's established. Kind of the last component is the wine country specific plan does include provision where kind of every 5 years we kind of bring this back to city council, not for a vote on, to keep the specific plan, but more of a, hey, as we've kind of gone through, this is something that we've noticed, we need to kind of modify the standard a little bit or add a little bit more specificity for staff as they're evaluating these projects so that we can make sure that we're maintaining the intended outcome as we move into the future and kind of buffer against, whatever may happen tomorrow and the day after of, in the world. So.
Okay. Kind of carrying on with that same type of question as it relates to plan versus project. Should this move forward and a project is submitted that includes the area for agriculture, whether it be grapes or olives or something of that sort, there's going to be somebody who's, as part of that project, has identified a service or somebody who's going to be managing that? Is that part of the project?
Yeah, so that would be something that they kind of work through. We do have in the plan kind of a trigger requirement that once they've reached kind of their 50th percent of development, they have to have all that stuff, firmly in place. Certainly one of the elements with this type of industry and other ag industries is the ownership of whether or not a property owner has the vineyard and then they lease it out to the farmer and winemaker, or is the farmer winemaker owns the land too. All that is kind of, there's no right and wrong way, so the industry is pretty varied, and so we didn't want to presume one way or another, just, hey, you gotta make sure you get this moving forward.
So my question is, the project should identify specifically who's going to maintain that agricultural component.
Yes.
Should that agricultural component fail, it has been suggested that a CFD would be established and the residents would be on the hook for the maintenance of that. My question is, and I think it was a motion made by one of our commissioners, is can this plan be amended to require a bond or some kind of insurance measure so that the burden doesn't fall on people who choose to live in the city of Yucaipa to maintain an agricultural component that the Planning Commission and this body is going to consider?
Yeah, so that was a suggestion. Part of the approach with the wine country specific plan was to allow enough flexibility so that, certainly a individual business may not do well, but the use of the property, someone else can come in and have a better, business plan. And so that was allowing some of that flexibility, but it was suggested perhaps a bond. There has been bonds used for kind of other activities. I know for like mining operations, like the cement mining, they have a bond in place, and so they keep that maintained. And then if it fails, then that jurisdiction is able to kind of go through and clear stuff out with it, and so provides that funding. So that may be a more suitable way, that way the taxpayers within that area aren't subject to.
And this plan, as presented, establishes that area for agricultural use in perpetuity.
That is correct.
Okay. As part of that, this might be a question for our state attorney, but what is the enforcement measure to which the city can ensure that the property owners can come through later and find a way, some legal loophole, as a brainchild of some ridiculous elected official in Sacramento to then build houses? What can we do to ensure that that can't happen?
So I can let the city attorney go in a little bit more detail, but as part of it, there would be a requirement that essentially protective covenants and easements would be recorded on that. So it would establish that, hey, this is only agricultural there. The agricultural zoning from the city side will also remain in place. And so the idea, one, would be that the city would have to go back and amend the plan to allow residential and modify the infrastructure. But then two is there's all these recorded easements that they wouldn't be allowed to do that in the first place.
So theoretically, in 50 years from now, a council can decide to go ahead and go away with the agricultural easements and build houses there?
The easements were recorded on the property in perpetuity, so they wouldn't be able to do that. So there's kind of like two different provisions in place, is that without the easements, city council will have to do it, but with the easements, the point would be moot because that would govern the use of the property.
Mayor?
Sir.
So I wanted to step in here and talk about the use of easements. I think it'd be important to, have the discussion about inserting language into the specific plan that would require prior to recording any final map, unless the land is being dedicated to the city, that there be a perpetual easement that is approved for any designated land for open space, trails, recreational, or viticultural purposes. So I think you want to make sure that you are getting the benefit of the bargain for that kind of thing. And I use the word perpetual there. And then I think that in the event that that designated land, it ceases to be used for the designated purpose, so either open space, trails, that it would then revert to the city of Yucaipa, and it would be incumbent upon the city of Yucaipa to make good on that obligation. Additionally, I want to address the bond issue. As your your planning director discussed, bonding is a potential solution. It's oftentimes used when you have an ongoing commercial operation that can re-up the bond. Bonds are not perpetual, right? They're for fixed periods of time, and they cost money to obtain them. It's essentially an insurance policy. So when you're talking about something like a mine, it makes sense that for another year of operation, the mine will pay for a bond in order to be allowed to continue to operate. So the bonds may make sense for commercial viticultural purposes. So if you're talking about a winery, of any size, it may make sense that you want to impose some kind of bonding requirement on that commercial operation. However, some of the land that would be designated, at least under the plan, could potentially be non-commercial viticultural purposes. So we're talking about a parcel where residential, houses will be built, but part of it would be, vineyards. And so that's why we had recommended a community facilities district be established that would have a default assessment mechanism. So that means there's no special tax imposed on any of the residents of this area unless and until that non-commercial viticultural operation, ceases to operate correctly, needs to be maintained. In this way, we're treating it essentially as landscaping, right? So, you have new housing developments that come in, they put landscaping along the rights of way. It shouldn't fall on the general fund or the taxpayers of the entire community to maintain that. It should fall on those who benefit from it. In this case, the individuals who have purchased those homes have benefited from the establishment of this specific plan and benefit from having this very nice looking landscaping adjacent to their homes. So that was the thought process on that. I do have proposed language for that as well, if that's something the city council is interested in. And then the last thing I did want to point out that I believe the mitigation and monitoring program under wildfire risk also already has a separate public safety CFD as well. So that's something we've already contemplated in one context and could be applied to another.
Thank you. I'll reserve my comments till later. Continuing with my questioning, regarding the public safety CFD, would it, in any type of commercial establishment, like a tasting room or otherwise, would be required under the city's development impact fees to pay a diff as they are building?
Yeah, so all the development itself will be subject to the development impact fee program. The impact fee program is really associated with the development of the infrastructure needed. So when we have our fire diff fee, is to help pay for the equipment, is to help pay for the fire station and all those kind of components. The CFD would be kind of more focused on the long-term operations and maintenance side, which is not covered by the diff. And so right now, it's a general fund obligation, certainly is a growing type of obligation in terms of the city budget. And so this would make sure that the development, both the commercial and residential, would be paying assessment specifically for their cost on that rather than it being to the general fund.
So then, as a point of clarification, it has been suggested, and I think I would tend to agree, that a winery is, I won't say that either. I'll wait. It's my favorite ringtone, in fact. All right. while I recognize that a residential tract of homes can generate drunk drivers, right? People have house parties and they have celebrations at home. Generally speaking, I think the idea is that maybe a winery might, people go there to drink and it could create more impaired drivers. Is there a way that a diff could have, or that we can establish some kind of rules or languages where the development impact fee of any type of commercial establishment would have to pay a revolving diff to supplement maybe like an ad campaign for the sheriff's department, like an against drunk driving campaign on an annual basis? I know there's grants from the state.
So Mayor, what you're describing is a community facilities district.
But that's going to affect the residents as well. Yes?
When you're doing the engineer's report, and you're looking at the nexus and you're looking at the benefits that the parcels receive, you can differentiate between commercial properties and residential properties.
Okay. So the CFD can be applied differently for the houses and the commercial, any commercial property that might find its way up there.
We can work with so the council's gonna have to approve the formation of the CFD, so write that note down. I'll remember it too, so will staff. But we'll work with an engineer to make sure that that's taken into account, because I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Next question. The vineyards or the olives or whatever agricultural use, let's just say there's no wineries, no tasting rooms, it is houses and plants, whatever that is. Would the maintenance or the business that maintains those, that agricultural use, would that be considered a commercial overlay? Would that be a residence next to a commercial vineyard or a commercial olive grove, or what is that, an agriculturally zoned piece of property that is subject to commercial diff or any type of, do we have an agricultural development impact fee in our city?
So we don't have a agricultural development fee. Our development impact fee itself is assessed on the square footage of the structures built, and then kind of the drainage for that commercial activity. So farmland itself wouldn't, like a working farm where there's no development associated beyond just the crop production, would not generate any diffs.
Okay. Is the production of some kind of produce, the property owner is going to have to disclose at some point, I would imagine, that they sold X amount of dollars of produce from that land? Is that taxable?
The produce itself is not taxable. So anything like in terms of food production, or like raw veggies and stuff like that, is not subject to sales tax or anything like that. It is more where it's prepared items. So bottles of wine, for example, those are subject to sales tax.
Okay. No more questions for me. Mayor Pro Tem Venable?
I have one I like.
Go backs. No go backs, man. All right. It's all you.
You mentioned agriculture, and the mayor talked about commercial agriculture. The way the plan is proposed now doesn't allow for any other agriculture other than just winery, commercial related businesses, correct? So if I have, say someone comes to the city and decides they want to put olive vineyards or apple vineyards up there, and they want to open a commercial establishment for selling olive oil and olives or hard cider or things of that nature, as it stands now, that would not be a permitted option.
So the wine country specific plan does include language that allows for the olives and kind of related activities. So people could use that. I know there's been some discussions with a local kind of olive oil maker to bring back the olive grove into harvest and making sure it's there. There's actually, I guess, a unique species of olive trees that are only located there. So it's kind of the Casablanca olive tree, which is kind of cool. And so that would be allowed. And then with the changes and recommendations from the Planning Commission, they wanted to make sure it's a little bit more open, that if someone has other crop production, it can tie in. So example is the apple orchard. That does, kind of support that would be allowed. And one thing that's also interesting or kind of unique is the license and bonding facility for winery operation would also allow for like the hard cider creation too. And so you do sometimes see where like Sycamore Ranch up in Crestline, where they have vines, they import grapes as well, but they also have apples. And so they create hard ciders and wine as part of their process, and it falls under the same umbrella.
Thank you.
So theoretically, the property owner of one of those lots could partner with Riley's and start growing Riley's apples in the North Bench and produce a hard cider tasting room, not just a winery. As it is now, if we were to vote yes as it's written, that is allowed.
With the components from the Plan Commission errata, yes.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
So if everything fails, that 5 acres, because we're not going to have anything less than 5 acres, right?
The Plan Commission recommendation was to remove the micro winery, which is 2.5 acres. City Council could decide to maintain the micro winery, but maybe make that 5 acres and then do 10 and 20 or some combination too, but yes.
So if it all fails and that property is just costing the owner money, it goes to the city of Yucaipa? How is that?
I think it goes back to kind of what the city attorney was talking about, where the CFD would kind of kick in and then having some additional provisions for the easement where that can allow some sort of process.
So again, the idea is to have a perpetual easement which requires that this land be only utilized for certain purposes, and then to have a backup funding mechanism, because it would not be the primary responsibility of the city to ensure that it is continuing to be used for that purpose. However, one of the questions would be, okay, so you have an easement. Well, what if the business goes under, right? You can't get blood from a stone. So we want I'm recommending that you consider a specific plan-wide dormant CFD, so that if you do need to pay for that, you have a funding mechanism available that does not impact the general fund or the taxpayers or the rest of the community.
Correct. Now, Redlands has a conservancy, right?
Yes.
And they take on properties like that?
They do.
Do Do we have something like that in place?
So we have one for Crafton Hill. We could certainly look at alternatives to the city being the sole enforcement mechanism. I was essentially, look, I put perpetual in there. We all know that nothing is truly perpetual, right? But I think that the city of Yucaipa was the most likely entity to be here 50 years from now, 100 years from now, and ensuring that these operations are continuing the way they were intended. However, we could put language in the specific plan or in those easements that would allow the city to have an additional enforcement mechanism, additional enforcement entity, which would be a conservation group that was formed. So, it wouldn't be only the city that had the ability to enforce the conservation easement.
And how many ADU permits are you doing right now?
So as noted in the General Plan Annual Progress Report on Monday's City Council meeting, we had 44 ADU permits for the 2023 calendar year.
And then junior ADUs?
It includes that number into it.
Okay.
So it's kind of split. We haven't had too many specific junior ADUs, just more standard ADU applications.
All right.
Councilman Gardner.
Yep, I got a couple questions. You said something about mobile homes. Are you able to intermix mobile homes with these homes up there at this time?
Yeah, so in the RL1 and with the Custom Home Overlay District, our city's development code allows for a single-family house to be a manufactured home that's less than 10 years old. And so as long as they meet the size and setback requirements of the custom home, a manufactured home is currently allowed.
What's the minimum size?
2,200 square feet.
Okay, and then how many times can you split your lot to put ADUs on there right now at this point?
So the ADUs don't necessarily require a lot split, but SB9, which is kind of the second unit and lot, can be. And so if you have a subdivision approved, someone can go back through as a property owner and then further subdivide the property. There's also provision under ADU law that you could establish a condo and create a separate kind of for sale ADU as well, but the city has to adopt an ordinance for that. But there's a few different ways under state law.
Can you split it once or twice or 3 times? Is it as of right now?
So the SB9 would allow, let's say someone did a subdivision, 1 acre lot, they had the space in the back of their property to split it, they would be able to split it once.
Once. Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Mr. Mayor, I have one.
Sir.
So I was under the impression that CFD meant Community Finance District. It's not its facilities?
That's correct.
So
But
what,
they are used to finance things, so I'm sure they've been called that before. But the technical term is community facilities.
so talking about a CFD for this particular project, what kind of facilities would we finance? I mean, obviously a CFD would finance another facility for the public's use, but that's not at all relevant here.
So, primarily what I was looking at was open space, trails, recreational facilities. So if you go to page 392 of the packet, which is table 6.3, you'll see that public parks and open space, the responsible party for maintenance is to be determined at time of entitlement. So there are continuing financial obligations for maintaining these types of public facilities. And what I was proposing was that you would enable a community facilities district so that the people who benefit primarily, that is the people who live in that area, would be the ones responsible for maintaining those facilities. And additionally, the non-commercial vitriculture, I'm essentially looking at as a landscaping matter. So the property owners in the area would be responsible for maintaining that as well.
And there's been a lot of talk about failing, if it fails. I'm a little bit confused. So what would fail? If someone has a 2.5 acre parcel and they build a 3,000 square foot, let's say they build a house with a tasting room and they plant 75% grapes, what fails? The grapes or the building, the structure? Well, what are we talking about failing?
So, kind of a few elements. I think it is the wine business in terms of the crop maintenance, or the establishment where you have a tasting room where maybe that doesn't do well or isn't managed well. I do want to note the micro winery, so the 2.5 acre ones wouldn't allow residential use on it anyways. It would only be the commercial and the crop production. Part of, I think, certainly with any kind of smaller businesses, you have to have a good business plan. Some do well, some don't, and so.
But so if you have 2.5 acre parcel and you want to build a house to live in and you want to plant 75% grapes and you want to live there and take care of the grapes, that's allowable under this plan. I think we discussed that in our program, didn't we?
So the 2.5 acre one would be the one that specifically does not allow a residential use. The 5 and 10 acre would, but one of the changes in the plan that's recommended is that if they build a house, let's say they want to live on site with their vineyard, that property owner, whatever the zone capacity was, the number of lots, that counts to that too. So if they had 300 acres, they did 300 lots, they can't build a residence on that winery, but if they have a surplus, then they could get credit from that. And so it incentivizes to some degree in the future of, hey, don't try to get all the units that you can because you don't know what that side may benefit from as well. And so you can't double or increase the yield through that process.
My understanding was that we were going to assess some type of fee under this CFD concept, that if someone wants to build a winery or plant grapes, that we were going to charge a surcharge, put that into an impound account in case things failed. Is that kind of right or no?
So what I'm proposing with the CFD is not that. What it would be is after the fact, you would have the ability to levy a special tax to pay for the costs of maintaining or operating those facilities. And what that does is it keeps the financial burden low unless there's a failure in the system. Now, this is a backup plan. This is not the main, we're not looking for the city to be maintaining vineyards. But one of the concerns that has been expressed repeatedly is what happens to the city if these good things that are being proposed don't work out long-term and we end up with a bunch of houses, right? But we don't get the benefits that the community was looking for. So we're looking for a funding mechanism to ensure that the community is getting the benefit of its bargain here. On the other hand, if you're looking at a bonding mechanism, which was something the Planning Commission had proposed, a bonding mechanism is essentially an upfront and ongoing cost to the businesses. So you're increasing the cost of doing business, or you're increasing the cost to the property owners for something that may never occur, right? So that's the difference.
We're talking about, just to clarify, I mean, if the vineyards fail, if the business fails and the vineyards need to be removed, the cost would be the cost of reverting back to untouched land, removing the grapes, removing the irrigation.
For the commercial operations, that would be my recommendation. For the non-commercial, essentially landscaping, for some of these residential tracts, it would be to maintain those vineyards. Because keep in mind, one of the other things we talked about was an easement requiring that they be maintained as vineyards in perpetuity.
So, okay, should that, if we go from step 1 now to step 50 in that situation, the city would contract with somebody to maintain the vineyards and then sell the produce? And then where would the proceeds of that go? Or what would happen with the grapes? Because we're still producing a product.
Well, I assumed that the city manager would get his sun hat on, and I'd join him, and we'd go harvest the grapes. Just trying to lighten the mood, guys. You don't have to be so serious. Mayor, yes, we would contract with professionals who understand what they're doing, just like we do for every other service. When you're looking at landscaping, maintenance of any of these types of facilities, the city would, have a competitive bid process, and it would.
I guess
just like we do with the LMDs.
Yeah, and I guess my thought though is if it has to be maintained as an agricultural use, not just plants that look nice, right? That are I think probably more easily maintained, or more easy to maintain some flowers. Is there a method for us to not lean on a failing market? If all the literature that has been presented over the course of the last several council meetings is that potentially wineries or the wine industry is failing and people are ripping out their grapes. I got it. Thank you. No. I got it. Thank you, though. I appreciate the support, but I don't need co-signers at this time. Why would the city invest in maintaining that when wouldn't it be more viable for us to determine what new agriculture should be put there that is then easily turned over to somebody to handle it, so that the city government isn't in the facilitating a contract for agriculture?
Yes. So now you're confronting the challenge of, for example, a perpetual easement for viticultural purposes, right? Which has no flexibility in it. So if that's something that the city council would like to have, which is an easement, we can take out the term perpetual in favor of the city. It would still require city council approval to modify, but like you said, this city used to be chock full of egg farms, right? If they had easements that required that property be used as an egg farm in perpetuity, it would be kind of challenging in today's market. So we could remove the term perpetual and simply have it come back to the city council if it needs to change. And I do think, excuse me, that there should be a distinction between the commercial vineyard operations. I don't think that it's obviously the council can go in the direction they want. I don't necessarily think it's the intention that you'd have the CFD maintaining commercial winemaking operations. I'm only talking about those that are non-commercial in the residential areas used as landscaping.
Any other questions for staff?
What was that?
Any other questions for staff?
I'm good.
Okay. We were doing breaks. We were going to do a recess every 2 hours. We're a little shy of that, but I don't want to interrupt public comment, which is coming up next. I want to move through that best we can. So we're going to take a recess. It was planned at every 2 hours. We're going to be just a little bit early. The time is 6:38. We will return to this meeting at 6:58. 20 minutes. All right. That was the quickest 20 minutes ever recorded.
Thank you.
It is time for us to resume this special city council meeting of March 7th. It hasn't actually been 2 days of this meeting. Okay, yeah. All right, thank you all for the patience and hanging with us. We're going to continue on this agenda. We'll take it one at a time. The next part of the public hearing is public comment. 3 minutes per person is going to be allotted. Like the city manager explained earlier, the microphone will be shut off at 3 minutes. Please be mindful of that. Also, as expressed by our city manager, try to be respectful of everybody's time. If you want to second what somebody said and help us move through this, that's appropriate. If somebody's already made a point that you agree with and you want to remove your name from the public comment list, you can do that as well. So we're going to turn it over to our city clerk. She's going to be calling out your name. She'll introduce you as your name and where you live, and then you'll have your 3 minutes at the mic. And we'll go ahead and go to it. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll start with Kevin Brooks, Tim Brickley, and Alexis Alvarez.
My name is Kevin Brooks. I have a contract interest in 360104 Oak Glen Road, Yucaipa, which is the Casablanca Ranch property consisting of just under 240 acres. My family moved in this area in the 1970s. I graduated from Yucaipa High in 1980. Prior to school, in a few days when temperatures dropped below freezing, I lit smudge pots on Chapman Ranch when it was primarily a citrus grove. That property has since been developed, and at that time that was a very controversial project. Of course, I'm speaking of Chapman Heights. The city council is once again faced with the controversial decision, a city-sponsored, not developer-sponsored proposed specific plan. Not too long ago, it appeared that from the outside, that the city manager, Casey, the former city manager, Casey, Mayor Avila, the entire city council, city staff, and the Wine Country Committee, and the general public all had a collective vision for the proposed Wine Country specific plan. This was manifested in several 5-0 votes to move the specific plan forward, with minimum public comment against the specific plan. Based on this, the city required an outside financial commitment for the environmental review process. My group stepped up and provided the $100,000 requested. One comment I heard at the Planning Commission meeting was that the city rolled over to developers on the proposed specific plan. And that is certainly not accurate as it relates to the Casablanca Ranch project. The City and Wine Country Committee created several requirements to ensure a high-quality development and an improved land plan that included, but not limited to, the agricultural and open space requirements, stringent design standards, a specific development fee to recoup the funds spent by the city on the specific plan, a public safety CFD requirement, a trailhead park, related trails, and the preservation of the Casablanca house, and the list goes on. All of these things go away if the Wine Country specific plan is not approved. The new housing laws coming out of Sacramento, which limits local control, are real. The latest Wall Street financing trend to build rental properties on multiple homes on approved lots is real. I would suggest that you approve the specific plan based on the greater open space, trails, agricultural element, protection of natural resources, and the housing element.
Tim Brickley.
Hello, Tim Brickley, North Bench residents. I live up on Cherry Croft, very near Holly. I'm a member of the Yucaipa Wine Alliance, and I've attended 3 community meetings we had prior to this, the Planning Commission meeting, and now this meeting. I do support a viticultural designation for Yucaipa, and I have been somewhat active on and off on that pursuit. This development plan, as presented, involves much more than simply planting grapes. There exists a misleading narrative, I believe, set forth by some developers and other people, other supporters. We are told if we don't agree with development to take place with even a greater density, and a change will come whether you like it or not. I'm completely skeptical of this line of reasoning and believe that developers and real estate interests are really those who gain in this scenario. Even the proposed housing units, but I listened to our city planner, I thought I saw was the build-up was 800 and such by the old plan, but you're telling me it's 1,000 and change. There's a conflict in my information on that. In terms of the new state law on ADUs, I believe the city can enact requirements to lessen the impact. And my suggestion would be maybe the orientation or location of the house on a lot that precludes it from being split or divided. We could do that. Maybe because we're in a high fire area and a safety area, we could put easements, access to the side of the developed lots, and also easement in the back so fire or safety personnel could get there in a disaster. And that would certainly preclude people from dividing those lots, I think. I would like the city, if we could, to take the lead like Huntington Beach and Coronado City to oppose some of these mandates as pushed down by the state. And we hear all the time, we can't do anything, it's law, but there's other cities, other municipalities that have pushed back a little bit. Maybe we could join on that effort and not just simply have to acquiesce every time a new state provision comes out. Some other suggestions, a mailer. I would like to see a mailer go out to the North Bench residents, specifically those who are directly impacted by these proposals, and ask what the true feeling of the people that are most impacted by this proposed development, what they feel about it. That could be done by both the proponents and the people that aren't for it. And the residents can actually voice or, their support or not. So the issues I have specifically are the density. I don't want 1 quarter-acre lots. I don't think it fits up there. Vehicle access. There's too many corridors that people have access to go up and down. If we have access, it should be just from Oak Glen Road, and maybe another one other than Jefferson. Maybe we have to put another quarter in. I don't like the idea.
Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Alexis Alvarez, followed by Monica Harwood and Ms. Green.
I'm Alexis. I'm just coming here to say thank you for taking the time to come together for this issue. I've been to the other meetings, so I know you have been talking a lot and trying to compromise on both sides of opposing and non-opposing sides. I do approve of the project. I do think it's going to be good for the city to grow. There is some wrinkles in it that definitely need to still be talked over. I do approve of the open green spacing and trails. It's something that we need in this community, some safe places for us to walk and stuff. But again, I think it's safe to say that if anyone's thinking of drinking and driving, they know not to get behind a car. I know that some people don't want to listen to that, but it's still against the law. People are going to be doing stupid stuff. They're going to be doing stupid stuff, but it's against the law and you know not to do it. So I can understand that it's a concern, but it is also something that everyone getting behind a car should know ahead of time. I know that it's going to end up bringing vineyards, but it can also bring jobs for a lot of younger communities here. And that's just all. That's all to say about the point. So thank you for your time, and I hope we have a good night, and I hope you think for the betterment of the whole city. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Monica Harwood.
My name is Monica Harwood. I'm a 17-year resident of the North Bench. On February 26, I emailed all of the city council members regarding my concerns. I have never heard back to this day from any of the elected officials, especially Matt Garner, who is a representative of the North Bench. Finally, on March 24th, I emailed the city manager, Chris Mann. He responded on 325 and 326. He claimed that the Yucaipa Valley Water District had adequate water and that there was enough infrastructure access. On March 26, I emailed the Yucaipa Valley Water District General Manager, Joe Zoba. His response was, the Yucaipa Valley Water District has no position on the wineries at this point. The Yucaipa Valley Water District Groundwater Management Agency established the Sustainable Groundwater Management in 2024. It will not be updated until 2027. At this time, the water usage is not integrated into the sustainable water management by Mr. Sabova. It has not been factored in or analyzed for the wineries. So to say there's adequate water district for, adequate water for the wineries is not true. The existing access roads are unsustainable. Some are dirt. Residents use these roads to exercise every day, walk their children, to walk their buggies, to walk their animals. There are no sidewalks. We do not need extra traffic. The stop sign already at Ivy and Fremont slows traffic for the existing residents. It's unsafe, these roads are old, and the dirt roads are unsustainable for extra traffic. The city council is obligated to represent the residents of this area. Matt Garner, when you ran, you promised you represent the North Bench. This is not representative of the North Bench. The survey, more likely, is not reliable statistically. If you've ever taken statistics, the questions can be manipulated, but reliable, likely, is not statistically sound. Plus or minus 1.5% is a reliable statistic. More likely to make it 50-50, those for and against the winery, is not sound. This is basically not a good, reliable representation.
Thank you for your comments.
Ms. Green, followed by Colleen Wong and Jason Weldy.
What makes the city unique is the ability to look out the windows and see the spectacular animals instead of driving miles to go see them in a zoo. I want to add with a quote, "When the land is gone, there won't be any more to take its place. A piece of God's great plan will be missing. We're the custodians of this land." So why is the city council not saying no? We're not to save this land for the people and our special animals. I am a California native for 41 years and a Yucaipa native for 26 years. The latest is the city up north is bulldozing their grapevine at about 50%. Their vines sit on the side of the road in a pile. So why are you even trying to start something that's a day late and dollars short? You're not even going to be able to fight the foreign countries. They are buying our grapes and blending them with theirs and sending it back to us as American wine, according to the news last weekend. Rialto tried having a winery. It dried up, and now it's part of the 210 freeway. Is this council ready for a lawsuit if people die during an evacuation because of a natural disaster or the rise in crime and gridlock due to the type of people that come to this city? Is this council ready to be liable for responsible of things that will happen and bring to this city if you go through this plan? Adding more lights are not an answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleen Wong.
When the LLCs paid for the EIR, they had a vested interest that they are now making clear. They want this plan to go forward. They have their deals already lined up. As Mr. Weldy told us earlier, if the plan goes through, he will sell his land and make a good deal of money, and if it doesn't go through, he can't. Why is that? Is this property not a good money maker without the 4.6 houses per acre? Why is the city doing his work for him? So the LLCs have done you no favors here. What they have done will benefit a very few at a cost to many. You say in this EIR that you will not divide the community. The rural area, including the area of which the North Bench is a part, is the community. It is not easily bound by words and feelings. Traffic studies are not needed or wanted. Fire sometimes sweeps through parts of it, much to our distress, but the land bounces back. For those who believe, God in nature can be found there. You don't have to live here to appreciate it. You may think grapes are great, but it will destroy the trails where the community meets to hike, ride, bird, and just visit. It's where kids play. You aren't even planning to replace the trails with parks. You've planned houses that are 7.5 to 10 feet apart with narrow streets. You think grapes will make up for it, but no one will be able to hike, bike, ride, or bird in the grapes. All your rural areas will become private property without access. You say you are not dividing a community, but it's like asking, if I put a giant garage in your living room, will it make it difficult to get to the bathroom from the kitchen? We will no longer be a community under this plan. Because you are choosing to build in a high fire area when the wildfires come down from the hills, and they will come down, we will have 1,000 homes sitting wall to wall with only 7 feet separating their fire retardant walls, and we will watch them burn. We know grapes burn, we watch Napa burn. Certainly the insurance companies know they burn because they won't insure them. Because most homes today come with 2 to 3 vehicles, how is Yucaipa prepared to get these vehicles to safety? You keep telling us Oak Glen and Bryant are the streets they can get to, but they have to get to those streets. Details, you're supposed to have worked out those details, staff, but you never do. You just go on to the next question. Details.
Thank you for your comments.
Jonathan Weldy, followed by Philip Schneider and Dee Dee Chudy.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Outside of my notes, 2 things. One, you've been given bad information. I'm in escrow to sell this property for less than I owe on it. So this concept of a windfall going into it is just false. Secondly, we've given you a letter from Jason Ackerman outlining what could happen to this property under current law. Without taking my word on it, please ask the city attorney whether this is a real number or not. When you receive this testimony, really, it needs to be filtered by what the perspective is. There are 2 perspectives here. One of them is me, and one of them is us. A lot of the North Bench comments are from me perspective. My home, my rights, my rural environment, my expectations, not about the community, not about what's good for the whole. This plan is a community plan. It's about a broader perspective. I want to take you back. When I got here in 1998, there was a council who had similar dilemmas. Did they approve Chapman? Did they not approve Chapman? What happens? And they didn't have all the details. But I'd like to point out that if you go back and remember what Yucaipa Boulevard looked like at that point in time, it was 2 lanes with no shoulder, no sidewalks, a row of power poles that ran all the way down. Oak Glen Road, if you remember, flooded whenever we got a little bit of rain and you couldn't use it for ingress or egress or emergency, you couldn't pass. The bridge at Oak Glen Road wasn't sufficient to bring through. 5th Street came down to the library and stopped. So when you look at what's happened through that, there wasn't a recycled water system, there weren't trails that went through the property, there wasn't public access. The development impact fees from this project didn't require that you live on the project to benefit from the improvements that the project came to the town. The golf, the shopping, the trails, the open space, the drainage, the flood control, and so on. And the Chapman Heights owners financed $30 million of that in a community facility district that they are paying off. Now, when the council, when Riddell and the council made the decision to support the plan, they had a vision of what would happen next, but they didn't really understand the specifics of how the road would go or where it would go or what it would look like and so on. You have the benefit of listening to these same comments about why Chapman was a disaster and wouldn't work and wildfire and so on, seeing what's really there under the specific plan, looking at what's happened to the roads and the traffic and the public benefit, and making your own decision. We ask you to hold the vision that's been laid out before you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Philip Schneider.
Hi. Good evening, Council. My name is Philip Schneider, and I live in District 1. I spent many hours studying Yucaipa's general plan, the Wine Country specific plan, and relevant California law. I have concluded that Wine Country breaks the law because it is inconsistent with the general plan and causes the general plan to be internally inconsistent. This situation originated with the city of Yucaipa, and the city needs to fix it before Wine Country can be approved. I wish I could explain the details of this problem in 3 minutes, but that would be a fool's errand. So I emailed a written public comment for tonight's meeting, which was received by the city. It has very detailed and lengthy explanations of the laws governing consistency and how Wine Country violates these laws. I also emailed my public comment to each council member, so I hope you have studied it and understand why Wine Country is illegal. Rest assured, I have a good handle on these issues, and my written public comment explains everything you need to know about Wine Country breaking the law. I just wish I could engage with you and staff about my public comment, paragraph by paragraph, discussing the illegality of Wine Country. It's imperative that you understand how Wine Country breaks the law and how the city is wrong on several of its assumptions and processes. My written public comment is instructive on all of that. And of course, I am happy to answer questions about it. Once you understand the consistency problems in this legal mess, the city can fix it, and you can approve Wine Country's specific plan. However, tonight, the council must not approve it because, in my opinion anyway, it is illegal. Thank you. And I do have hard copies of my written public comment if anyone would like one.
Thank you for your comments.
Dee Dee Chudy, followed by Kathleen Bryan and Kathy Dupper.
Dee Dee Chudy, President, Yucaipa Valley Conservancy, and we've worked with the city to make Yucaipa a very special place. We, along with Wildlands, gave you the El Dorado Park to watch you develop it and make it available for everyone to come up and enjoy. We also helped you purchase the Five Winds property and watching that closely to see how it develops. My predecessors worked very hard to give us the Wildwood Canyon State Park. So we are very much concerned with what's going on in Yucaipa. And we are also concerned about this plan. As we've listened to your discussions tonight, we can see there's inconsistencies and problems and questions still. So as this plan sits tonight, we're not quite sure that it is right. It's not quite there yet. It's coming. You've put in a lot of work, and we know this land is going to be developed, but we want to make sure it's done right. And we've noticed, as I said in on some of the meetings, there wasn't very many local residents, the people who are really here tonight and who are really affected by this plan. They asked me, as I said in one of the meetings, what I thought as a conservancy for a half-acre lot size.
And we said, well, if they can still have their animals, if they can still do their gardening and their orchards, yes, half acres are fine. But a lot of half acres, they're not allowed to keep animals anymore. The biggest concern we have also is the commercial development that's put into a residential area. You have the wineries and the tasting rooms, the wedding venues. If you take those out of the text, then you're not going to have your traffic problems. You're not going to have the problems that other people have talked to you about tonight. You've listened to the concerns of these people. You've listened to what they've planned out and what they have for you. But this plan before you tonight is not just right for this area yet. I was told that there's no market for large lots. There is. People, once they're on the market, they come and they go fast. Mayor Beaver used to come up to our ranch and play airsoft and paintball with my sons. You know what it's like to have elbow room and to be able to spread out. I've heard a lot of things tonight that's good. Have this agriculture open to other things other than just vineyards, because if they fail, then somebody else is going to own that property. And then somebody else can buy it, and maybe they'll put in a horse ranch, maybe they'll put in other things, but we need to keep that area free from commercial development. The way it is written right now, we need to change this. And I'm hoping you listen to the people who live there, the people who love Yucaipa, and you guys who have worked so hard to make this right. I thank you for your time, but please look at the plan a little closer and make some changes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Kathy Bryan. I live on Oak Glen Road right next to Casablanca Ranch. I've worked in the legal profession for 45 years as an attorney, a mediator, and a judge, and I would like to speak about the plan from that perspective. First of all, as a mediator, I believe the Wine Country Plan is a masterful compromise that does the most good for the greatest number of people. There was years of discussion, thousands of dollars in studies, many compromises, large and small, from a huge cross-section of the community with conflicting interests. Are there people that are unhappy? Of course, but the hallmark of a fair agreement is one in which no one gets everything that they want. As a judicial officer, I think I know a little something about decision-making. This has been a really long process, and I know that you all have been bombarded with an avalanche of disinformation by many armchair experts who get their information from the internet and Facebook. I would urge you to listen to the experts that you have. You have the city attorney, Mr. Graham. You have the planning commissioner, Mr. Matlock, that can give you the facts to make a decision. I would not presume to give you a legal opinion on housing law. That's not my expertise. But some people in this room have given you legal opinions without any basis in fact. In making your decision, I would suggest that you look at the facts and the law, the language of the plan itself, the EIR, the information from your staff. You've also been provided with a letter from a lawyer who specializes in this area of law, who talks about the potential impact of new ADU laws, which may grossly impact the number of houses up there. In my opinion, if you rely on the actual facts and the actual law, if you ask questions of your expert, you will come to the conclusion this plan is in the best interests of the city because it will forever preserve 500 acres from rampant development, sustain Yucaipa as a fiscally sound and vibrant community now and in the future. The right decision is not always the easy one. I urge you to ignore the noise, look at the evidence, and vote yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Kathy Dupper, followed by Lloyd Rexstad and Al Kelly.
My name is Kathy Dupper, 10171 Fremont Street. My cross streets are Ivy. I want to state my opposition to the proposed wine country specific plan. I'm also opposed to changing the 2016 general plan. Please have all the vineyards you want, but don't change the lot sizes to less than RL1 as it was written. That's why my husband and I moved here, for rural living. We did not move here for up to 26 wineries, tasting rooms, distilleries, bed and breakfast, villas, restaurants, and wedding venues. This is not rural living. We don't want a Temecula squeezed into this very small area of the North Bench. Our freeways are crowded enough. The roads, Ivy, Fremont, Fur, and Carter, are residential streets and will be unable to accommodate the many thousands of visitors your EIR states will come. These quiet residential streets are now used by young children bike riding, teenagers walking their dogs, and retirees like myself horseback riding. If this wine country specific plan is approved, these roadways will have a massive increase in traffic. No amount of traffic studies or new lights will make these residential neighborhoods safe again. The general plan of 2016 was written with the goal for this area. It was to create a community which has a small town rural character, offering an attractive, peaceful, and safe community using RL1 zoning. How can this be when this will be turned into commercial areas with no freeway access and up to 188,000 visitors a year? This will destroy the quiet communities of those of us who live near the project. I also want to state my objections regarding the significant, unavoidable, and detrimental air quality impact this project will bring. Your own EIR states there will be massive increases in pollutant concentrations along with significant increases in greenhouse gases. This also is not rural living. Please do not change the entire culture of this area by approving the wine country specific plan. Thank you for listening.
Hi, Lloyd Rickstead. I'm asking the City Council to remain committed to adhering to the guidelines established in the general plan, which contains the approved certified housing element. This plan was developed by a broad cross-section of Yucaipa citizens under the guidance of professional planners and ratified by the City Council. The general plan calls for 1 dwelling unit per acre and for zoning to be RL1. The proposed wine country specific plan proposes to change that status to simply residential, 4.6 dwellings per acre. Once these lots are sold, the details of development of the lots, placement and design of the homes, other developmental details will not require Planning Commission approval, but will simply be a decision made by staff review. This removes the broad community-based oversight from the process and puts these decisions in the hands of unelected city officials, city staff. This is not consistent with Yucaipa development protocol, and it may lead to unbridled developments such as 26 wine tasting rooms, proposed bed and breakfasts, restaurants, boutique hotels, entertainment venues, and other extensive commercial development. This is in direct opposition to the general plan, totally inconsistent with the existing environment of the North Bench neighborhood, of which I am not a part, by the way. It is a virtual slap in the face of all those citizens who spent many hours creating the award-winning general plan. In addition, it's entirely unreasonable that the city should be the promoter of a project, the promoter of this project, in which it may find itself financially liable for business failures or losses of the property owners, and we have not had that resolution presented clearly tonight. That is precisely what this project is promoting. It's wrong to subject tax-paying citizens of Yucaipa to being forced to pay for potential failures for high-risk lobbyists, that is, the grape growers. And I know we've been told that it'll be somehow legally it can't be done. Lawyers will find a way to strap the citizens with the bill. They will. There are loopholes. Other communities may engage in this practice, but that does not justify doing it here. Finally, the wine country specific plan should be reviewed more closely and scrutinized at greater length. I know that ultimately the approval of this plan is in your hands, but I urge you to vote tonight to put the plan on hold, providing more time for community understanding and for involvement.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Al Kelly, followed by Ray Lena.
Yeah, Albert Kelly.
One second, Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Restart the clock, please, and hold it. Hey, folks, once she starts talking, I can't hear the name she's calling out. So if you just be mindful of our city clerk when she starts speaking so that I can hear it. Otherwise, I can't help preside over this meeting, okay? So do me a favor. Once she starts speaking, stop clapping. Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, okay, gentlemen, good evening. First of all, I just want to thank both Mr. Beaver and Mr. Duncan. I've never agreed with them on anything, but you did bring up some real legitimate points tonight, so I think you've stumbled upon the truth. And I really want to thank Officer Thorpe. It's great to have somebody that's trying to lead the city in something with integrity. I appreciate it. I was on the General Plan Committee in 1989 when the city first started, and there was nothing more sacrosanct than the general plan. The law lady doesn't seem to think that that matters, it's just blowing smoke. No, it's really legitimate. And at that time, I know we're missing the mathematician and the statistician, we did 11,000 interviews, and out of those 11,000, 7,000 people responded. And they said back then they wanted to keep it rural. And I know Mr. Weldy, he forgot, it was actually 10 years earlier it was approved. It wasn't 1998. A couple of points here. Talk about the loan that's going to be going to help some of these LLCs. Who the heck knows where they're, maybe they're BlackRock. But the city is broke. I know you just recently put out that you were $5 million in the hole. No, you're $26 million in the hole. If you take redevelopment that founded this building, that's how much it costs, $20 million, and the unfunded liabilities, that's $26 to $28 million. So you haven't got a penny to loan to anybody. And as far as this gentleman right here, the new lawyer, talking about going to Crafton Hills, no. I'm one of the original founders of the Crafton Hills Conservancy, and that goes back to 1987, and we don't want anybody holding our purse strings because we've already had people from one of the local conservancies come within a hairbreadth of taking that. And the other thing, as a biologist who taught at the high school for almost 30 years, I heard nothing about wildlife, and especially Wilson Creek, that there was a supplemental addendum in your general plan if you bothered to look at it back in '89. And also Oakland Road, where I lived for almost 20 years. We have 10 acres. It went from 20 acres to 10 to 5 and then down to 1. That was not specific with the general plan, so do the right thing tonight. We have faith in you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Raylina, followed by Hanson Wong and Sean Flynn.
Hi, my name's Lena. I've been a part of the Yucaipa community for the last 2 years, and I see what everyone meant when they said it was a beautiful place to live in. I support the Wine Country specific plan because I see what it can bring to this community. We strive on rural living here, and I feel that bringing these wineries would help keep our beloved city that way. If we don't allow this project to go through, we would be looking at more homes instead of looking at the beautiful vineyards this plan could bring. Again, I fully support the agriculture zoning for this specific plan to bring the beautiful wineries to our city, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hanson Wong, followed by Sean Flynn.
Don't worry, I cut out some of it already. So I needed 50 minutes, but that's the way life goes. A couple of things. I'm only a physician. I don't know the validity of polls. I'll leave that up to the city and to the city attorney. But shortly in the middle of February, I was sent a notice that was sent out that if you come to a particular place to sign a petition for the wine country thing, you will receive $5 off each bottle, purchase at Subic Cellars, and receive free food from local Yucaipa restaurant. So I have no idea the validity of that type of gathering petition signatures, but that's up to you. There is, like Mr. Welby says, it is me, me, me. I want my children and my grandchildren to be able to have open space to walk around. I want the citizens of this area to have additional open space. Private agricultural land is not open space. there are a lot of questions that came up by the city council members and others that showed that this plan is not complete and that Ben has done a good job of trying to complete it, but it's not completed yet, and I think there is more work to be done. I'm concerned about different aspects of it. One, the economics 5 years ago about wineries and wine grapes and so on might have been one way, but currently, like any other commodities, things go up and down. Right now it's down. So if you vote it in, I hope it goes back up, or else we'll be in the tank. The EIR has some things noted in it, but if you go to our museum, you'll see the artifacts from the Indians that were in this place and where they were in that particular area of the 1,100 acres. I don't see people looking to make sure that we're not infringing on any of the Indian land that's up there. I think that so the EIR I think needs to be more complete. We need to look at the type of agriculture, and then lastly, if you give entitlements now that they can use rather than when it comes time that they present their projects, it increases the value of the land and they can sell it. And it's been shown by 4 of the properties that I've submitted previously. So I think we need to take everything into consideration. You need to look at what's in the best interest of our future children, our future residents, and consider what it takes to achieve that. And please, let's move on to urgent things like our budget and so on.
Thank you for your comments, Doctor.
Sean Flynn, Melody Martindale, and Joel McCabe.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sean. My goal for attending and speaking to you tonight was to urge you to vote yes for the Yucaipa Valley Wine Country Specific Plan. I think the economic impact and the potential hundreds of new jobs would be great for our city. Thank you for your time. You guys have a good night.
Thank you.
Melody Martindale, Joel McCabe, and Cammie Ferguson.
Hello, City Council members. I am here in support of the Wine Country Specific Plan. While I am just a citizen of Yucaipa and not an aspiring winemaker or developer, I can see the benefits of this plan. If this plan is approved, it can bring such positive changes to our local community, including improvements to various infrastructures, such as roadways, additional bike lanes, as found on pages 3-8 through 313. But it can also help boost our city's economy. The plan's analysis estimates that vineyards will generate just over 40 jobs in Yucaipa, and that vineyards with wineries would generate an additional 1,198 jobs, as found on page 213. It also estimates that wineries will bring in 99,400 visitors to local restaurants, which could result in $2.95 million in spending at those restaurants. This plan not only preserves open land spaces, but requires developers to preserve the land for agricultural means rather than building wall-to-wall housing. The open land concept is also included in the plan on 3-3, and I quote, "The open space designation is intended to provide publicly accessible, active, and passive public park areas and trail connections while preserving natural habitats along Wilson Creek. It will also create a comprehensive trail network for the community and will consolidate a number of unpermitted trails into a defined natural pathway pursuant to the city's trail master plan. This is continued on and into chapter 4 of the plan. There have been compatibility issues cited as intoxicated drivers on residential streets, escape routes during fire, but the plan also takes that into account, with several points of ingress and egress to ensure routes that are available to residents and visitors, as well as proposed vineyards that can be employed to provide a fire break between development and the city and the surrounding hillsides north of the plan. It also states that the Yucaipa PD is less than 10 miles from that area and can adequately provide service for that area. Our city already has residential and commercial properties that not only directed against each other, but there's also parts of the general plan that allows for residential and commercial zoning to overlap each other. Anyone who reads this plan can see the vast and long-term benefits that this plan would bring. As Yucaipian, I want Yucaipa to grow in moderation, which is exactly what this plan allows. I want there to be local jobs and an economy that will foster the growth of Yucaipa, but also the ability to remain in the city. The plan provides that. I'm asking that you please approve this plan. Do not let the lack of vision of others prevent you from doing what's best for our city, our children, and our future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. Joel McCabe, District 1. Regarding comments made at the Planning Commission vote, Craig Suveg, president of the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance and self-proclaimed patriarch of the Yucaipa wine industry, states his vision was to create an industry in Yucaipa that would benefit future generations and respect that our young children would have a reason to stay in the city of Yucaipa. He also stated Yucaipa needs an identity and that this industry brings that to the table. First point, our children will stay in Yucaipa because there are wineries. How is a private commercial wineries good for our children? These areas are not open space. Second point, regarding Yucaipa needs an identity, I thought our identity was the crown jewel of the Inland Empire. Suveg also stated Yucaipa is known throughout 24 countries around the world because of Suveg cellars. That's a very self-righteous statement. Bill Tilbury, member of the Yucaipa Wine Alliance, stated, I'm looking for a future for our kids. You've got a better future when we have an industry like this. Again, how is commercializing the North Bench with this industry good for our children? Our children need love, protection, and safety, not private vineyards, wineries, tasting rooms, and drunk drivers. Gentlemen, I'd like to remind you of your commitments while campaigning for the Yucaipa City Council. Mayor Beaver, you loved growing up in Yucaipa. It had a small-town USA feel, and you want to protect that. Yucaipa is a community before it's a city. We do look out for each other. You enjoy the open spaces and our responsible growth. You also mentioned you wanted to make Yucaipa better for families and safer for children. I agree with that, and I ask you to vote no on this plan. Councilman Thorpe, responsible growth, public safety, transparent budget, honest representation. I believe you are as advertised, and I thank you for that. I ask you to vote no on this plan. Councilman Garner, you campaign both as a Democrat and a Republican. Tonight, we do not have a party affiliation, but your mailers for both parties stated the following: stop high-density projects and protect our rural way of life. Small growth, protect our parks and open space. Represent the people, not the wealthy developers and special interest. Encourage more resident input at City Hall. I hope you're listening tonight. I ask you to vote no on this plan. And Mr. Venable, you're a great man. I see you working with the children. I respect you. You volunteer in sports and youth and committees. You're very involved with the kids of this city. You should care about these children. Private vineyards are not open space. Please don't accept nor allow the children to be the selling point proposed by this alliance and the supporters of this plan. I ask you to vote no on this plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Cammie Ferguson. I live off of Carter Street. First off, even 10,000 square foot lots can be divided. So if we have all those tiny little lots, they can be divided. So I have been on the North Bench since I was 6 years old. So like 15 years ago, right? Yucaipa has been my home my whole life, especially the North Bench. That's where I grew up, and that's where I live currently. I've been involved in my community since I was a teenager. I've coached cheerleading for over 10 years, from the little itty bitty girls to the high school. I have been here. This is my community. I have a hair salon in Yucaipa. I've worked here. This is my community. My husband grew up the street from me. Everyone probably has been to their house for the little league parties, the big water slide house on Carter Street. We've been here. This is our community. We spent the first 15 of our marriage, for 15 years of our marriage, working our butts off to be able to buy property on the North Bench, to be back where we grew up, and to build our custom home. I am not anti-growth. We build a home. We believe in growth. Both of our fathers, my husband and mine, are builders. My father-in-law has built multiple houses all over Fremont, Terry Ann, Carter Street, which are probably the only sidewalks on Carter Street. I could care less if people wanted to put in potatoes or grapevines, olive trees. I could care less. I have an orchard myself. What I do care about are the wineries. I have children who play in the street with no sidewalks, no streetlights. I am scared to death of a drunk driver hitting one of my children or my neighbor's children. I have seen accidents on Carter. I don't know if you all remember that teenagers who went into a lady's home on Carter Street. They weren't drunk. They were just driving too fast down Carter Street. My dad and my brother and his two kids were hit by a drunk driver on Carter Street in Bryant. That was without wineries. So you guys can't sit up there. You can't tell me that you're going to protect my children from drunk drivers, because it's going to happen. And it's not if, but when it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And you will knowingly be putting my children and the other children on the North Bench in danger. So I really hope you think twice about allowing alcohol and those type of places.
Thank you for your comments.
Joe Eva Peabody, David Morgan, and Donna Snodgrass.
Joe Eva Peabody. I live at the near Oak Glen and Bryant. I vehemently oppose the wine country plan as currently written, as people will be injured, killed, and or the loss of property will be in high numbers if you do not have adequate evacuation routes, which I have brought up now twice in detail on 2 other occasions. Why are you not addressing the lack of adequate evacuation routes with the proposed wine country plan? Reiterating what is in the proposed wine country plan does not fix, resolve, or even remotely address the issue. There are not adequate evacuation routes for the proposed plan. Wine country is in a very high fire hazard area. Oak Glen Road is one designated evacuation route. The small side streets, Ivy, Carter, and Fur, are not designated evacuation routes. How to accommodate your potential minimum of over 2,100 vehicles, residents, plus wedding venues, tasting rooms, visitors, along with the current Yucaipa and Oak Glen residents, all trying to get down Oak Glen or the small non-designated evacuation roads to get to Bryant to be able to access other evacuation routes, still has not been addressed. You cannot rely on police support in this situation to assist with traffic control, because the police may not be able to get immediate access to the area due to the emergency or even the traffic leading to the affected area. This will also cause serious problems for fire services to access any affected areas which require the use of Oak Glen Road. How can engines get up to a fire area if there are more than 2,100 vehicles from your proposed area clogging up Oak Glen Road? It is very difficult during the El Dorado fire for people to evacuate. This will be far more difficult, if not impossible, with the population and visitor increase your plan proposes. Fire spreads very quickly, as we have all seen. By putting in 1,091 homes surrounded by vineyards, you are setting up our city in Oak Glen for the loss of many lives and property if the surrounding mountains and vineyards catch fire. Fires happen more often than we care for. With all those homes and vineyards so close together in a very high fire hazard area, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to stop the spread of fire. A fire of that type can easily spread across Oak Glen Road and across Bryant. That is not fear tactic. That can easily happen. Fire jumps roads and keeps going. I do not want to see Yucaipa become fire synonymous with paradise. Inadequate evacuation routes is one reason this proposed plan should not be approved as currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is David Morgan. The reason why I'm here, I'm not a resident of Yucaipa, but I'm a member of the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance, and I led the outreach efforts to try to get support, or just to literally survey the people of the residents. We went through the entire city we had multiple efforts. We stood in front of the grocery stores, we did retail, and we went door to door in every district. We literally went to about 10,000 doors. This actually was 9,882 doors in the community. Out of that, we were able to survey 1,590 people. When we did that, we were able to collect over 1,000 support cards, which I believe I see sitting on your desk up there, if that's correct. What the count that I have is for you in District 1, Councilman Gardner, I think we have 174 plus. For you in District 2, Councilman Venable, we have 146 plus. For you in District 3, Councilman Duncan, we have approximately 196 plus. For you, Mayor, in District 4, we had 329 people. And for you, Councilman Thorpe, in District 5, we got 215 people that said that they supported the project. What the people liked most about the project, what we found out, now this is not scientific like the gentleman that you had, but we did talk to the community. And they wanted to, they liked the idea that it created a scenic corridor and created local jobs and the recreation and the trails. I was shocked to see the results that the gentleman stated based on the results that we got back. We just basically asked two questions. We asked, had you heard a specific plan? And our results were about the same as his. We had 50% of the people that said no, they had heard nothing about it. And we had about 49.8% of the people that said yes, they knew about it. So it was split. It was split. But out of the people that said that they like it, do you support the specific plan was the second question we asked. About 68.9%, so 69% of the people said they supported it. 31.1% said no, that they didn't support it. So whether the people knew about it or not, it shows that there's a large part of the community that does want to see this happen. We listened to what the people had to say, and one thing is clear, Yucaipa residents want this approved. And so I hope you'll join the majority of the residents and support this proposal. Thank you.
Donna Snodgrass, Craig Suvig, and Linda Bedford.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We have an award-winning general plan, and here is that award, right here. Tonight, I agree with all of those who say we should stick to our award-winning plan, 100%. The award-winning housing element specifically references the adoption of the Wine Country Plan under Program 19. This was reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission and the City Council in 2021. It was then accepted and certified by the state. Inside the Wine Country specific plan, there is a list of the general plan policies, along with an analysis of how this plan meets those policies. The City Council gave the green light for the Wine Country Plan to avoid the problem of not having a certified housing element, or worse, forcing us to do a bunch of other stuff that none of us would have wanted. Our general plan, with its award-winning housing element, supports this project, and yet here we are, balking at the decision based on political reasons rather than what is clearly written in our general plan. The city's planning team has created an award-winning general plan that includes an award-winning housing element with award-winning community design guidelines. The Wine Country Plan only continues the trajectory of this winning. Not only does it preserve an agricultural heritage, it actually works to create new opportunities for agricultural lands and create a framework in which they can be sustainable. It is my understanding that the California Department of Conservation, which funded the document, is very excited about this approach, creating a model that can be used elsewhere. Gentlemen, we are on the state's radar. Other cities are watching this. Redlands is now exploring the same model we're looking at tonight to create opportunities for a business model that can ensure the continued viability of local agriculture in urban areas. Other counties are looking at it too. I think it's exciting that we're being leaders to respect private property rights, satisfy state law, and still create something unique. It's not easy to consider new ideas and try to do something against the norm. I urge a yes vote to protect this land and truly save Yucaipa.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Craig Suveg, District 5, President, Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance, owner, winemaker, Suveg Cellars. On behalf of the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance, we strongly support the specific plan and urge each and every one of you to vote in favor of it. Gentlemen, anyone can remain the same. It takes great courage to change, and change is finally upon us. Indeed, great moments are made from great opportunity, and that is what we have here this evening. The opportunity to lead by example, to inspire others, to raise cultural awareness, to raise class, and finally command the respect from our sister communities. Yucaipa desires and deserves that much. While we realize that the specific plan is a substantial step in creating a viable wine industry in Yucaipa, it also serves in its best interest by preserving roughly 500 acres of our land in agricultural easement consistent with our storied agricultural history in the Yucaipa Valley. Make absolutely no mistake, my vision of a Yucaipa Valley wine industry, which began in 2010, carried on by the dedicated and relentless efforts of the Wine Alliance, by the majority of our community, as well as the approaching designation of an AVA for the Yucaipa Valley, ensures its continued growth well into the future. The wine industry is and will always remain a permanent fixture in our city and will proudly serve to preserve our legacy and new and exciting identity of our community. There is no single person or group of persons under this roof that can stop the wine industry from making its home in Yucaipa. Gentlemen, we cannot hope to swim and discover new horizons until we lose sight of the shore. While Donna Sawgrass has already referenced the award-winning general plan and housing element, I too wish to acknowledge certain people for their exemplary contribution and service to the success of this project. Without them, we wouldn't be here. City Council, David Avila, Mayor, Justin Beaver, Mayor Pro Tem, John Thorpe, Greg Bowe, Bobby Duncan. Planning Commission, J.R. Algauer, Chris Markarian, Lloyd Rexstead, Bart Breezy, Aaron Wolf, Tony Hicks, Richard Beck, and city staff, Ben Matlock, and our illustrious past city manager.
Thank you for your comments.
Linda Bedford, Jim Denolf, and Kristen Mathis.
My name is Linda Bedford. My husband Bill and I grew up in Orange County when there were abundant orange groves and there was plentiful open space. As we grew up, the cities became more and more built out until one city's boundaries converged into the next. Sprawl. So we moved to Yucaipa in 1993 for a more rural lifestyle that allowed our children to breathe clean air and explore the countryside. And we could see the Milky Way, millions of stars at night. Plus, there wasn't the constant city noise of traffic and sirens. We adamantly opposed the wine country specific plan as written. The WCSP will increase traffic 2 to 3 times as much as it is now. Add wineries into the mix, and we not only have more traffic, we have the potential of speeding and impaired drivers. UC Berkeley's Safe Tech statistics show that in 2021, 1,059 people in California were killed in speeding-related crashes, and that 39% of those drivers had a blood alcohol content of 0.08 or higher, compared to those with the same blood alcohol levels who were not speeding. Carter, the street I live on, lends itself to speeding as it is located on a hill. In fact, in recent years, a car crashed into my next-door neighbor's child's bedroom. Across the street, a driver sped through their yard and into a wall. At Carter and Fremont, a driver crashed through another block wall. Plus, a car ran into another neighbor's car that was parked on the street, And east of Jefferson, a teen was hit on his off-road vehicle pretty recently. I personally have almost been run over several times. The streets in our neighborhood are used by so many people, and we do not have sidewalks. So runners, equestrians, dog walkers, the YHS cross-country and mountain bike teams will be in great danger from the traffic increase, and in graver danger from buzzed and drunk drivers. Furthermore, drivers who have gone wine tasting will be driving in vicinities of schools and parks, areas filled with children, and that's not a good mix. There will also be increased air pollution, which is deemed permanently significant in the EIR, which will affect children and those with cardiopulmonary ailments the most. Added light pollution will dim our stars and disorient migrating birds, and increased noise pollution from traffic, weddings, and wine revelry will decimate our peace and quiet, destroying our rural way of life, which we, who live in the rural land designation, are entitled to, and now share with our 10 grandchildren. Compared to Temecula, with its over 5,000 acres of wineries out in the countryside, and the residential developments on the other side of town, as it is written now, this is a really bad plan. I urge you to vote no.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. The name is Jim Denoff. I've been in Yucaipa for 38 years. I currently live on Creekside. And if you change this, when we first moved out to Creekside, we're the last house bordering the new proposal, is you're going to at least double the traffic that the plan currently shows. And so also, I've been in construction for 35 years. So if I'm not a developer, but if I were a developer, if a city came to me and said, you know what, we'll only require you to take your utilities halfway. You can still charge the same amount of housing units, over 1,000, but you only have to go halfway. Well, I've dug a lot of ditches, and if I only had to go halfway and get the same money for going all the way, which from my house is about 2,000 yards, I'd be all over it. So these developers that say they're going to give us 500 acres, as a gift or something, they're making money hand over fist by not having to put in 2,000 yards of utilities in just one direction and only have to put in 1,000 and still supply the same amount of houses. That's a lot of savings. So don't let them say they're gifting us residents here in Yucaipa 500 acres. They're not. They're saving money. So you need to stick with the current plan. The alcohol, that area up there is zoned for residential, and now you're talking about wedding venues. You're talking about restaurants. We don't want that. We want the way it was, the 1 acre per lot. Oh, and also, if you're going to have this increased traffic, I drive up and down First Street. The houses on First Street, are they going to lose parts of their yard to make more for wider roads and more traffic? Who's going to want that? Are you guys going to use eminent domain to provide services to a private development? Eminent domain is only for the greater public good, but not to supplement developers. So that in and of itself should not happen. So that means Fur, Ivy, and Carter how are they going to support all of this traffic without widening the road? And to widen the road, you got to take their property.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Kristen Mathis, Jan Harvey, and Holly Grimm.
I wanted to kind of bring a different perspective because my family we lived in Sonoma County and we moved here, and now here we are with the same problem that we moved from. So I emailed this to everybody, but I want to read it so that everybody can hear. We're longtime Yucaipa residents. We raised our family here. We had a business opportunity in Sonoma County, so we purchased a business soon after arriving there, realizing that it was awful. We lived there for 2 years, sold our business, saved enough money to live where we've always wanted to live, purchased our home 2 years ago, and have spent a lot of money making it our own, paid way too much for the house 2 years ago, and now here we are with the same problem that we had in Sonoma County. We were caught in the glass fire, started in St. Helena, came roaring down the hill into Santa Rosa. We had moved there 2 months before that. It took us almost 3 hours to get off of our street. We literally were gonna have to get out and walk to save our lives because there were 2 roads in and out and one was blocked by fire. This is what could happen up on the North Bench. We could be there in 1 minute and the next minute we would be running for our lives. If you also, vineyards use wind machines to keep the frost off. They are like engines of airplanes. The whole area up there roars in the springtime. What are we going to do about that situation up there when they're trying to keep the frost off of their blooms? Then we're going to have lots of other things that haven't been worked out yet. Short-term rentals are going to be a problem. I know there's not supposed to be in Yucaipa, but there are. This is a huge issue. I just feel like everything hasn't been worked out. On Fur, we have speed bumps. They're really speed jumps. They absolutely do not work. Everybody just, wants to see how fast they can go over those. Ultimately, we sold our business, came back, and we're not in favor of this. We will lose value of our home that we have worked our whole lives. We've got our children who are grown, and they're no longer going to have the place that we've always wanted to live. And we're going to have drunk drivers. 1 out of every 5 applicants in Santa Rosa did not have a DUI. This is a serious issue. This is going to come to our city. It's going to come to the places that we live.
Thank you for your comments.
Jan Harvey.
Mr. Mayor, council people, my name is Jan Harvey and I live on Chalin Way. Back in 1985, after paying off our land and outwaiting the moratorium San Bernardino County had placed on 1-acre properties, my husband and I moved into a tiny travel trailer on site and began our hand-built home. Our inspiration came partly from words in folk singer Kate Wolf's song about the golden rolling hills of California. Our geodesic dome echoes the shape of those surrounding hills. So many of us live here because we want to live in a green space. Those who prefer living in attractive, close houses have plenty to choose from. For others of us who want to live near groves and orchards and vineyards, please leave us room. Don't pave and hardscape too much of this valley. Let's tread carefully on the open land above Bryant. If we lose it, it's gone. Our family supports the Yucaipa Valley Wine Country Specific Plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Holly Grimm, followed by Kevin Miskin and Jessica Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Holly Grimm, and I reside on Carter Street. The tragedy in this proposed wine country plan is the fracturing of our residents. This plan is pitting Yucaipa residents against each other. An admin on the Yucaipa Bulletin recently called the North Bench area Snob Hill. I laughed, as that could not be farther from the truth. To the most part, The North Bench is an area where there are no streetlights, there's no sidewalks, there's no painted lines on the streets. The street sweeper doesn't visit most of the streets. And if I'm not mistaken, Upper Carter has the original pavement from when it was deemed worthy enough to be paved. Most of the North Bench is on septic, and a lot care more about raising their chickens and livestock than worrying about an HOA that tells you how to paint your home or what plants can be planted. Most of us live in a wildlife corridor where marauding bunnies tear up our gardens and squirrels eat the spark plug lines on our vehicles. We hear the yips of the coyotes after a successful night of hunting. Instead of slinging a name like Snob Hill, if you must call out names, how about Hick Hill or Reality Ridge? But really, can't we all just be neighbors? The division amongst the residents has been orchestrated by outsiders that plan to gain financially from these developments. This division has been promoted by a few well-positioned residents that stand to gain from the project. Whether that is an immediate gain or a gain in the future, only they can tell you. This proposed plan did not pass the Planning Commission with an overwhelming support. It narrowly passed by 1 vote. I would remind you that the people opposing this project are not just made up of North Bench residents, and that we are not asking for variances or approval for a proposed project. We are simply asking that you keep the general plan in place and allow the proposed changes to the general plan. Build all the houses you want, but keep it to 1 acre per home, as stated in the general plan. I know if I want to build something at my house that is outside of the current zoning for the city, I need to contact my neighbors and to alert them to the proposed plan, and then they get to put in input on what I want to do, and their opinion will have direct bearing on if I get a permit or not. As a neighbor of this project, I'm giving you my input on the proposed plan that goes outside of the current zoning, and it's a resounding no. Lastly, our insurance industry is in crisis, and the area proposed for the building will most likely be doomed to have the California Fair Plan for coverage. There was a lovely article in the Press Enterprise newspaper this past Sunday that advises that the Fair Plan is being pushed towards insolvency.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Kevin Miskin, North Bench. I want to point out that the general plan has specific goals for the North Bench, which also state, and I quote, all new residential development in the North Bench should be consistent with the custom home overlay, adopted density, development standards, and rural character of the area. Setting aside the EIR issues, I just want to point out that the WCSP as constituted actually increases the number of houses that would otherwise be allowed because of the hillside, earthquake, flood, and other restrictions, from approximately 800, which could be built now up there, to nearly 1,100. In other words, they've taken the theoretical density and made it a real density. That's an increase of 37%. When you add the commercial businesses and the wine traffic, that's an increase of 50%. That's an increase of 50% more emissions. It's an increase of additional health hazards as well, in addition to traffic. The WCSP will also result in a significant increase in the risk of alcohol-related injuries and death in Yucaipa. Primetime wine tasting is also prime time for children and residences in the sidewalks, and there are no sidewalks on most of these areas. Our high school cross-country teams, cyclists, and horseback riders ride in these areas. Buzzed and drunk drivers will travel past the schools, the community park, the regional park, the equestrian center, the soccer fields during prime time by children and families. Alcohol has never been viewed as a public safety improvement. Looking at 2016 to 2020 statistics show that alcohol-related deaths and injuries in cities of Santa Rosa and Napa are 55 to 75% higher per capita than in Yucaipa. That would translate to 10 to 14 additional alcohol-related deaths or injuries each year. Where other wine regions separate wineries from wine tasting businesses from residential areas, the WCSP proposes to mix existing and new residential with alcohol consumption, the perfect storm for even higher injuries and deaths. Since January, the California wine industry has been calling for the removal of vineyards. 5 days ago on CBS 13 in Sacramento, they ran a TV story reporting that up to 50,000 acres of vineyards were being torn out. Some of these 130 years old were being torn out due to decreased demand. Also, fear-mongering over the unlikely parceling of each lot into 4 to 6 lots is unfounded. In a custom home overlay, you may get a few mother-in-law cottages like we do now, but according to my conversations with the county and with Sacramento, Yucaipa is well protected by its certified general plan. What I would recommend is that we relook at this plan, make it half-acre minimum with 1-acre lots as well, so that we can have folks there, and then also move wine tasting to downtown.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Jessica Rodriguez, Thomas Sherwin, and Brian Andres.
Yucaipa City staff, former and current city managers, attorneys, and city councils have all expressed frustration and concern over the state's efforts to remove local control in housing decisions. Mayor, you had also advocated to work with a coalition of other cities to help maintain local control. We agree wholeheartedly with those efforts. That's why the Wine Country Specific Plan is needed. It provides specific requirements and design that helps keep local control. We have the opportunity to tell builders what our expectations are to ensure that every inch of the North Bench isn't houses or private yards, but retain open space and our city's heritage to agriculture. State law has already removed the ability to maintain 1-acre lots with the passage of SB 9 and SB 330. With larger lots, people can now build additional dwellings on their property. And over the next 5, 10, or 20 years, are we going to still have what the dream was? If we leave things the way they are, we certainly won't have any say in it. I had a couple thoughts and something to leave you with, but there was some things that I wanted to connect with. Please bring a new, beautiful project to Yucaipa residents. Plant a seed to grow along the rolling hills for the future generations. And I'd like to leave you with this. What would you want generations to come, what would you want future generations to come and see within this community? And wouldn't you love it to be a part or be part of the people who help grow it? Please vote in favor of the Yucaipa Valley Wine Country Specific Plan. I also want to say to you, sorry for being blamed for all the drunk drivers that you can't control. I also want to say that projects don't create wildfires. And if your concern is a fire, I have a specialist fire trooper that you could connect with a burn bot robot that would alleviate a problem with wildfires. So please vote yes, and I thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Brian Andres. I'm a teacher at Yucaipa High School. We want to grow a community that provides opportunities for our students, but many of our students often move out. And we want to be able to stay in our community and make it strong, a place where we want to come and a place where that they can thrive. As the AP Bio teacher at YHS, I look at the needs of my students, the interests, and their future. I want to start a viticulture program at YHS for the purpose of allowing students to gain exposure to the career fields that they might not have known about. I saw the starting wine region as a great way to expose our students to these careers and gain skills. So if they wish to pursue a career in the wine industry, they have the ability to do so. It allows students who have different skill sets to find their niche. From applying their skills in science that they're learning in classroom from biology, chemistry, and engineering, and also in the other fields of auto mechanics, marketing, graphic design, and also hospitality. There's a place for many and a place for students to explore new skill sets that they've never knew before. There are already programs similar to what I have envisioned in Lodi, Lompoc, and also near in Murrieta and Temecula. I have reached out to ask for advice for our program development from those communities as well. With this in mind, I also reached out to the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance to see what resources and expertise they could provide. Together, our intention is to build a community program, allowing students opportunities to engage in these careers and gain knowledge from local experts and local colleges such as Crafton Hills College, Mount San Jacinto, and University of Redlands. Currently, we are just in the infancy of getting something going for our students. Having a growing and thriving wine industry here would allow more exposure for our students to gain skills and knowledge. Tonight is one large step in being able to provide those opportunities for our students, and providing them one day opportunity to build our community into something unique in our region. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thomas Sherwin, Jenny Fitzsimmons, and Bill Tilbury.
Hello, City Council. My name is Tom Sherwin. I am I work at Loma Linda University Children's Hospital. I'm a pediatric emergency physician. I've lived in Yucaipa for 30 years. I've worked at Loma Linda for 30 years. I want to tell you, it doesn't matter if you are a drunk driver from a bottle of wine or a six-pack of beer. I guarantee you would not be approving bars up in the North Bench area. I can guarantee you that. You know, wine is somehow more acceptable. Drunk driving is real. I see it every day. I'll be working tonight, later tonight, and I guarantee you that there will be a person either in the adult ER or the pediatric ER that will be a victim of some kind of drunk driving. This is a real thing. We worry about this in Yucaipa. We have cross-country runners down Bryant Street. We have horseback riders. We have the Redlands Classic. We have bicyclists always training. It's a real thing. I go on Bryant Street every day. I either turn left and go to Loma Linda, or I turn right, go all the way out to Singleton, and I go to my offices in Palm Springs or Palm Desert. And I can tell you that Bryant Street is the worst street in Yucaipa. I know every pothole. I've hit every pothole. It's inadequate. You guys think that Oakland Road, I heard someone bragging about Oakland Road, that they had developed it. We moved back here in 92, 93, and it used to be a winding road, and it was developed, and it is nice. Bryant Street has not changed in the 30 years that I've lived here. It is inadequate. We've just had drunk drivers. There's like a speed strip where I live on in Stanley Ranch. We used to live in Rolling Hills, just off of there, but it's like a drag strip. We've had drunk drivers go off the road right by Adams Street. It's a real thing. Drunk driving is real. I see it every day. And you have a lot of kids. We've talked about the kids in the North Bench area. I take care of them every day. I do not want to see more drunk driving in Yucaipa. We have enough as it is. So if you're going to do this proposal, you better fix Bryant Street, because it's inadequate. And you better fix that before you go forward with this proposal, because it's very unsafe. I would recommend that you look at the plan. If you're going to do it, I'm not opposed to growth. I do not like the idea of wineries. It doesn't matter if you drink a six-pack or a bottle of wine. It's the same thing, okay? So that's my opinion. That's why I'm not approved.
Thank you for your comments.
Jenny Fitzsimmons, Bill Tilbury, and Bill Sellers.
Hi, I'm Jenny Fitzsimmons, and I'm speaking for Candy Kanzler, who couldn't be here today. The city was responsible for placing wildlife corridor signs throughout that area. There are an abundance of bear, deer, bobcat, coyote, fox, and a number of raptors and small birds that will be impacted by this amount of development. The city placed them for a reason, and developers shouldn't be allowed to remove them. If anybody doesn't know who Candy Kanzler is, she is our area raptor, owl, sometimes small birds rehabilitator, and 25 years ago she did a study for these corridors, and she's hoping that you guys keep those signs there.
Thank you for your comments.
Bill Tilbury, followed by Bill Sellers.
Good evening, Councilman. Bill Tilbury, Peachtree Circle. Just want to recap a couple of things. ADUs and 1 acre houses. We seem to be talking about having to be able to keep the idea of having 1 house per 1 acre. Well, California squashed that. And ADUs are real. They really caught on fire January 1st. This is the only plan that I can see that can actually start saving land. Okay, we're going to have more traffic, and it's going to come for the extra residents that will be on those 1 acres. All of that's going to increase, whether we have wineries or not. But what's not going to happen is we're not going to have the corridor going up Wilson Creek. We're not going to have agriculture. It's all going to be houses. And it's going to be multiple houses on each and every acre. And that's what I'm afraid of. Okay, they're talking about how the traffic going up and down the street. Very real concern, and I understand that. But I also know there's things that you can mitigate that. I look at gated communities, and I see that as a solution, not just to the communities that are going to be built, but also putting the gates that they would have access to along the exterior of that area, so they can go in and out. But then people visiting the wineries could not. They'd be directed back to Oak Glen. We really don't want them going up and down the residential area. We can stop that. It shouldn't be that hard. Another thing that was talking about is DUIs. According to the auto insurance agencies, in 2019, the survey came out. Barstow was number 1 with 13.47 per 100,000 people that were killed. They don't have wineries up there. I know. I used to work up there. Banning, 3.35. Beaumont, 1.87. Okay. Napa, 1.73. Temecula, 1.33. The San Bernardino sheriff said he doesn't see a problem. I was also listening to the idea that they're plowing under grapevines. They're plowing under grapevines that are for table grapes, not for premium wines. That's actually going up. Anyway, Councilman, I see my time is short. I urge you, so we can save the land, please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Bill Sellers, Terry Boone, and Gloria Garcia.
Bill Sellers, first, you cannot mitigate getting rid of drunk drivers. I had a half page of what I wanted to say, but I'm going to get right to the meat of things. And that is, as a 40-year law enforcement veteran, let me share some of the tragic calls I've responded to involving drunk drivers. These haunt me to this day. I was dispatched to South Mount Vernon in the late evening of an injury accident involving a pedestrian. I was the first on the scene. I saw there were 2 individuals down, so I requested a second ambulance. However, as I approached, I realized this was a single victim whose body had been severed upon impact by a drunk driver at speeds of over 100 miles an hour. He crashed into the building and survived. While working days, I was notified of an injury accident at 40th and Waterman Avenue. Upon arrival, it was obvious this had been a serious collision involving 2 vehicles. One, a female deceased victim inside her car, and a male DUI suspect standing outside of his vehicle. I later learned this was a mother of 8 on her way to Stater Brothers. I made the arrest that night. On a late summer afternoon, I was dispatched to community hospital to wait for the coroner and to stand by a deceased pedestrian who had been hit by a drunk driver. Upon arrival, I could hear the horrified sobbing of several female individuals. Usually, like the doctor said, the ER is a buzz of activity, but it was eerily silent, filled with shock and sadness. I contacted a nurse who directed me to a draped area in the ER. She pulled the sheet off of who I thought was one victim. To my horror, lay two twin toddlers killed by a drunk driver who had just left a local bar. I stood over these babies crying for the life that they will never have. I am the father of daughters. On this call to Mill and E Street on an injury accident involving a drunk driver, a girl of 12 sitting in the front passenger seat was bleeding profusely with a wound from her lip to her ear. She struggled to ask me, "Am I still going to be Purdy?" Decades have passed, but I still struggle with these images and the anger of impacts on society by drunk drivers. I can assure that every officer and deputy, CHP officer and firefighter in the audience here, including Mayor Beaver and Councilman.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Terry Boone, please.
The city of Yucaipa has a strict oak tree conservation ordinance, 89.051, which restricts even the pruning of oak trees within the city, even on private property without a permit. And yet, the Wine Country Specific Plan Draft Environmental Impact Report misidentifies the Engelmann oaks on site, a very rare declining species under consideration for petition to list as a threatened species. The specific plan area includes the northeasternmost population of this species. Even if the individual oak trees are largely avoided along the dry creek beds, through the project, the city must find that the Wine Country Specific Plan may have significant adverse impacts on the environment with regard to the presence of this oak tree on site. Also, the Wine Country Specific Plan cannot include Phase 5 plan area without triggering mandatory findings of significance regarding the potential impacts to the San Bernardino kangaroo rat. Formal protocol surveys for San Bernardino kangaroo rat must be completed by an independent qualified consultant to confirm the presence or absence of the endangered species. Also, in addition, I want to echo, like you said, Mayor Beaver, two people tonight. Joeva, I want to echo what you had said about egress during a fire. I have been evacuated from my home 8 times. The last time during the big fire, there was a Southern California gas truck that parked in front of my house. He got out of his truck in front of my house. I walked up to him and I said, "Would you like to come and shut off my gas? Is that what you're here for?" He said, "No, honey." He says, "I shut off the gas to the entire neighborhood. I just went up Oak Glen Road. I tried to shut off the gas to where the fire is, and there were so many looky-loos, and they rudely would not let me even pass to shut off the gas." Number one. And also, I just met with my tax man, and to echo Dee Dee, he said he can't wait to buy an acre, have a house, and let his children grow and have chickens. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Glory Garcia, Aram Lopez, and Robin Miskin.
Hi, Glory Garcia, 30-year resident. I have emailed you screenshots of the Yucaipa Bulletin posts so that you can compare the 14K that have liked the post in support for the topic and the 3.8K that have liked the opposition's post. In my 8 years of attending City Council, I've seen Yucaipians come out for many controversial topics and been able to freely and respectfully express their questions and concerns. Sadly, this has not fully been the case for this topic. In fact, I can share that many businesses, teachers, and members have reached out to me personally to thank me for carrying the topic on the page, on their support for this project, or their interest in knowing more, but feeling that they can't express that because of fear of the vocal, rude group of citizens that are against the project, retaliating or cancel culture tactics. I have informed my employer that I will come and speak in support of this project for myself and for those that are afraid to do so, just in case someone else wants to call my job again. As you also know, I manage the first senior affordable housing project in the heart of Uptown Yucaipa. I became aware of my civic duties 10 years ago when I was told by a city committee member that my building wasn't wanted in Uptown commercial area. This sparked a fire in me that wanted to prove that my low-income seniors did belong here, and so did I. Their negative attitude made me reflect on how, for years, I refused to drive the Yucaipa Boulevard because I was so upset our city had torn out zesty orange groves and killed our small town feel to replace them with tract homes, now Chapman Heights. I've learned what this project did for the infrastructure of our school district and revenue, not to mention the viewscapes and great individuals who are now assets to our community. I wholeheartedly believe that every individual that's volunteered for your position has done so in good faith and with a passion for our city and its betterment. Why would they all vote yes on this project even after knowing this would be a controversial topic? The previous council has worked with the committee for the particular plan to come to some sort of middle ground and have moved forward through 3 different councils in 5 years. We even had our previous mayor and council for this particular district speak on the history and support for this project at a workshop. Your predecessors have had to make a decision based on what's the better choice, not always the most popular one. The city staff now has given you all the current information you need, past and present.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Next I have, is it Aram Lopez? Aram?
Does anybody know that person? Are they here? Going once? Going twice?
We'll move on to Robin Miskin, followed by Chuck and Devin Riley.
Good evening. The issue here that we would like to bring before you is it's not the grapevines. The issue we face tonight is whether Yucaipa will continue to be a family-friendly city or an increasingly an under 21 not allowed community. The question is whether we value the safety and the desires of our citizens over the financial interests of small group people. Tonight I want to speak in behalf of mothers, children, and families. Yucaipa's greatest asset is its families, and our most important future investment is in our children. While canvassing and talking to people about what was happening tonight, we met a young family on Hope Avenue working in the yard, and we made them aware of what was happening tonight. They said that they were already knew about this, and they confided that they had been talking about whether this plan, if it passed, whether they would be looking for a new home where their children would be more safe riding their bikes and walking the street. About a month ago, 2 women were hit in a crosswalk by a drunk driver on Yucaipa Boulevard near Uptown. Our neighbor Katie McIntosh is a mother of school children who was hit by a drunk driver at 3:25 in the afternoon on Oak Glen Road while waiting to turn into Stater Brothers. She is now waiting another surgery. By the city's own admission, this plan is inconsistent with the city's general plan for the area and will change the culture of Yucaipa forever. Access to the wineries and wine testing venues is through narrow residential streets with no sidewalks, popular for runners, including our high school cross-country team, cyclists, horseback riders, and along thoroughfares shared by children and citizens accessing schools, the equestrian center, the community park, the regional park, and soccer fields. To access the wineries and wine tasting rooms, buzzed and drunk drivers will navigate the entirety of Yucaipa, Calamasa, and even Redlands via the narrow winding Highway 38. Please invest in our families and children. The cost is too great. Vote no on this project as currently designed. Please keep Yucaipa safe. Please move the wineries and the wine tasting rooms and establishments, the commercial venues, to where commercial should be, not in the residential areas. We are not blaming you for drunk drivers, as it was said. Statistics simply show that there is a significant increase in injuries and deaths in wine countries. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I'm Chuck. I live in the 5th District. I've been in Yucaipa since 1957. I've seen a lot of changes as many other older residents have. I often hear talk about how much Yucaipa has changed and changing, some good, some bad, mostly with resignation in the tone because it seems inevitable that changes are going to happen whether a small group want it or not. The sad part is all the infighting we see concerning the North Bench. It's like a gosh darn civil war. All the posts and rhetoric the public sees in print and on social media is disheartening. I'm in a unique situation that I get to see the reaction of people posting and talking about the North Bench drama every single day and deal with many private messages that I can't keep count. There's so much information being thrown about in a heated, mean, and rude way, it's disturbing. So much so that a lot of people are afraid to speak up on the matter because of cancel culture tactics. I've spoken to businesses and individuals alike, and they pretty much all say the same thing, that they don't want to say anything publicly out of fear of some kind of retribution. I've heard of employers being called with false complaints being reported to get someone in trouble needlessly where they make their livelihood. That is despicable and cowardly. Family-owned businesses being boycotted and cancel cultured for simply having an opinion on what they'd like to happen on the North Bench. There are a great many people interested in this issue that simply won't speak about it because of this warlike atmosphere being waged literally among neighbors. It's shameful. Well, it's not an official City of Yucaipa survey meter with almost 29,000 members in and participating on Yucaipa Bulletin. It is a fairly accurate barometer of the community's favor or disfavor on any given community issue. Approximately 2/3 of our members have engaged on this topic, show a positive engagement towards the wine-specific plan, as opposed to 1/3 being negative towards it. This particular issue has generated one of the largest points of interest on the page ever, so it stands to reason the concern and involvement. To be crystal clear, I'm just an old fart that doesn't want any change up there. I'd be satisfied if we kept our viewscape as the city plans say they are to be protected. But change is going to happen regardless. It's inevitable. I will say that in my unique position, I see a great deal more posts being reported and deleted from one side of this issue than the other. All that being said, too many questions have come up this evening from council themselves that haven't been answered adequately, and it seems like the language in the proposed plan needs to change. So I don't think the city council is even prepared to make a vote on this, although they will.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Devin Riley, Donald S., and Cheryl S.
Hello, thank you. Mayor and council, thank you for all the efforts that have gone into this plan. I'm late to the party. We in Oak Glen are busy farming. I'm probably one of the only farmers who've been up here today. We farm over 100 acres up in Oak Glen, not including, that includes land that we own, as well as on conservancy property and that of about 15 other property owners in our area. So I can speak to this a little bit. I've also served on the State of California Agritourism Committee that looks at this issue from all over the state. Sorry for my hastily prepared notes. I didn't come prepared. I also operate a hard cider operation with a Wine Grower 2 license up in Oak Glen. I'm actually cautiously optimistic about your plan. You've done incredible work. This is cutting edge for the state of California. I know that there's not a lot of this going on and needs to be all around the state. That said, I do have some concerns that I think you should take into consideration before voting yes to this plan. Number one, I think you need to provide for outdoor venue noise standards that could be mitigated by allowing for barn structures to contain noises that occur from outdoor venues only. That's a big issue in Oak Glen for us, and if we had it to do again, we would insist at the County Planning Commission that they would make that part of the plans for other areas. Also, I believe you need to expand architectural design standards so we don't have what looks like Chapman Heights occurring up on the North Bench area, and buildings can be a little bit more creatively, perhaps California farm style, incorporated into the design. Also, you need to develop an ag resource for operating much of these vineyard areas, because I can tell you as an operator, there are fewer and fewer of us that will do this kind of work. As we always say, you know, are we going to go out and get a real job? No, we're just crazy enough to keep doing this kind of thing. So you also need to bring back the 2.5 acre designation and not get rid of that, because a lot of homeowners have me come in and operate their orchards up in Oak Glen, and that's a critical thing. They want to be part of the community. They don't want to operate their orchards. You're not going to get people that are just operate 5 and 20 acre pieces, and Oak Glen is increasingly becoming full of residences who have old orchards or new orchards, but they need somebody like me. You're going to have the same problem with operating vineyards in the area. You also do need to consider taking a harder look at your infrastructure, because we know what Oak Glen Road is like in Oak Glen, and we prevail upon all the people in town to put up with our seasonal traffic, and you're going to need to consider that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Do we have Donald S. and Cheryl S.? Okay, Jackie Mortensen, Ray Snodgrass, and Sherry Todd.
Hi, Jackie Mortensen. I'm part of the Wine Alliance. I'm from Redlands, but I've been a part of the Wine Alliance for quite a few years for the viticulture piece. And this is what we were originally doing, is just growing vines, not houses. Anyway, I do have a letter that was sent to the Yucaipa City Council from the University of Redlands that I'd like to read to you, and you probably have already received this. The University of Redlands Office of Community Service Learning has been collaborating with Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance since its founding in 2015. But we began our partnership with many of the group's members as early as 2013. A group of students in the business consulting course met with Preston and Mel Todd, Craig Suveg, and the Matlocks to explore possibility of growing grapes at the University of Redlands with the intention of making wine. The land of the university is on was once a vineyard, so the idea of exploring and bringing a small vineyard back was exciting. With this assistance from those advisors, our students helped form what would grow into a partnership that is still active today. The Sustainable University of Redlands Farm, better known as SURF, is a 2-acre outdoor classroom started by the students with the intention of growing and donating food to local food banks. Since its beginning of 2009, SURF has expanded from the produce field to include drought-tolerant demonstration gardens, a greenhouse, community plots, citrus, avocado, stone fruit groves, a community tree planting program, composting, and after the recommendation from business consulting course, 2 vineyards. From the planning and groundbreaking of our vineyards, the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance has been a constant go-to for advising, supporting staff and students, from grape selection to vineyard installation, care, harvesting, and of course, winemaking. The Wine Valley Alliance has never faltered in support of our efforts. Depending on the need, members consult with garden managers, make our wine, come to campus to provide workshops for our students, and invite students to their vineyards to learn about the career and hobby opportunities the wine industry provides. Once our wine is made, we gift it to our donors as a thank you for supporting our sustainable education program. Since I have been managing SURF, I have learned that having advisors and mentors who know the craft and care about the student experience is invaluable. My friends at the Wine Alliance have also helped recent efforts to get our vineyards healthy, and teach students about wine industry, explore expanding academic course offerings, and demonstrate what it's like to be an engaged citizen. I look forward to continuing education and engagement with the Wine Alliance with our students. We are excited about the potential that.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Honorable Mayor and council members, Ray Snodgrass, North Bench, small wine grape grower. Your decision tonight is the end or the beginning. You can choose to stop the bleeding of your authority to determine the fate of a portion of our remaining undeveloped land, or you can do nothing and watch as all this land is built out. Doing nothing would be the beginning of the end. Several years ago, many of us opposed clustered housing. Through a coordinated effort, the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance gathered over 1,200 signatures from residents supporting this endeavor. Unfortunately, we learned this effort was futile. Housing laws had already passed us by, usurping our general plan, including the housing element. We learned your authority to control development had already been substantially diminished. If we didn't change our approach, we all would be facing a lose-lose scenario. Today, with support and approval of current and previous city leadership and city councils, hundreds, if not thousands of person hours have been expended on developing this specific plan. It took innovation and compromise to reach this point. I know you have concerns about the city being responsible for vineyards that may fail. Just like any other business, vineyard owners do not enter into the business to fail. However, I suggest you insert language protecting the city from assuming responsibility for a failed vineyard, placing the onus on the vineyard owner. You should note that entering into a conservation easement agreement protects the conserved land in perpetuity. Covenants on the conserved land are specifically delineated in the easement and stay with the land if it is leased or sold. This language is contained in the Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program Guidelines published by the California Department of Conservation. Finally, there is a mandatory review of the plan at the 5-year mark. There is nothing to preclude revisiting the plan before then, just like the Uptown specific plan or the Freeway Corridor specific plan. It can be amended. I strongly.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Good evening. Sherry Todd, District 1, Court Street. I would like to address the area of the wine country specific plan that discusses physically divided an established community. That, of course, would be the North Bench area. The wine country specific plan states that it would not physically divide an established community, and it further states that the level of significance before mitigation is designated as no impact, meaning that the wine country specific plan would not have any impact relative to dividing the community. The EIR wrongly concludes that the project would not physically divide an established community. The SPEIR suggests that there are no neighborhoods that would be separated from each other by the development. The fact is that the entire North Bench plan area of the general plan is a community. The community is characterized by a rural living lifestyle, including some minimum half-acre lots, but most larger than that, the 1 acre minimum and beyond, which allow for having horses and other livestock, horseback riding, and ready access to trails across the rural living properties to Yucaipa Ridge, El Dorado Park, Lower Oak Glen Road, and the Peak. And somebody mentioned earlier that it would be like taking a big garage and putting it in the middle of your living room and saying that there's no impact, because this whole specific plan will be dropped right in the middle of a community, a rural community. So it says we would not be divided, and the surrounding RL homes and properties from each other and the greater open space areas that attracted the North Bench property owners to the area in the first place. But that is not true. And as I conclude here, I would like to echo what Dr. Sherwin said. If we were talking about putting bars up there with any other kind of alcohol, we would never do that. We wouldn't even be having this conversation. And Joeva Peabody talked about the evacuation routes. And I just think it's very clear tonight that we haven't worked out the details. And I don't think it's adequately discussed where you could actually.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. We have about an hour left of public comment, so we're going to take a 15-minute recess. We will reconvene at 9:15.
Whoa.
Yeah.
How many more do we have?
19?
20?
19?
19, 20? Well, I thought, like, doing my numbers.
Yeah. All right, let's continue on with this meeting. Yep. Chris.
Yes.
It's back on again. All right, we'll continue on with the public comment portion of the agenda. I don't know how Justin Bieber does this. Very bright. All right, Madam City Clerk.
All right, we have Tony Matlock, Sherilyn Long, and Larry, is it Aiello?
Good evening. My name is Tony Matlock. Longtime residents of Yucaipa, live on Lake Breeze Drive in Yucaipa. I've been on
Folks,
both,
I can hear you from the dais. Please keep your voices down.
I've been on both of the subcommittees that started 5 years ago. And I remember the city council at that time mentioning that the plan that was currently in existence was an abomination, that it was going to take that number of acres and divide up into 1 acre lots and put fences around every one of them. So it was going to close off all of the open space, everything. So they sent us and tasked our group to come up with alternatives. We came back with suggestions in a direction to go. It was not 100%, but it was a compromise. And as one of the other people earlier today said, you know, we all had some disagreements. We weren't exactly totally happy with it, but we could live with it. And that's kind of like where we're at today. And the one key point that I really want to keep bringing up is that we're taking half this land and turning it into agricultural, that you can't build on it. Nobody has done that before. This is something unique to this city and can set a precedence for everything else. So that's a win. Yes, we're having the same number of homes. We would have had that anyway, if not more. Now, critics are like, the people talking about like this is going to happen overnight. It's not. We've been 5 years at this. It's going to be another 20 years before you start seeing any fruits of this labor, the growing and things. And if we don't do anything with the land, it stays fallow. It's better. It's just what it is today now. It doesn't hurt anything. It just would be what it is. And I've seen some other comments on like the wine industry, people pulling out grapes. The wine industry is a business. I should know. I started this in the wine business 10 years ago with my own winery. I made money. And one thing I found out is you can make wine and have a winery in 12 different concepts. There is no one way to do it. And you can be profitable at it in very small scale. Not maybe get rich, but have fun. The final thing is that some wineries, I said, will fail, some will succeed, and that's the way all businesses are. The Yucaipa wine will be unique to Yucaipa. It will be ours. We're not going to sell it all over the world. We're going to sell it to Yucaipa and the outside residents. People will come in to try our wines. And so when people talk about other things, we're not like Budweiser. You know, we're more like the Hops and Spokes. We're small, local. We're going to support local communities. We're going to have growth in that respect, in some place that we can all call home and enjoy our life in this community. So I think we're on the right track. I think we have to put perspective of how long it's going to take for this to really come true. And when it does, we'll be in great shape. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Sherilyn Long. I live in the North Bench of Yucaipa on Carroll Drive. I've been a resident here since 1991, and I am so disheartened by what has happened to our community in the last election. It seems that it goes very dark and very deep very quickly. The election was brought already to others' attention, Matt Garner's play in this, and less than moral campaign. And when this election came about, it changed the whole attitude of our city and our council and what is happening now. I went to, many people have already spoken, so I don't want to repeat. So my question, Mr. Graham, is your advice to Bobby Duncan and Matt Garner to not recuse themselves despite having obvious conflicts of interest legally binding? I sat in City Hall as you presented ethics class to us and spoke to us regarding the Brown Act. You stated that one should behave and conduct themselves with integrity and morality. Mr. Mann, you met with us to try to patch things up and appease what you felt was a rift. This rift was caused by what is happening here into our city. You suggested that we recall Duncan and Garner. We have witnesses to that effect, and I was one of those witnesses. So we are taking your advice, and we are recalling Duncan and Garner so that we can bring integrity back to our council. The civil grand jury brought before them under investigation. The city of Yucaipa was under investigation. They found that our city government, aside from a few, did not have what it takes to govern our city properly, did not have what it takes, did not have the integrity and morality, have what it takes to govern our city. So I ask that you guys tonight vote to represent the citizens. Garner, you do not represent your district. You have voted opposite of everything you promised in your campaign. Venable, my husband felt you were a good man. I hope your vote tonight proves him right. Beaver, you campaigned and helped them into this election. You can make things right by your vote tonight. John Thorpe, you're an honorable man, and we need more people like you on our city council. Duncan, I have no words. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Larry Aiello, Holly Warner, and Don Bradley.
Hello, everybody. My name's Larry Aiello. I'm relatively new to Yucaipa. I have the same concerns everybody else does: drunk driving, littering, loud noise, speeding. But I tend to look for solutions, and I'm not here to sway your decisions in any way. I have 6 decades of wine tasting experience in wine rooms, starting in Napa Valley when I was, with my parents and grandparents. It was a lot easier then. My perception of wine tasters is they're socially mobile, they have money to spend, and they're good listeners. They're ready to learn. We go there to learn, and they teach us a lot there. I moved here 2 years ago from the metro area, and I wanted to go to Dutch Bros Coffee. And I said to my friend, let's go to Dutch Bros. The closest one is a place called Yucaipa. What the heck's Yucaipa? It's some desert location or something like that. So we came out here. It was beautiful. I saw all the great things about this place. The festivities, the scenery, the wildlife, the people, the places to eat. We fell in love with the place because of Dutch Bros and that we moved here. It's true story. And they give me free coffee when I tell them that story. So I've been retired for 20 years, almost 20 years from LA Unified. I'm a retired teacher, the best job I ever had, but I wouldn't do it again. And I would suggest maybe in the wine tasting rooms, because that's where it seems like a lot of the issues people believe are going to start, having some kind of maybe kiosk in there, just in a corner somewhere. Make sure they all have a kiosk, a CD or something, which teaches about all the things why I fell in love with this place on that CD or in the kiosk there, and it can be interactive. People can hit a button, find places to eat, more places to spend money. Other times of the year they can come back, see all the different things that Yucaipa has to offer and why I fell in love with this place, and also show them the negative consequences of drunk driving and littering and the loud noise and how that affects all the things we just made them fall in love with this place. So when they see why they fell in love with it, the consequences that can hurt it, and make it a learning experience while they're in the winery, in the wine tasting rooms. That's just how I look at things, teachable moments. Also, that's about all I wanted to say. I'm in total acceptance of whatever decision you make. I'm not here to sway your decision. I'm in total acceptance of all outcomes, and that's why I'm one of the happiest people on this planet.
Thank you for your comments.
Holly Warner, followed by Don Bradley and Rosario Cardenas.
Hi, good evening. Holly Warner. I live on Ivy. It's a little difficult to come up here tonight because I have many friends and neighbors in the room on both sides, and I respect them. I am profoundly sad that this issue has divided our town when there's really a lot that we do agree on as a community. And I'm hoping that City Council will recognize the need for leadership tonight and bring us all back together with a mutual vision for the future. It may seem lofty, especially looking around the room tonight, but I think it is an achievable goal. It will require more work and compromises, though, I think, on both sides. The issue I'd like to talk to you about tonight is traffic. I think I see some room for improvement both in the Wine Country Plan itself and the EIR's proposed mitigation measures for the environment. Getting into the numbers, according to the EIR, the plan will result in an additional 11,617 vehicular trips, the impacts of which will be felt citywide, especially at major intersections and the freeway interchanges. I reached this figure by multiplying the number of proposed single-family residences within the plan, 1,091, by 9.43 average daily trips, ADT, per household, which is 10,288, and then added the wine country traffic of 1,329 from the ER. While the impacts of this would be felt citywide, the impacts will be even greater in the neighborhoods directly adjoining this new tract. The initial traffic plan proposed for this project routes the new east-west traffic along 3 streets, Oakland Road, Carter Street, and Ivy Avenue, for it could be connected in the future as well. Dividing the 11,617 vehicular trips evenly among these east-west streets will result in massive increases in traffic. Estimated traffic on Upper Ivy will increase 499%. Traffic on Carter will increase 1,418%. And FERS traffic, if extended to Jefferson, will increase 1,381%. These are really huge numbers. It's not abstract at all. Carter, Ivy, and Fur are currently designated by the city as one-lane rural roads, and they clearly cannot handle this traffic. So the city's plan in the EIR is to widen these streets and designate them as traffic collectors. In addition to having their land taken via eminent domain, the residents will have to contend with numerous negative impacts beyond that. More traffic, more noise, more air pollution, less privacy from the street, reduced lot sizes impacting their ability to raise livestock or engage in viticulture, and diminished rural lifestyle that others have discussed tonight. Unfortunately, all of this impacts their home values. Sales prices will be significantly lower on these newly designated traffic collector streets. So tonight, please remember this before vilifying anyone from the North Bench. Owning a home is our biggest investment that most of us make in our lifetimes, and we depend on that investment for financial security. So most of us.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Good evening, Council. I just would like to, I had something prepared. I'm going to kind of go off the cuff and maybe try to bring a few things that have been in question tonight. I live in the North Bench, and I also have a couple other properties that are affected by it. I'm 100% in support of the Vineyard Overlay Plan. I want to thank you guys for all the effort that city's put into this. It's been a long, drawn-out process. You guys got a tough decision tonight, and I hope everybody thinks of what's the best option for the city as a whole. You're not going to be popular no matter what the decision is. So hopefully you'll take that into consideration. One of the things that I keep hearing tonight is the drunk drivers. It could be a problem, but I went on and checked. There's 97 active liquor licenses in the city of Yucaipa. There's 119 if you include Oak Glen. Do we have a drunk driving problem now? Not that I'm aware of. The specific plan stated that there were 26 wineries. That's just a number that was grabbed. The experts that I've listened to, and I've attended several of the meetings, and they're saying 8 is probably what the number will be. If we get 10 or 12, that's going to be a huge success. Do you think that is going to increase significantly the drunk drivers? I don't think it is. The bottom line to this that I look at is I think it's a good thing for the city. We're getting half of that property back, whether it's in vineyards or olive groves or apple trees. It's still leaving half of that property open space in one form or another. I think that there was some a little bit of confusion on the cost and who would carry it. There's LLMDs, which are what the homeowners would be responsible for, which is what we have in any planned development, Chapman Heights. All of them have LLMDs. You pay for the landscaped area around it that you benefit from. The commercial aspect of it would not be something that would fall back on them. And I think there's several ways that that could be. A bond issue is one. I think maybe a surtax, something that would benefit the city and protect them from having to take the responsibility. If a vineyard fails, it's not any different than a business on the boulevard. It's not going to stay that way forever. Somebody's going to come in and turn it around. And I just hope you guys take everything into consideration. I love this city. I love the open space. It's a hard decision, but I think with the two choices we have, this is the best one. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Rosario Cardenas. I'm a recent college graduate of the University of Redlands, and I've practically lived in Yucaipa my whole life. During Christmas time and the city gathers around to light the tree, I would joke to my sister that we live in a Hallmark movie. If it were up to me, I wouldn't change a thing, but reality is much more complicated than a Hallmark movie. We are not unlike other areas in California where developers plan to build warehouses or expensive housing. The way I see it, the wine country specific plan might be the only hand we can play to save our land. As a young person, it would be nice to continue to live in this area, but I don't have many opportunities here. This plan could help me and others like me make the necessary changes, but save our land. I commend everyone for their care and passion of our town and land, but I ask you, what else could happen if this plan does not go through? Because I guarantee you, it's not a matter of if, but when development comes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jacob, is it Buchenauer? Followed by Mariah Milner and Denise Work.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Jacob Buchenauer. I've been listening from a distance for quite some time about the debate over the wine country specific plan, and it's gone back and forth with excellent points being made from both supporters and opposition members. I believe that the proposal that sits before you is a compromise that successfully balances the various needs and desires of the overall community. Nobody will like this entire plan, but that is just what a compromise is, an agreement where no party is 100% satisfied. I wanted to speak tonight and explain why the proposed specific plan is not only a good compromise, but necessary for the development of the North Bench. As an architect, I've worked with developers on single-family and multifamily development projects. I brought with me a sketch of a project located in a neighboring jurisdiction It's 2.8 acres with 9 single-family homes and 9 ADUs for a total of 6.4 dwelling units per acre. This is an example of where development in single-family tract areas is going as demand for rental properties increases. I know people want to maintain the 1 acre, 1 house rule outlined in the general plan, but whether we like it or not, state legislation allows for subdivisions like this, and cities legally cannot vote it down. The general plan calls for roughly 1,000 homes to be built in the North Bench, and most of the vacant land on the North Bench is owned by developers and is not for sale. If land is not set aside for open space, that number of units that developers can build can easily be closer to 4,000 homes. And developers will utilize SB 9 to split their lots and then build 2 single-family homes and 2 ADUs on those lots. And those lot splits will be approved ministerially, which means it will not even reach city council. I say this, I brought the project that I showed to you tonight to show that it's technically not a problem to try and fit 4 units on 1 acre. However, what does become a problem is when the lot sizes become smaller, it becomes more difficult to split the lot and then create 4 residences on the smaller lots. So at the end of the day, I think that this is a good compromise in general for the city, and I applaud the members of the city staff and city council and the planning commission for doing a thorough review of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mariah Milner.
Hello, my name is Mariah Milner, and I've been a North Bench resident my entire life, going on 30 years now. And I think the most appealing aspect of the wine country specific plan to most Yucaipians is the promise of maintaining some open space. When most people think of open space, they think of many outdoor activities they personally enjoy, such as hiking, bicycling, walking their dogs, my favorite, riding horses. Though this plan may have designated trails, it does not guarantee any open space for these activities. I would bet that no vineyard owner is going to just let anyone ride their horse or even walk their dog, unattended, through a high-dollar business venture. This so-called open space really isn't open to us. But not only is it closed off to Yucaipians, it's also unavailable to our native wildlife. I've been observing and documenting the local wildlife using motion-activated trail cameras for over 7 years, and the North Bench is home to many different species, such as coyotes, bobcats, gray fox, bears, mule deer, weasels, several types of owls, and many, many more. So many types of animals that go mostly unnoticed because they are nocturnal and elusive. Just because most of us never see them doesn't mean this isn't their home too. Some of these species will become a nuisance to the vineyards and will subsequently be trapped, poisoned, and exterminated in an effort to protect grapes. Much of our local fauna will be displaced by this project and pushed even farther into our neighborhoods. Much of our local fauna will be displaced by this project and pushed even farther into civilization. We have such a rich biological diversity in our neighborhood because of its rural nature. But if we keep building and developing, it won't last. As a wildlife enthusiast and sportsman, I feel that this project is detrimental to conservation and protecting wildlife for future generations to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Denise Swerk, followed by Tim Krantz and Glenn Suveg.
I have so much stuff now. People were handing it to me. So, first of all, I want to just call your attention back to the survey that you all paid for and had done. So there were 8 different categories, and all of them, every one of them, the opposition was clearly much greater than those in support in your scientific survey that you paid for and had done. It wasn't done by Save Yucaipa, wasn't done by, the AVA, but so you had overall support or opposed, you had 55% opposed and 37% in favor. So I just want to add that. I do not live on the North Bench. I have been involved with this process since the beginning. I was on the committee for 2 years. I've been a planning commissioner before that for 20 years. I have been in Yucaipa for over 30 years. My concern, I've never been a business owner here. I've only owned the property that I live on. And so my concerns are just for the community as a whole. So there were lots of things that I wanted to say, but most of it's been covered, so I'm not going to do that. The horses, the identity of this city, to me, and I was coming here for years as I was growing up. We would go to Oak Glen and come to Yucaipa. So my whole life, it has been rural, it has been equestrian, a lot of horses. And we have the rodeo every year, we have this whole equestrian community. We have an identity. We don't need we don't need a wine country identity. I don't think that that's something that everybody wants. The North Bench certainly doesn't. But if you take away 1,091 acres of 1 acre rural living, where else is there to go if you have livestock or if you want to have horses? You're taking it away, and you're taking it away forever. You're saying that land can never be developed, nobody can live on it. These grapes are there or in perpetuity or whatever it's going to be, but you're keeping it from being a rural community, and you are separating the community. The horse people who ride, you can ride to Oak Glen, you can ride, and those trails, I keep hearing people talk about trails in this plan. They're not there. I was on the Trails and Open Space Committee for 5 years before I was planning commissioner. Those trails, they're not there.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Tim Krantz, Glenn Subig, and Kim Shapiro.
Good evening, City Council. I've been a business owner since 1999, Yucaipa Music, and also lived up on the North Bench, right on the line of the wine country plan. Basically, I've been in the Yucaipa music business, and Bobby Duncan, I think, took some lessons, if I'm not right. Bobby, we were on the roll, I think, for piano lesson at one time. But anyhow, I do have a couple of things I want to mention here. City Council understand clearly that housing element is not implemented. The state may decertify it. Yucaipa potentially exposed to imposition of penalties and fines, and developers permitted to submit projects that are inconsistent with the general plan. Several months back, I decided to have the wine country petition at my business. I was a little bit mixed at it at first. 75% of the clients were in favor of the wine country. I've received overwhelming 60-some signatures of the petition that you guys, I think you have. I fully understand that we need to make a choice on what is best for our community. Saving 500 acres of land in open space, vineyards, wildlife corridor seems to be the best option. Now, I've been living up there for quite a while, and it's hard to make that decision of anything, but yes, I think this would be the better option. Wineries and vineyards will bring jobs, infrastructure, revenue to our community. Vineyards will act as a fire break for houses in the future of somewhat, okay? Also, I believe wine country will keep Yucaipa a place for people and our children to visit. If we don't, we will no longer be the Beverly Hills of San Bernardino. We will be the new Moreno Valley. Our business in the uptown area encounters many of out-of-town visitors. What do they like? They like the open space of Yucaipa when they come in. Along with the increased values of small business like mine, we greatly benefit from increased visitors' opportunities. I believe the economy of Yucaipa, small business, will be enhanced. The YPAC also will benefit from this. I urge City Council to vote yes, because we can conserve 500 acres of wildland.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Glenn Suveg, Kim Shapiro, and Dan Barry. That was you. Do we have Kim?
Kim Shapiro, I live in Yucaipa. When I look up the Yucaipa website, the first thing I see on the City of Yucaipa's website is transparency. There's a button that shows up, there's a nice picture, and then there's a button that says transparency. I think one of the reasons that we're all here today is because there hasn't been enough transparency. This project started about evidently 5 years ago, sometime in 2018. I first heard about it in December of 2023, as did many people that I know. They didn't know about it. So the fact that this went on and was going on for 5 years and being planned for 5 years, it was being planned by the few people that were going to benefit from this. It wasn't planned with residents that live up there, normal everyday residents that live in the city of Yucaipa, not people who have a financial stake in this project. If you had started out at the beginning with that, maybe we'd be in a better position right now. My question is, why are we rushing this? And when I hear that, I was told by Chris Mann that we're not rushing this. It's been going on for 5 years. Well, it's been for 5 years, but it's been secretive for most of those 5 years. Most people didn't know about that. There's so many questions that are unanswered. You have had questions today. There's people who have questions. There's no defined plan for how you're going to fund this project if things don't work out right. I don't know who would buy a house where there's a community facilities district that's going to kick in if a business fails, but we can't tell you when it's going to kick in, for how long, or for how much. So you're going to have another tax that can start at any time, for any length of time, for any amount of money. I wouldn't buy a house for that. The other thing, you keep talking about, if we keep it RL1, that you can split the lots and you can put ADUs, you can split these lots as well. You can put ADUs on these lots too. You can actually come out with over 4,000 houses in less than 500 acres if you split them and keep putting the ADUs on there. They only have to have 1,200 square feet of a lot when you split it. So you can split your property. You don't need a 10,000 square foot lot. When you split a lot, the minimum requirement is 1,200 square feet, and you can put an 800 square foot house on that. So there's a lot that's not being told to you guys, or maybe you aren't reading all of the laws, but check into it. You can split any of these lots, you can put ADUs on them. Even in the specific plan, you suggest that they get ADUs built at the beginning, right when you buy the property, so that it's built by the same builder and it looks pretty. So it looks the same. I think that this plan isn't ready to be voted on yet, and I guess you have to vote tonight, but I suggest you vote to table it for right now, save it till these questions get answered. There's many errata data that was from the Planning Commission. All of those are suggestions. You guys have to decide, what are you gonna put those suggestions in, not put those suggestions in, or are you voting for a plan that's half-baked? I don't know.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Dan Barry, Derek Emery, and James Squire.
Dan Barry, Cherrycroft. Lately, past 5 years or so, cannabis has taken over some of the wine country up in Santa Barbara County. They have been fighting lawsuits for the past 3 years, I know, and the wine industry isn't winning. So there's a lot more money behind the cannabis industry to fight these lawsuits, and they are starting to get a foothold in Temecula area right now. So just want you guys to be aware of all that. So I don't know where this goes or anything like that, but that could be an issue. And doing a little research on it, it's pretty ugly looking when you're looking up the hillside. It's just white domes everywhere for rows. So wouldn't look very attractive. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Good evening. I'm Derek Emery. I live on Olive Tree Lane, and my wife and I are for this wine country specific plan. We moved here just over 2 years ago. I had my reservations. I was told that there was a motel that caught on fire because somebody had a crystal meth laboratory in the motel. After that, we have a friend at 2 in the morning here in Yucaipa where somebody high on crystal meth banged on their door at 2 in the morning. Fortunately, the police got there in 3 or 4 minutes and arrested this person. So it seems that we have an issue here, ongoing issue with some very bad drugs. Recently, there was an arrest of 32 people arrested for crystal meth, and I think it was fentanyl distribution, and the headquarters was here in Yucaipa. So this right here is a launching pad to make Yucaipa very affluent, and that's going to push out what I would call the riffraff. So I went to get a pizza over at Woodhouse 4 or 5 months ago, and they actually had to close because 2 guys are smoking crystal meth in front of the place, and the police had to arrest them. So this right here is a no-brainer. This is going to make Yucaipa affluent. It's going to push out some of the riffraff, and I think this is a no-brainer, and all of you should be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Squire, Scott Riley, and Caesar Roldan.
My name is James Squire. I'm a 40-year resident of the North Bench area, and I'm not going to repeat. I didn't have anything prepared for tonight, but certain things came up on the presentation that I wanted to question. I probably won't get an answer right now, but maybe the city planner can answer them for me eventually. When the pollster brought the representation forward, and someone just said that they were mostly 55% against the project, and then 37, I think, percent were for it. My question is was there any study done on the demographics of where these opinions came from? Did the 55% come from the first district, where the others coming from the, as nice as Dunlap area is, they're not going to be impacted by this as much as the North Bench? So that's my question is, was there any study done of where these comments are coming from? I mean, someone just putting a survey in their business, you don't know where they're coming from. They could be from out of the city. So I didn't hear any explanation of that in his presentation when he made it. The other thing is that, I'm questioning the RL1 designation in some of the areas. The area northeast of me has dramatic slope issues. And I know they were trying to transfer the density of that, RL1. For example, say you had 100 acres of RL1, that means you could transfer 100 homes off of that, even though it may be greatly sloped, have fire issues, have rescue issues, have access issues, but yet you can still transfer that 100 homes onto another area. So I would like to see if that was even considered, or is it strictly a math computation? You have this many acres, you have RL1, that's 1,091 homes. To me, it needs to be qualified a little bit more because of the limitations that would hinder building on those areas. Slope, fire, rescue, water, access. I know the program that we were talking about a year or two ago, all the access would have to come right through Mountain Gateway, right through our residences. greatly impacting our area. So I just had a question, and maybe the city planner, I can call him and maybe get answers to those.
Thank you for your questions, Mr. Squire.
Scott Riley and Caesar Roldan.
The last 2 times I came here, I tried to use humor and satire and ridicule, but it didn't do any good because you did what you wanted anyways, which I suspected. But so I'll try to be serious now so that maybe something will stick. It's particularly discouraging to hear about the professional survey that apparently the city commissioned that came back not the way you wanted it, clearly opposed. And then it was sent out again, and clearly there's opposition. It's also discouraging to hear the reports I'm getting is that you're saying, well, we have to follow the state mandates on these increased densities or we'll be sanctioned. That's particularly galling to hear from you, Bobby, because the fact that we have to live with Washington is unresponsive and Sacramento is unresponsive, but this body, the city body, is always got to be the most responsive to their citizenry. And these quarter-acre, which I understand the villas will be the first to be built because that's where the money is, and then we're supposed to hope the vineyards will come in, and then the provisions, that if they fail, what? This plan is stating that, okay, we've got to have a provision if they fail? That is ridiculous. It's kind of offensive, too, to see these wine country here, like we're Temecula or we're, Napa. This is Yucaipa. If you plant all those in apples, Devin will tell you, Jim will tell you, my brothers will tell you, we can use every one of those apples. We don't have enough apples. No secret. We bring in apples because we can't get enough for our pies and our cider and our juice. So that's what's particularly galling. So please do the right thing. Listen to your constituency. The majority, from everything I understand, the majority is saying, look, you've got to back off on these quarter-acre density plans and get back to at least apparently the half-acre compromise or 1 acre and preserve the rural nature. What are we going to do? Is when the state says we've got to have 15-minute cities, Bobby, are we going to say, oh, well, we've got to do that because we'll be sanctioned by the city, and we're going to stack people on 4 or 5 on top of each other? That's what's coming in 20, 30, 40 years, and then we'll weld them shut like they did in China so that they can't get out. That's what's coming.
Wow. Do not let the loud make you think that they are the majority. I've been saying this for
Stop talking in the
months.
audience.
Actually, I've been saying it for years, Council. The loudest are not the majority. They're not. I want to address a couple of things. We are in communication of adopting a curriculum from the San Jacinto College to be able to present it to Crafton Hills, which is going to bring great jobs, great opportunities for our local students to be able to understand what field they want to get into. They don't have to get into agriculture. This is why they can be introduced to it in high school and then eventually in college. And if that's something they don't want to pursue, they don't have to, but they will have the option. We do have a demand for grapes. We cannot produce enough grapes right now for our local winemakers to be able to produce. Lodi is tearing down their grapes because they don't have the system that we have here. They don't have a combination of wineries and vineyards like we are doing here. They don't have the agricultural tourism that we are trying to establish here. I am disheartened by the discourse surrounding this plan that has veered towards housing, overshadowing our shared vision of establishing a thriving and wine country. However, I do believe that we all recognize that preserving as much of our land from development is not just a step, but it's a leap towards realizing that vision. It's about laying a groundwork for a future where agriculture, trails, open space will define Yucaipa, not just houses and concrete. All of you here, our city staff, past and present city managers, attorneys, and city councils have voiced their concerns loud and clear about the state's encroachment on local autonomy on housing decisions. Mayor, your efforts to rally a coalition of cities in defense of our local controls have not gone unnoticed. We stand united in the fight because we understand the value of shaping our city's destiny. This is precisely why this specific plan is indispensable. It presents a framework that asserts our expectations to declare that not only every inch of the North Bench will be surrendered to residential development. I'm gonna skip because I got a couple things I wanna say. In closing, I urge you, esteemed members of the City Council, to cast your vote in favor of the Wine Country Specific Plan. This is not merely a vote for a document, it is a vote for Yucaipa's future, for local control, and for a legacy that honors our heritage and safeguards our city's charm and for generations to come. Make no mistake, the wine industry will come to Yucaipa. The question is about how many vines will be planted. So I urge you, vote yes for the opportunity to truly save Yucaipa. Vote yes to establish trails and open spaces for active people, bikers, horse riders, and so that they will no longer trespass on private land. Vote yes to take control.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Roldan.
Mayor, I have no more cards.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. You guys are funny with that applause right there. I'm telling you. All right. You guys want to take another recess? I'm just kidding. Neither do I. All right. Let's go back to questions from the council to staff. These are questions from the council to staff. You guys don't get to answer these questions. All right. Councilman Duncan.
I don't have any right now.
Councilman Thorpe.
I think I have more comments than I have questions, so I'll pass on the questions right now.
All right, I have some questions, because we will get to discussion here in a moment. It was suggested, quote, once this plan is approved, developments are left to city staff, as in no more planning commission and no more city councils. That's accurate? The Wine Country Specific Plan then allows for developments in the North Bench without any oversight from elected officials?
So that is not necessarily the case. It does provide an avenue for certain projects that may be administratively approved, as well as those that would still trigger the Planning Commission review. So there is a breakdown of it. Part of the standards is kind of set up kind of in response to state law and some of the challenges. So with the Housing Accountability Act provisions, if a residential project applies or meets all the objective design standards, a city does not have the ability to say no to that project. And so if we have the standards in place, they come through, whether it be the RL1 or something like that, the city council technically does not have the ability to deny it and could be fined for every loss of unit based on that decision. And so with that, the plan kind of provides a little bit more of a streamlined provision, but there is still a hierarchy of projects that would trigger city council review and planning commission review.
So give me an example of something that wouldn't come before city council.
Similar to most of the land use projects, it wouldn't go to city council unless it's a policy change or appealed. But some of the projects that would go to planning commission would be some of the event venues. That would be something that would trigger a planning commission review. Same with kind of larger subdivisions would trigger planning commission review as well.
Okay.
And then certainly any residential project, the final map does go to city council as part of the recordation too and verification of all the conditions.
So like my previous question as it relates to traffic mitigation, we would see where roads were going to be laid in the North Bench and have approval on that?
Yes, to the policy level, and then subdivisions, they would show that layout and it would be reviewed through that process.
I'm going to ask the question. The question was asked, I believe, by Mr. Squire. Where did the survey come from? So was it North Bench versus Dunlap Acres versus Hidden Meadows, or how was the survey decided?
So again, our polling consultant had to leave us this evening. I'll share what I know. It was a random sampling, a true random sampling from all over the city. We do have the crosstabs. Crosstabs aren't usually presented in this format because it's pages and pages and pages of raw data, but we can determine and have determined, how many responses, for example, from each council district. At our request, we also had them isolate the North Bench and look at those numbers. So we do have that in raw data form. It was all collected. But it was, the respondents were randomly selected, which you have to do in order to maintain the statistical validity.
So if I read the EIR correctly, I think I did, as it relates to air pollution, it read unavoidable. Is that only if the wine country specific plan is approved, or is it unavoidable even as at our current build out?
Even as our current build out. So the general plan EIR that was certified in 2016 had a significant unavoidable impact for air quality and greenhouse gases at that time too.
So if we vote unanimously no to this wine country specific plan at build out, when Yucaipa is fully developed, the EIR submits that the air pollution will be similar
Yes.
to that of the wine country specific plan?
Yeah, so the wine country will add to it, but it will be significant and unavoidable in either scenario.
Let's talk about widening existing roads and eminent domain, where that was suggested as well. Where are we going to be widening roads, and when is that going to be coming before council? Should this be approved?
So the traffic study that identifies the various collector roads within the wine country specific plan area, and those roads are designated as 2-lane roads, so there would not be any right-of-way acquisition required for that. The only area where there may be right-of-way acquisition is there is a mitigation measure that's identified in the traffic study, and that's the modifications to the intersection of Oakland Road and Bryant Street. And that may trigger right-of-way acquisition, but it is in the north, it impacts the northeast corner, and that property is undeveloped, so they would be required to dedicate the right-of-way, so there would not be any right-of-way acquisition or eminent domain required for that.
Okay. Mr. City Attorney, it was suggested by public speakers that this wine country specific plan violates the law. You are our attorney. Are we voting to violate state law by approving this plan?
No, Mayor.
Okay. I have comments, but I have no more questions. Mayor Pro Tem Venable.
Mr. Graham, how many, on that 1,000 acres that we have up there, how many houses could be potentially built there? I mean, we said that in a council meeting at one time, and I don't remember.
So theoretically, because as is mentioned in the general plan, there are certain design constraints for certain areas of the North Bench and this specific plan area. Theoretically, let's say you had 1,000 acres, I know it's more, and under the development standards, which are contained in the development code, not in the general plan, minimum lot size is 1 dwelling unit per acre, right? Under existing state law, you can do a lot split. It's a ministerial action that the city is required to approve with certain exceptions that aren't going to be applicable here. At that point, you could then have a junior ADU and a typical ADU built. So theoretically, you're looking at approximately 6,000 residential units. If every single parcel was developed, if every single parcel was split, and if every single parcel was developed with ADUs to the maximum allowable under state law, which is, again, that's the theoretical maximum. I can't predict how many of those will actually occur. That'd be subject to market factors and the physical site constraints of each individual property.
One thing I wanted to add, at least to kind of that perspective. So in terms of the theoretical zone capacity, there are certainly different provisions under state law and processing that a developer is able to get their density, even with certain physical constraints. It is not an absolute that these constraints will stop the ability or reduce the unit count. There is other mechanisms in state law that they could do a workaround. But one thing I do want to note, just kind of quickly, in terms of kind of the SB9 that that the city attorney was referencing, and public comment was, the minimum lot size for SB9 is 1,200 square feet. However, our city's development code also includes section 88.01 or 01715B2, which sets kind of the lot size. So if you were to do an SB9 split, the size of one lot versus the other one, they have to be very close in size. And so part of the development standards that are proposed in the wine country specific plan makes that physical layout untenable in order to comply with the city's development code for SB9.
It's a loophole. We're trying to find a way to make it so that that state mandate can't be carried out in this area. Under
If the
this plan.
state is listening, no, but if they're not, then yes. No one from HCD is here, right? Okay.
The state's always listening.
So if a developer came up and said that we have a plan for affordable homes in that area, what could they bring?
Well, so that's a completely different ballgame.
Correct.
So when you're talking about housing affordability, affordable homes, they are allowed certain waivers and exemptions from development standards, one of which is the minimum lot size, and one of which is density. So we talked about this with regard to the Serrano Estates project, which utilized waivers of development standards in relation to a senior housing project. If you saw a developer coming forward with an affordable project, you'd likely see that density significantly increase. That's one of the ways that they make the housing affordable. And when I say affordable, we're looking at average area median income.
Correct.
Which, depending on the data we have from the state and from the feds, people would be surprised at how expensive an affordable housing unit actually is.
Right. But they can bring in a lot more houses than...
Theoretically, yes.
So if we built this cluster of homes, could we design the homes to where they couldn't do an ADU, to where they wouldn't have good access to put an ADU in the back?
I think that when, there's a lot of public comment, we've heard from staff talking about ADUs and lot splits. Essentially what you're talking about here is the size of the lot being smaller, the standards that are being applied makes it physically less desirable than having a 1 acre lot with a single family home on it. We are not prohibiting ADUs. We're required to comply with state mandates that allows for ADUs to exist. We're not prohibiting lot splits. Those are authorized under state law and under the development code. It's simply an acknowledgement that when you package it like this, it becomes more difficult to do that. And then when you're talking about the conserved areas, it becomes impossible to do that.
Right. So if they dedicate all that property, that 500 acres out of the 1,091,
yes.
Is it possible to develop on the open space areas?
Well, I would never put the creativity of my profession to test like that, but I would say we don't see a viable path forward. In fact, land dedicated for agricultural uses is one of the exceptions from the builder's remedy that you've seen go into play in a lot of cities. So it's actually one of the most effective ways to guarantee that that land will remain open and agricultural for the foreseeable future.
Okay, and is there designated areas in this plan for trails and besides the blue line?
Yeah, so as part of the development standards, certainly one of the key assets that was to be preserved was Wilson Creek, having that as a public open space area, which right now it is not. And with approved projects in that area that exist now and could be built, that isn't the case either. But in terms of the wine country specific plan, as part of the buffering between kind of the winery activities, or at least certainly the grapes and the existing neighborhoods, is to provide additional trail connections kind of throughout that, as well as along the streets. And so really the goal was to provide, as I mentioned kind of early on, was connectivity from north to south,
Right.
east to west, and having a lot of different ways that you can traverse through the area and not necessarily be along the roadway. Some of it would be in between kind of the vines and then where the neighborhoods are as well,
You
and then
know
kind of having that built in.
Everybody's listening to that too, right? So we're gonna have that written in?
Yes, and the addendum or the errata sheet includes a little bit of additional language on that for specificity. And I do have all the errata stuff in the back that we can kind of go through point by point as well. If there's certain things that, let's say, the Planning Commission recommended, we can change too, but it does add more language to that effect.
And there's areas for the horseback.
Yeah, it'd be
riding and
multi-purpose
everything.
trails, yes.
Real quick, just as it relates to that, wine country specific plan aside, we have current tentative track maps for the entire North Bench?
We have had different maps approved at different times. There is right now an active map that is the Casablanca site, so it's 184 single-family 1-acre lots that the entire plan area is mapped out with lots.
How much open space and trails of that?
There's no designated open space.
All private property? Yes. How about room for public access to, or, you know, public, is it all exclusively going to be 1 acre private property, the entire length of it, or is that Wilson Creek going to be accessible to the public? Under that track map you just spoke of?
I don't believe there's that public.
There is no public access to Wilson Creek in that map. And if I can add to the previous statement, Mr. Mayor, when you compare the proposed master plan of trails in the current general plan, the one adopted in 2016, this proposed plan includes those exact trails, plus it provides a requirement for additional trails connecting to those trails. So there are, you could say that it does require more trails than the current general plan.
Thank you. Sorry, Chris.
That's all right. That's okay, I interrupt you all the time. So that's what I was gonna ask, is so if they built out that whole 1,000 acres or 1,090, what is it, 1,095 or something like that?
91.
91, they built that out, there is no public access throughout that area for trails or equestrian or anything like that.
Yeah, there's no objective standards that we could apply to provide for that.
So that's all locked in, locked in tight, that's all people's houses.
Under the current plan, yes.
And that's approved, right? That a plan is approved?
The RO1, yes, the prior subdivision, so the one that's active, which is the Casablanca, as well as the prior maps that have been entitled in the past, yeah, don't provide for that.
Okay.
Any more questions, sir?
Yes. So, do we have enough water up there?
As part of the EIR for the specific plan, there was a water demands analysis that was completed. And based on the information that was collected from the Yucaipa Valley Water District, it does show that there is sufficient water to provide sufficient water for the development for the proposed plan. Now, if you're asking whether there's enough infrastructure in place right now, the answer is no. But as has been mentioned before, each development, if the plan is approved, as each development project comes in, will determine what infrastructure is required for that, and then that infrastructure will be built after that. But again, the water demands analysis does identify that there is sufficient water for that, and there was reference made to the groundwater Sustainability Agency's plan that was submitted to the state for approval. That plan does identify the 1,091 homes that are in the current general plan, and also the landscaping that would be required for that. Obviously, there is we all know that the vineyards will require additional water. If the plan is approved in 2027, when we have an opportunity to update that plan, we will revise that plan to include those needs into that plan. But based on the information and the plan that was approved by the state, there is sufficient water demand according to that plan for the vineyards also.
Okay. What kind of animals can you have on, say, a half-acre, quarter-acre lot up there?
So right now, the kind of keeping of animals is established through the development code. If you have half acre or more, you can have the keeping of large animals, including horses and similar type of livestock. For those that are a little bit less, you can still have, potentially chickens and other kind of smaller animals. I remember doing the development code amendment to allow pygmy goats and stuff up in kind of the different residential lots, and so it would follow under those provisions.
Okay. Is the wine country plan in the general plan?
The wine country specific plan is referenced as one of the programs within the city's adopted and certified housing element.
What happens if this doesn't pass?
I think in terms of that program, certainly HCD may have some comments, and I'll have to figure out what that means. Certainly, HCD has not been very friendly to cities that kind of have created issues with their housing element, and so I don't know what their approach would be.
The government's not easy to work with? What?
For me, question for you. You talked about traffic areas and mitigation for potential traffic was only going to include Oak Glen and Bryant. So with the idea that houses are up there and they can have additional livestock, animals, things of that nature, we don't have any provisions currently that would allow for alternate evacuation of residents at its highest build out if it has the potential of being what the attorney is talking about, or with large trailers and animals, horses and things of that nature. Is that something that we can look at? Is there leeway when we're developing something like this that maybe we plan for something of that nature versus having to come back at a later time when it's all established and having to look at warrants? I don't know if once things are established and the immunity is in place because you've designed it a certain way, that now you have to go through that warrant process. So when we're looking at it in a new project coming in, do we have more leeway that we could try to plan for maybe not the worst case scenario, but a better scenario than just the minimum?
Yes, there is leeway included in the design standards for the roadways and the intersections in the plan that if you reference one of the cross sections in the plan, it's not specific regarding the width of the roadway, even for a collector or a residential street. It'll say it varies from 13 to 18 feet half width, so that flexibility allows us to take those types of things into consideration. And then also, as Ben mentioned earlier, as each project is reviewed, the circulation plan and the streets that are proposed to be designed as part of that, we can review it from that perspective as well.
Yeah, one thing to kind of add, so as part of the fire protection plan, that one of the appendices for the environmental review includes a number of other kind of performance standards that they would need to implement. And then right now, the city, we are in the state review for an update to our safety element to comply with kind of updates in state law. And so a lot of the provisions in the wine country specific plan mirror what we will be proposing within the safety element as well, to make sure that there's adequate access on it. And then certainly as part of the plan design, all the roadways need to provide kind of two-way, at least two different exit points within those subdivisions too. And so making sure we're not creating a scenario where there's only one way in and one way out.
Thank you.
So on that note, is there any exception to lots to SB 9 as it relates to high fire danger zones or heavily seismic area?
There are exceptions in state law. I can tell you that some of my colleagues in the city attorney field have attempted to get creative. Some of them, you may look at and say, this is maybe a common sense issue. I think it would be extremely difficult to justify why converting a 1 acre lot into 2 half-acre lots would somehow threaten public safety to the extent that the city could deny it. So, like I said earlier, there are exceptions in the law to these. I don't see any of them as being practically viable.
And you came into this 4 years into it, but I think I remember asking the same questions of our prior law firm. I want to say Attorney Snow had indicated something similar.
I can tell you that I've reviewed all of the legal advice provided by your previous city attorney firm to ensure that we didn't have any inconsistencies going into this. And I can assure you that I haven't found any yet. And that includes related to the specific plan, related to environmental, related to, I heard alleged conflicts of interest earlier. Our advice has been consistent.
Okay. Any other questions, Councilmember?
Yeah, I got one more question.
Sir.
I'm going to give you guys a scenario. So if you build an ADU behind a house, okay, and that ADU, you get the final on the ADU, can someone come back and add 2,000 square feet to that ADU later?
Not as an ADU. So
Well, it's originally an ADU, so what do you call it?
So if they were to convert it, we would treat it as a second dwelling unit. They would have to meet those standards in place. So you couldn't necessarily make an ADU larger than the 1,200 square feet that's under the code. It would essentially be transitioning an ADU into a different single-family dwelling unit, and they would pay the development pad fees and stuff that would be associated with building a single-family house.
So would they have to pay the fees back on the ADU? Because don't you get a discount or you don't have to pay a certain amount of fees if you build an ADU?
Yes, that's correct. So,
if you were-
and as ADU that's less than 750 square feet would be exempt from diffs. But if they were to build something that puts them out of it, then they would be, when it's no longer ADU, they would pay the development pad fees for a single-family house at the total square footage.
Okay, and then back pay the diff. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Any other questions, sir?
The only thing I did want to just kind of quickly note, I know we covered a lot of the CEQA comments that were kind of raised through this exchange. I do want to just kind of highlight just kind of 3 last different components. One was conversation about the Engelmann oak tree. In the final EIR response to comment 03-1, it does identify that the dominant oak species within Wilson Creek is the scrub oak, and is not a coast live oak or not the Engelmann oak tree. And then the second part was SB, or the San Bernardino kangaroo rat. This was responded to in response to comment 03-3. Focus habitat assessment for the San Bernardino kangaroo rat was conducted over the entirety of the specific plan, including the phase 5, by an individual that has all the necessary permits under both state and federal law, and is an expert in the field with it. The city has done SB KRAT surveys throughout many different years and different projects. We have not found one through any of those efforts. And then there was a comment about the outdoor noise venue kind of standards. The EIR does include some noise mitigation measures that would be applicable to any such uses. And then the last one was about the CEQA component, physically divide a community. That specifically refers to a physical act that separates a community. It isn't necessarily a social commentary. It's like, hey, you're putting in a dam and the access road for one neighborhood to another one is now blocked because of this kind of thing. And so it isn't necessarily about a social element.
We used to do those with freeways a lot in this state.
Somebody did bring up tribal.
And then last one, as Joanne was mentioning, there was a comment about kind of tribal, that we did do notification and consultation with tribes under AB 52 and SB 18 for this project as well. And so any of their comments were incorporated into those respective discussions.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to the next point in this public hearing, I will close the public hearing. The time is 10:29 p.m. and we're going to move on to council discussion. Councilman Duncan.
Well,
Let's discuss it before we make a motion, because I want to see what you have to say and see if it says anything to the rest of us. So we'll hold off on motions for now.
Mr. Mayor, if I may too, as you're thinking about discussion, when you get to the point that you're ready to make a decision, Mr. Matlock does have prepared what he referred to as the errata sheet. And what he can do is go down we have the draft plan, but then we also have the recommendation, that the proposed changes that the Planning Commission recommended to the plan. And then we also have a number of items that, for example, were brought up during the community meetings and other conversations that you might want to consider as changes to the draft plan. So as those comments came in, instead of going through and changing the whole document every time, the planning department created this errata sheet, so you can go kind of item by item and decide, is that a change you want to make to the plan or not?
Sure, okay. So we'll just do discussion first, throw in your position on the matter, and then the next one would be a motion, and we'll consider the errata sheet as we get there.
so now,
Yes, sir.
so I'm the only one up here that was here when this started, when the North Bench's beloved Ray Casey had this idea, along with Craig Suvig and the Wine Alliance, to apply for the AVA, and then we agreed to give them $5,000 from our community grant funds to apply for that. I thought it was a good plan, a good idea from day one, only because I thought it would benefit the city overall. Never realized it would cause so much grief, and I certainly am sorry that it has. But I sat through about a year and a half of phase one with Denise Allen. We argued, we discussed it. It was very, very difficult. A lot of people had a lot of different opinions, and we finally agreed on phase one, what we wanted in the specific plan. And then I sat through about another year and a half with David Avila in phase two, and we did the same thing. We argued. We tried to figure out what would be best as far as what the city would benefit most from. And so when we came out of phase two, it was pretty much agreed that what we had come up with was a good plan. And I agreed that it was a good plan. I thought it was a great plan, actually, and it looks like what we've come up with as far as the specific plan is exactly what we talked about, is exactly what we decided to do. I don't like what the Planning Commission, I don't like the changes they made, because that wasn't part of the agreement that we had coming out of the phase two and what we had agreed as a group to do. So I think it's a good plan. I don't like some of the limitations that they put on it, but that's my thoughts. We spent a lot of time arguing about this, and I'm done arguing about it. It's just I thought it was a good plan, and I think it still is a good plan.
Councilman Thorpe.
Well, I've got a lot of mixed bag of thoughts on this. I want to thank the city and the staff for all the time and effort they put into this and this previous city councils, because this has been going on for quite a while, and it's taken a lot of hard work. But I don't think that we're where it needs to be yet, with that said. I would have to agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation in that if we're able to do it, is if you're going to have agriculture approved for this area up there, that we do it make it agricultural friendly, not just for vineyards, not just for grapes. Now, I have some heartburn about possibly having the wine tasting and that up in our residential community. I think maybe there could be a different model somehow. We can grow grapes there, and we can have our room tasting areas somewhere else, so we're not bringing traffic through the residential areas. I do have a concern with the DUIs and some of the things that have been brought up for one reason or another. I am also concerned that when we're talking about these CFDs, or whatever financial mechanism we use, if there is some sort of failure, that there would be any point in time that the city be responsible for anything. So if the city were to have to step in and take over for a certain portion of time while the CFD spools up and they collect funds, if there's any point where the city has to put money into it, even if we're going to get money back down the road, I have no interest in that. Because I don't think right now we need to put our neck on the line financially for anything. We need to fix our budget. And this obviously could take some time to come around. If you're looking at the agricultural portion of it, to go back to that, I think if you make it agricultural friendly so that it can be something besides just grapes, if something were to come in like a disease, a fungus, a bug, a pest of some kind, and let's say it wipes out the crop, and everything has to be reseeded, redone. You might have some people that can't go forward anymore. I don't want the city on the hook for that. If you were to make it agricultural friendly, there might be some ways that they could pivot. Maybe the grape thing, maybe somehow it's saturated, I don't know. And they can't do that anymore. If you go back to COVID, a lot of your whiskey distilleries, things of that nature, they weren't selling whiskey right now, right? Because you couldn't go anywhere. So what'd they do? They made Perel. They didn't have to do a lot of changes to their processes. They had some things in place they could pivot, and they still made money. I am all for creative ways of bringing revenue and funds into our city, but I also have a concern about preservation of life. So whether it's DUIs, whether it's evacuations for unforeseen disaster, flooding, fires, whatever it might be, I want to make sure that people are able to get out. Now, are you going to be able to what if that and take care of every single scenario? Probably not. But me being in law enforcement and the mayor as well, I know he's been on some of those calls of evacuations because he was an explorer when I was here in town as a deputy. So some of those same calls, we were on together. And it is chaotic. No matter how good the plans are in law enforcement and fire, you pivot, you do the best you can to get everybody out. There's always somebody that has a cow or a horse or a dog or a goat. They can't get out because there's not enough space. There's not enough vehicles. There's life that's being risked to go back and save a horse. And it may be very important to that family, but guess what? I'm more concerned about the human being. So I have concerns about the evacuation. I have concerns about the DUI aspect of it. There's probably a whole lot more I could say, but those are my top things right now.
I think it was a very valid point that was brought by the doctor who left about we wouldn't be considering putting a bar up there, and the wineries are there. Now, with that said, I recognize that that is a significant part of the plan. I don't think it's necessary to go into this area to still be a Yucaipa brand. I think there's plenty of space potentially for discussion out by the freeway, in our uptown. One of the Rileys, and I wish they were still here because the last Riley speaker was certainly passionate about the matter, and I think he missed when I had suggested earlier that potentially a developer can come through and want to put apple orchards on some of this agricultural land if we weren't so stringent on the type of use, and then benefit from this plan as well if we're not so focused on agriculture or viticulture instead of agriculture. But he mentioned resources for farmers, and I was speaking to my grandfather, who's been in the city for a long time, and he mentioned old farm, I think he said farmers co-op, but something that was in the uptown where people could grow their produce, farm their animals and their eggs, and then bring it into the town for people to benefit from it. And I think there's from my limited knowledge of the matter, I think that there's a venue for people to be able to, Suvig's already established such a great business right there on California Street, and we have the wine merchant, and I think that there's a way that we can find a way to vocalize wineries and tasting rooms in our uptown, potentially the freeway corridor area away from long-established residences. I would feel much more comfortable. As this plan is written, I don't like the idea of putting commercial next to residential. To that point, we've had several citizens in our community reach out to us to have the general plan the zoning amended to allow for the expansion of commercial property in what used to be areas that were zoned both commercial residential now is exclusively residential, and I've learned the phrase is legal non-conforming. We say, no, we can't let you expand your trailer storage business because this is residential, and while you're pre-existing, we're not gonna allow it to happen, and yet we're considering a plan that puts commercial right next door to residential, and I don't know how I feel about that. Actually, I know how I feel about it. I don't like it. I like Yucaipa that like 89% of all of our commercial is on Yucaipa Boulevard. That's where we bring everybody into to do their shopping, to do their business. I think there's a plan here to preserve the North Bench. Make no mistake, private property on the North Bench is not preserving the North Bench. That's turning it all exclusively into private property. That's why I asked the very pointed question that I asked of our planning manager, our planning director. Wall-to-wall houses and private property doesn't benefit anybody but the people who are gonna live there and buy there. It doesn't benefit the rest of the community, and if there's a way that we can, number one, establish some open trail or some trails and open spaces, not talking about agriculture, but true trails and open spaces and preserved land, and fight back the onslaught of laws coming out of Sacramento. I understand his comments, our city attorney's comments were worst case scenario. And I heard gasps and disbelief in the audience and had people shaking their head. If that is just worst case scenario, that is still a gamble that I don't feel comfortable making. I'll gamble in Vegas, but I'm not gambling here. And if there's even a possibility that 1,091 acres can turn into 6,000 homes, but we can stop it by doing something now to make it so we only have the 1,091 homes, it seems like a good bet for our city. If I had my way, we wouldn't be discussing this right now because all that land would be locked and preserved anyways. But 30 years ago, the fathers of the city decided we're going to zone every square inch of this town as residential, and then the state locked us into it, so here we are. So as submitted, I don't approve the plan on face value, but I think we're close. I just don't like the idea of commercial button up against residential. I don't like the idea of wineries and tasting rooms, let's call it what it is, bars next to residentials. I support the wine country specific plan. I support the viticulture, agriculture. I support establishing a wine country in Yucaipa and having Yucaipa grapes grown, producing Yucaipa wine, Yucaipa apples grown, producing Yucaipa hard cider. I support that. It's not in a residential area. I think we've done a great job over the last 10, 15 years of revitalizing our uptown as a focal point for gathering and festivities and fun, and it seems altogether like we're undermining our own investment by doing something on the North Bench when we've been trying like hell to make this place be successful, and we can do that with this wine country specific plan if we just tweak it a little bit. So I look forward to the next part where we can take a look at the rata sheets and see if we can move forward some way. Sir, discussion?
Well, I read all this and all that and went and got city council meetings and AVA meetings since 2019. And I was in the bedroom flicking the light switch on and stabbing myself with a pin for 10 minutes because it was a lot of reading, and it was a lot of stuff. August 12th, 2019, city council minutes approved $250,000, I think, to the AVA, and it was approved 5-0. September 12th, the AVA had a field trip. So as far as not being transparent, I didn't know about it, and I lived here too. I didn't dig into anything like that. Nobody came up and told me anything about it and stuff, and I don't live in that area. But there were some key people that were in that area, that lived in that area, that were a part of this. So I'm sure with all the talking and everything like that, people knew about it. November 25th, they appointed some people to the AVA and the Trails and Open Spaces, and they were key people in the city, I seen. January 13th was approval of Duncan and Allen on the AVA, The AVA minutes on May 19th were great. Everybody spoke highly of the project, every one of them. On June 19th, I like the idea of a shuttle. I really do. I like the idea of a shuttle maybe coming from somewhere in the city on Yucaipa Boulevard, maybe going to the wineries for tasting and stuff to keep the traffic and stuff away from that. I like that idea. July, the AVA meeting sounded like they were reaching out. When was that? 2020 in July. AVA's meeting sounds like they were reaching out to the North Bench. I don't know what happened there. I mean, if they reached out to the North Bench. Excuse me, I don't interrupt you. Do you hear me? I don't interrupt you. Okay? August 25th, there's 70% agreed on the alternative 2 on your guys' plan was for clustered housing. So, City Council on January 25th, sounds like clustered housing was the way to go. I mean, we had a lot of people on the City Council that approved it. I think it was a 5-0 on that one. April 21st, 2020. That seemed like it was a great meeting about the AVA and the wine country specific. March 28th, 2022, I think the city gave PlaceWorks $457,534 to do a study on it, right? Am I not right? Okay. And then Dudek, they gave $391,519. What was that study for?
For the biological resource survey, which was pretty labor intensive, and then the fire plan as well.
So close to $1 million we've spent on this, right? On everything. The PlaceWorks.
Yes, that is correct. Some of it was grant funded, but a lot of it is the city with the fair share costs agreement that would be in place.
And that was on June 13, 2022. The landowners paying partial of this, right? So my question is, I know that there's a lot of people that don't want the wineries in residential areas and stuff, but when we have our Five Winds concerts, the traffic goes through where? Residential, is it?
Yeah, it goes through Oakland Road, yes.
Okay, and there's alcohol and beer and partying and things like that go on?
Yeah, Five Winds Ranch does have vendors and activities, yes.
All right. And then the White Pack, when we have our things here at the White Pack, or if we have Autumn Fest or anything like that and stuff, we have wineries on California now. There's homes. How close to that?
The Uptown District is a mixed-use district, so it does allow residential and commercial. And so as you are along Yucaipa Boulevard, for example, we do have residential projects, including the senior housing project on the boulevard, as well as residential properties kind of as you get to like Adams and Avenue A and all that stuff as well.
And if you guys all know me, you know my cousin is, my Aunt Julie has a Down syndrome, a little young lady, and I coach her in basketball and soccer and stuff, and she lives right next to here. She lives on Acacia right there. And when they have the concerts here,
Music and Arts Festival.
Music and Arts Festival and everything like that and stuff, they park all up and down her street, and that's all residential right there. And then they park up and down California, and then they park on First, and then I believe there's residential everywhere around here. Am I not right?
That is correct.
Okay. And Mr. Walker, how many DUIs do you usually get from those, like the country music and art, or the music and arts festival and stuff? Right. I mean, is it a nuisance? Is it bad? Correct. Okay. And then when we have our 5 wins, you guys have heavily presence there, right? Okay, so if we have a wine country up there, can I assume that you're going to have pretty good heavy presence up there on making sure that our city's safe, because you guys live here too, right?
Let's go ahead and give the captain the mic so that we can use it for the recorded record.
I'm sorry. Yes, as part of our assessment of the plan, part of our recommendation was the addition of extra patrol personnel to account for the wine country specific plan.
Okay, and right now, you have a plan right now for the DUIs and stuff. You have something going on, like you said, I think in the council meeting on Monday, right? You said that what was it?
Yes, we use grant funding through the Office of Traffic Safety to do additional DUI saturation patrols,
Correct.
Things like that, as well as just our normal patrol deputies, out and about doing proactive enforcement, looking for DUI related stuff.
Correct. And so it'll probably be a little bit tougher on you if we have something like that on there, but I know that you would probably, knowing you would probably extra reinforce everybody, to make sure that nothing like that happens, right? It's, as far as the DUIs, I know it will, but you minimize it to the best of your ability.
Yes, we're certainly always trying to stop that, DUI drivers, especially in the evening hours and anytime our deputies are out there. Part of our traffic enforcement goals is to look for DUI drivers, look for speeding, anything like that as part of our proactive enforcement.
All right. So that's my thing is I love the North Bench. I've been here since 1986. You guys heard my stories and everything, and I'd like to keep it the way it is and stuff. And for them to have 1,000 acres and 1,000 homes only on that, and not be able to build anymore, I like that. I like that idea to where they can't. We position the homes that it make it not impossible, but next to impossible to do an ADU. So it limits the people that you have up there. So, there's a lot of pros and cons to this. I like a lot of the Planning Commission's modification. I do not want this to cost any of the homeowners not a penny out of their pocket for anything that doesn't flourish up there. Or I don't want any of that to cost the city any kind of money as well. But to you guys' residents, and having wines up there, we have residents all over California, all over our uptown, and we have fabulous officers that try to do their best to keep everybody safe and everything like that. I don't think that we've seen any major things happen when we've had Autumn Fest here, and there's a lot of drunk people and a lot of things happening around here and stuff. They're driving right straight through our cities. They're driving past my little cousin that has Down syndrome, and the officers are doing their best to do everything they can. So I like the idea, and that's all I have.
Councilman Garner.
I also like this project. I want to save as much land as we can up there on the North Bench, and I think this is the way to do it. But there are some tweaks that I'd like to do. I'd like to have a possible curfew. That's one. The size of the houses, I'd like to move from 2,200 feet to 2,500 feet. The lot sizes, what I'd like to do, if it's possible, is to build the 1-story on the bigger lots, the 2-story on the smaller lots. That way it takes more room, and it'd be harder to possibly build multiple ADUs. And my last thing I'd like to change would be no mobile homes, no mixture of homes, mobile homes, and modular homes up there. If these are going to be $1 million homes, it'd be pretty sad to put a mobile home right next door to someone's home that they're building. So that's it.
You want to put the errata sheet on the
Yeah,
screen?
I can do that, and I made a note on Councilmember Gardner's comments. One thing I did want to kind of add as well, just for kind of wine tasting venues, they are limited by state law on what their pours are, so they do 1-ounce pours, no more than kind of 6, and so it's a total of 6 ounces at a particular winery as well. All right, so I have kind of the errata sheet. The first 3 is items that had come about from the city as well as some planning commission recommendations. The first 2 are really just adding additional details from the draft public hearing, or the public hearing draft document dated in November, which is adding the second survey kind of results and kind of a highlight, and then also adding some additional language on the town hall meetings that were held. The full language is listed in the errata sheet, but this kind of summarizes some of the outreach efforts that were taken to date after that. And then number 3 is kind of a little bit additional information about the cluster streets, enhanced landscaping, and really establishing kind of Jefferson as the primary access for our winery traffic.
So on this, would we vote, or motion to vote on each one of these to see if we're going to change the plan, the preliminary plan, or how would we proceed with each?
It's your meeting, Mayor. You can go through these one at a time, take a series of votes, or you can ask for a motion. The items are identified by item number, so you could keep track of the ones that you support, the ones you don't, and you could make a motion to include items 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, however you wanted to do it.
Or maybe
May get a bit confusing.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may suggest, I think that might get a little confusing. Just a recommendation, it might be more conducive to just getting through this in a smoother fashion. If the council wants to consider each one, one by one, you can either take an kind of informal poll of the council or a vote on each one, and then staff can make a list of which way the council went on each one, and we can include the appropriate items in the final motion language.
And I'd say most of these are probably not controversial, but some of them obviously might be.
So for item number 3, because I think we're already past the first items 1 and 2, but for item number 3, does anybody object to that being included in this plan? Any member of the council, that is? No? All right.
I'm still reading it.
No.
All right.
Well, one moment there, Ben. No
Where
objections?
did these modifications come from?
The source is identified on the right side of the chart. So number 1, number 2 came from city staff. Number 3 came from the Public Planning Commission meeting.
All right, number 3 has no objections. Item number 3. Item number 4, sir.
Okay, item number 4 is some additional language regarding some of the bicycle routes, having a little bit more delineation between the riding lanes, and then also providing additional language for key corridors to include at least Class 2 bike lanes, and then also provide opportunities for Class 1 bike lanes, which are kind of separated by travel lanes throughout the plan area, so then that way riders are not necessarily in in the public roadway, but kind of in their own shared space instead. And then number 5 is kind of adds a little bit to that as well, where it gives discretion for the city engineer on kind of the roadway alignments, as Fermin had talked about earlier, having some of that discretion for the lane widths and everything like that for kind of emergency access is making sure that that is in place and pretty clear cut in the plan.
Mayor, I would only say on number 4, I believe the word should probably could be deleted. Bicycle routes along Oakland Road shall include. I don't think you need should there because it also is inconsistent with the shall that follows. I just wanted to draw attention to the use of the word shall throughout number 4. That means it's mandatory, as opposed in number 5, where it's at the discretion of staff.
All right. Any objection to item number 4 with the amendment of the word shall to should in the first sentence? No? Okay.
No.
No objection on 4. 5, any objection to 5? Hearing none. Okay. Item number 6, Ben.
Okay, number 6 is an additional note where winery proposes any of the commercial activities, a lot merger is required to maintain that minimum lot size. So let's say hypothetically a operator, when the subdivision goes through, they may split apart some of the lots to figure out how they want to sell it. But if someone shows up and does a boutique winery, then those lots that create that 10 acres can't be subdivided. They have to be made sure that it's one whole lot. So any winery business has to be on the lot size that they need.
Any objection to 6? I object to wineries on the north bench.
I agree. Me as well.
3-2. Item number 7.
Okay, number 7 is just an additional note that the permitted uses do require site plan review for all the new structures subject to this. So there's a number of kind of different components that are just kind of permitted uses as part of the framework, and it just verifies that there's still a review process that's needed first before they can build it.
Any objections to 7? No objections. Number 8.
Okay, 8 is kind of the modified standard for event facilities, establishing the largest component with 150 guests that requires at least 20 acres, and then also is adding some additional notes related to the noise mitigation requirements that's listed in the EIR.
Any objections to item number 8? I object to event facilities on the north bench.
Agreed.
No objections, so 3-2. Number 9.
All right, this is kind of more of a kind of perfunctory element in the page 6-8. It includes within the phasing kind of the limit of the different winery types. And so based on the Plan Commission recommendation later, the modification from 26 to 12 or whatever that number, we'll just need to make sure that that gets updated accordingly as well, so it's clear cut. And so this probably doesn't need to be updated except for whatever the final motion is if there is a cap from the 26.
One second, Ben. Okay. All right, any objections to item number 9?
I do.
3-2. Number 10.
Okay, number 10 is a lot of the discussion is the establishment of, let's say, a dormant CFT or bond for kind of vineyard support if something fails. This was something that kind of came about through the public outreach efforts. This wasn't necessarily part of the original wine country plan that had been gone through the committee. And then the Plan Commission recommendation was, rather than relying on dormant CFD, was perhaps a bond would be a more suitable kind of thing to limit the exposure. So City Council can omit this, prefer one or the other, or kind of allow that flexibility or remove it entirely.
All right, objections to 10? I don't like the idea of a CFD that would fall on the burden of any residents. I support a bond or any variation thereof, but I don't support any type of fee or tax that can be imposed on the residents for a commercial failure.
Or the city, right?
Or the city, more importantly, or the city.
I would agree with that. So I oppose 10 as well.
I would say,
So Mayor,
sir,
one of the things that we discussed was potentially having the CFD only be applicable to non-commercial viticultural areas, as well as trails, open space, and recreational.
you're talking about just the easements versus the decorative easements
So,
versus the.
Imagine for a second, if you look at the map, there are parcels where a portion of the parcel has housing and a portion of the parcel allows for viticultural activity. That may be non-commercial, it may just be planting of vines. So that would not have those residents bailing out a failed business, sort of as you put it, but it would essentially be having them maintaining the mandatory landscaping that's been required.
Like the LLMD.
And then for the commercial enterprises, you could impose a annual bond requirement. And I think that would likely be in an amount necessary probably to remove the vines if they fail. Because it sounds like you're not interested in the city maintaining a defunct vineyard.
I'd rather go back to just how unadulterated land than maintaining a vineyard. I can live with that. I don't want to see the commercial agriculture be subsidized by the residents in the area, but I do. It's similar to the Mountain Gate LLMD. We have, I think Chapman Heights is the HOA that supports all the landscaping there. And I think so we've passed Serrano Estate, and I think it's called Pepper Tree Lane, I believe, on the south side of town.
And they very well may have an HOA if that's what's proposed by the developer. It isn't a requirement that we're recommending be imposed at this time.
Okay.
I could read into the record the proposed language if you'd like. It would take me about 30 seconds.
For item number 10?
Yes.
If you could please modify that, we'll go to item number 11, we'll come back to 10.
Okay.
All right. So we'll defer 10 for a moment. Item number 11, Ben?
Item number 11 is the provisions for the public safety CFD to offset police and fire costs. This is kind of a carryover of the of the environmental impact report kind of analysis, and it's formalizing that. The EIR itself is more focused on the fire department element, just because of how the staffing levels at the 3 different fire stations are operating. Is we want to try to give some flexibility, but the CFD would be a little bit more broad-based for all those services. And then, as noted earlier, through the engineer's report, the different types of uses, so the residential component and then the commercial side, would have kind of different rates because their draws are going to be different depending on what they're doing.
Any objections to item number 11? 5-0. Mr. City Attorney, you ready? You want to go to number 12 for a moment?
Give me one more.
Item number 12, Ben.
Item number 12 is a little bit more additional information about kind of the roadway design, and then also some consideration to areas where roadways may be abutting county areas. So one of the town halls, someone mentioned Norton Avenue. Norton is kind of the split between the county area and the city area. So if the developer built out Norton on their side, the county side will probably never happen. And so it's encouraging more of the street design to, hey, let's try not to have this weird disparate thing and give a little bit more discretion on a more creative solution for those areas.
It's kind of like what the problem down there on like 16th that we share with Redlands down, is it 16th or 18th?
Yeah.
That we had that recurring problem with people complaining about Redlands being maintained and Yucaipa is not, or vice versa. All right, any objections to item number 12? 5-0. We'll go to number 13.
Okay, number 13 is the provision we're establishing any kind of caretaker unit will be counted against the maximum residential capacity. So someone can't build all the houses that they're allowed to and then do wineries that also have additional housing. It's the numbers, the cap, and you can't exceed it.
Okay, any objections to item number 13? This is for the vines, like here you're talking about like somebody to maintain or like be there for the agricultural component, or is this more for the commercial wineries caretaking?
Kind of the commercial winery caretaker. So you may have to have a larger thing where they have the on-site residents for that, and then they're overseeing everything, and so they don't get to double dip into the residential count.
Any objections to item number 13? I object to wineries on the North Bench, so I don't object to any additional caretaker units anywhere in the anywhere in the wine country specific plan being counted towards the maximum permanent residential units for the original site. But if it's specific to commercial wineries intermixed with residential, I would object. Any others? 3, 2, 2. Sorry, my math is getting funny. All right.
All right.
Mr. City Attorney, let's go back to you for a moment.
All right,
Item number 10.
I'm ready. So the first one would be prior to approval and I'll send these to staff. They don't have to type. Prior to approval of recording of any final map, a community facilities district shall be approved and implemented for the purpose of financing the maintenance and operation of the designated land for open space, trails, recreational and non-commercial, viticultural, agricultural purposes within the specific plan area. I put viticultural/agricultural because I don't know how you're going to end up on the crops question. The CFD shall include at a minimum a default assessment mechanism that will be triggered if the city of Yucaipa is required to maintain or operate designated land for the designated purposes. The CFD and its related assessments must be structured and implemented in accordance with applicable state and local laws, and the owner must cooperate fully with the city in the formation or annexation into the CFD. So that's the non-commercial section. The next paragraph would be prior to approval of recording any final map, site plan, or architectural review for any property engaging in commercial, viticultural, or agricultural activity, security in a form approved by the city council shall be provided, including a bond and/or cash security in amount sufficient to remove any planted crops from the property. This would probably look very similar to a subdivision improvement agreement in form, which is something that you would ordinarily approve on consent. But I can take city council out of there. I could put city engineer and city attorney, which sometimes is used, but it's up to you.
City engineer. It's going to be it'd be the city public works maintaining that?
It's going to be a pretty standard agreement, which establishes the security for the, again, we're just talking about removal of crops here.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah. Yes, okay.
So, I mean, technically, I guess it could be the fire department's responsibility if they considered them weeds and rubbish.
Y'all don't work hard
I
enough,
wasn't
right?
volunteering anybody.
You guys got plenty of firefighters. Cal Fire's like the biggest fire department in the country.
Mark it for training.
Chief, why are you shaking your head? Oh, you Cal Fire. All right.
So I believe the bond would probably be in a relatively reasonable amount.
Is there a contractor that we would contract with for that?
It would be a contract,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. All right. Is there any objection to the modification to item number 10 as presented by our city attorney?
No.
5-0. Ben.
All right.
14?
Yeah, so number 14 is the removal of the micro winery classification. This is the 2.5 acre one where it really is just the production, and then a small tasting room would be the only thing allowed.
Any objections to item number 14? No objections. Item number 15.
Number 15 is the limit of the total number of wineries to a total of 12.
All right, is there what's the lowest you guys would even consider going on this council for wineries on the North Bench?
I don't want a winery.
Nor do I, but if I'm trying to fight a fight to limit. All right, we'll start with number 1. Is there any objections to one winery in the North Bench?
I've got an alternative I see where the comments of the council are. I see the concerns of you and Councilmember Thorpe. You know, something that you could consider, it seems like you're primarily concerned about the tasting room use. That tasting room use is currently permitted in the zones. If there was a desire to change that to a conditionally permitted use at any size, that would require a public hearing for each specific business that wanted to come in. And then, first off, that would allow you to actually analyze that business. It would allow you to set conditions of approval, such as operating hours, that may be a concern. And would also allow you, in theory, because you're discretionally approving these, to get to the point where you're like, that's enough. We have enough in the city. So just an opportunity, if try to build consensus, that may be a way to address some of the public safety concerns and the operational concerns that you and Councilmember Thorpe have discussed.
So as of right now, if this was to pass, 15, and then the wine country plan was to pass, would it be almost ministerial at that point, where 15 or 12 wineries would be able to?
It's a permitted use, so there's still site plan and architectural review. So we'll get to talk about what the winery looks like.
But it wouldn't come for us for approval on, yes, you can.
But we, you know, and where the buildings are, and maybe there's a little bit more to that. I don't want to steal the planning's thunder. But when you're talking about operational conditions, like operating hours, those are typically more appropriately addressed through a conditional use process.
So it would kind of follow the way it's written would be our land use compliance review. So we would still have standard conditions that we would apply and work with all the departments, but certainly to the city attorney's comment, the CUP requirement then would elevate that standard of review to the Planning Commission for all those requests.
And more to the point, if we had a tasting room that was operating in a way that was a nuisance, it's much easier to shut them down because we could revoke their CUP.
Okay. Okay.
So are we going through these one by one to decide we're going to add this to the vote if we have a vote?
Yes.
Now, have we already concluded that the planning commission?
Some have already, this, I think.
I understand that, but are we going to adopt this as well, along with what we have here? Is that the game plan?
I think there's one and the same, Councilman Duncan. I remember 12, I remember 15 on here as well.
Well, I know, but there's other things on here though, right?
And I believe they're.
Striping the roads wasn't part of the
Planning
commission's
Correct.
decision.
Correct. So yes, there's more to the errata sheets than just what the planning commission suggested. Listen, I think I made it clear where I stand. With that being said, I don't want to kill this project because I think there's benefits to the community, specifically maintaining some semblance of local control from our state capital. So if we were to initiate it would be a conditional use permit application for each winery and tasting room that would come forward?
Right, so, and Ben, feel free to step in, but I think table 4.2, tasting facilities, the amendment would be to change permitted on each of those to a conditional use permit would be required.
That is correct.
At the risk of kicking this can down the road to be decided later, because I don't want to see the wine country specific plan, all the benefits to include the housing and any type of development impact that benefits the community, to include the North Bench. I can live with a conditional use application on each project that wants to come forward to submit to be a tasting room, to be considered by the Planning Commission and the Planning Commission and the council. Yes.
So it would, if we just put CUP in the chart, it would default to the Planning Commission. It would only come up on appeal. But you would not be the first city that said, you know what, for conditional use permits for this alcohol use, we want an advisory opinion from the Planning Commission, and we want to make the final decision on every single one. Now, that adds time. It adds a little bit of expense. But it would allow the council to ensure that every single alcohol use that went up there, you had a full public hearing on it.
Okay. Yes. Any objections to, do you want to rewrite that and then we'll come back to that?
Very, very simple. It would be 4.2, tasting facilities for micro artisan winery, and boutique winery. For tasting facilities, it would change to CUP from permitted, and then we would add a new footnote 6, which would say that the advisory authority is the Planning Commission and the approval authority is the City Council for these conditional use permits.
For how many?
Until the council decides there's too many.
Until you decide that you're done or the market decides it's done.
As additional note, the 26, if we left it kind of as is, would still be the cap anyways, since that's what was assessed. One thing I do want to note, just based on kind of the comment, is whether or not we would retain the micro winery classification with the CUP or still strike that from the plan as well.
Yeah, I think I wanted to bring that up too. Based on Councilman Duncan's comments, I just wanted to make sure the council was clear on number 14, if we could go back there for a minute, that if you approve item 14, that is eliminating the 2.5 acre option.
Right.
Okay. So I wanted to make sure that that's what the council wanted to
Councilman
do.
Duncan, I heard
That's
no.
not what I want. I haven't agreed to any of this. I've been sitting here listening to my colleague agree to it, and I haven't agreed to anything.
So, Councilmember Duncan, the mayor had been going through and asking for objections. I think he had taken your silence as concurrence with each of those changes.
Are you assuming the fact that I'm not responding, that I'm agreeing?
I heard no objections. Yes, sir.
Well, I haven't agreed to any of that yet.
Okay.
Back to number one.
Back to number one.
All right.
And maybe we can get.
Are we gonna vote tonight on this issue, or?
Well, the issue that we're voting on ultimately is going to include these items that we're deciding now, whether or not the final wine country specific plan includes any of these. So we're voting as a council whether or not we want to remove a micro winery classification from the wine country specific plan.
I don't want to remove that.
Okay.
I never did. I voted, we haggled over that for 3 years. So no, I don't want to remove that.
Let's go back to number 3. So, for the collector streets within the plan, signage is required to help direct visitors to Oakland Road. Enhanced landscaping, including larger 36-inch box trees and related street details, shall be used along Jefferson Road to demarcate the primary access for winery traffic. That was recommended by the city and the Planning Commission. Yes. Is there any member of this council that objects to that language being submitted to a final vote later this evening for the wine country specific plan?
Is that something that would be decided by Public Works if it was a safety issue? Or is that something that needs to be part of this wine country specific plan?
So this is adding the specificity into the plan, setting that standard in place. Some of the other ones that we'll go into a little bit later does give some discretion to the city engineer based on kind of the mitigation needs of that particular project, but yes.
Okay.
But this would establish the standard at least for Jefferson Road and the signage.
Garner, do you object to that?
No.
No. Venable, do you object to that? I do not object to that. Thorpe, do you object to that? No. Duncan, do you object to that?
I don't.
Say again? You do not object?
I do not object.
Okay. No objections on number 3. Number 4. Bicycle route along Oakland Road should include delineated color lanes that better identify the space provided for riders. Other key corridors of the wine country specific plan should include class 2 lanes where on-street parking is not necessary. Buffers in between winery uses and residential areas shall include class 1 lanes that provide connection from north to south and east to west in the plan area. Is there any member, that came from public comment? Or was it at the public meetings, sir, just to clarify? At the town halls that we did?
Yeah, that was some of the feedback received through the town halls as well as individual residents that reached out to staff.
All right. Garner, any objection?
No.
Venable? I said no. Thorpe?
No.
Duncan?
So did we get the public's input on Bryant Street from Yucaipa Boulevard down when we added the bicycle lanes there? Does that need to be part of this?
So the bicycle lanes along Bryant Street to the boulevard are already.
No, but did we get public input on that before we put those in? Or was that a public safety issue?
That was, I think, kind of combination of
The bicycle lanes are already included in the general plan, so we did not get the public's input on that.
Okay, I don't disagree with that.
Okay. No objections. 5-0. Number 5, buffers in between winery uses and residential areas shall include multi-purpose trails and bicycle access to provide connection from north to south, east to west in the plan area. Discretion is provided to the city engineer on the ultimate alignment, provide the trails are developed to provide connection within each project. In addition, a formal trail shall be established within the open space district to consolidate existing pathways into a single dedicated trail for the community. Garner, is the objection?
Nope.
Venable?
No.
I say no. Thorpe?
No.
Duncan?
No, I don't disagree with that.
Say again?
No, I do not disagree.
Don't disagree. No objections. 6, where a winery proposes activities associated with a specific classification, a lot merger will be required to maintain the minimum lot size. Garner?
No.
No, I say I object to it. I don't want wineries on the north bench.
Object.
2, Duncan?
I'm not sure I understand that.
So this would be the case, let's say a parcel map is done to create some of the vineyard spaces. They may not have the operator known yet what they want. And so the lots may be where someone comes in and does, buys 3 of the individual winery parcels and then does a type of winery. And so in order to qualify for that, they would have to formally merge those lots. So then that way they couldn't sell off part of it and then result in a substandard winery size.
Is that assuming we're going to scrap the 2.5 acre micro wineries? Or that wouldn't apply here, would it, the 2.5 acres?
No, not necessarily. It'd be someone like if they do the boutique winery, for example, and they're supposed to have at least 10 acres, they couldn't have 2.5 acres and 1.5, and then later sell it off separately. It's like, no, you have to have the 10 acres in order to qualify. And if there's any kind of discrepancies within it, they'll merge the lots to make sure that they maintain that size.
Okay, I agree with that.
All right, 3-2. Item number 7, modified permitted uses to include site plan review for new structures to verify consistency with wine country specific plan standards. Garner?
No, I'm good.
No objection. Venable? No objection. I say no objection. Thorpe?
No objection.
No objection. Duncan?
And that's something the city came up with?
Yes.
Okay, I agree with that.
No objections, 5-0. Number 8, modified standards for event facilities with largest 150 guests require 20-plus acres. Additional notes added for noise mitigation and building orientation. This was Public and Planning Commission. Garner?
Nope.
Venable? Nope. I say yes. Object. So 2 objections. Duncan?
And so the concept there is you've got to have 20-plus acres to have 150 guests.
That is correct.
Was that part of our original plan when we put together the wine country specific plan?
So originally, the plan had the scale go to 150 for the 10-acre minimum, and so the recommendation, both from kind of the public and then the Planning Commission, was that that scale be a little bit wider. So you had to have a little bit more land in order to have some of that event space than what was currently shown in the draft.
Okay, I agree with that.
3-2. Number 9, update phasing table based on number of wineries to be allowed. This was Planning Commission. Garner?
Nope.
Venable? Thorpe?
What does that mean exactly?
So based on the discussion, as we get to number 15, if we can establish the limit number, then number 9 has to get updated on that. So if we go from something less than 26, then that table needs to be updated so it's clear.
Say that again? I'm sorry.
So this table itself just talks about, in the phasing table, identifies that it assumes 26 different wineries. And so whatever changes we do under number 15, we'll just have to update this. So it really isn't necessarily a discretionary component other than once you deal with number 15.
I don't agree with that. I don't think we should limit this to 12 wineries. But I also don't believe we should scrap the 2.5 acre wineries.
So we're going to get to that one here in a little bit. As of right now, we have three councilmen objecting to it. So I think though that if the changes go through based on what we previously talked about for number 15 to be conditional use, wouldn't that change anyways, if on a case-by-case basis?
Mayor, I think maybe we could have taken this one up a little bit later in the list. And if, like you said, if the discussion goes on number 15, like it appears it will likely go, I don't think we need to have this vote approved at all.
All right. We'll come back to 9 should we need to then. Number 10, provisions for vineyard support during ownership and operator transition, dormant CFD or bond, but that was amended. Did you hear what the city attorney read earlier, Councilman
Yes.
Duncan? Okay, do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay. Do you object, Garner?
No.
Venable? No. No objections to number 10. 11, public safety CFD to be formed to offset police and fire costs, and according to what Ben says, it's going to be different for commercial versus residential. Should we find it there because of the draw and need for the services? Garner? No objections. Venable? No objections. I object. I don't object. I do not object. Thorpe?
I don't object.
No objection. Duncan?
I do object, but it's not going to matter, so.
4 to 1. Additional information for natural rustic roadway elements and additional consideration to areas abutting county areas such as Norton. This was number 12. This was city and public suggestion. City and public suggestion. Garner.
No.
Venable. No. No.
No.
No objections. 5-0. 13, a residential use such as a caretaker unit requires land use compliance review and shall be counted towards the maximum permitted residential units for the original site. This was public. Any objections? Garner?
No.
Venable, no. Thorpe? No. Duncan?
I object to that one, but it's not going to matter.
3 to 2. I don't want wineries on the North Bench. Removal of micro winery classification. Removal of micro winery for classification. This was Planning Commission recommendation. Garner, objection?
No.
Venable? I do not object. Duncan?
I object to that one.
4 to 1. 15. Limit to 12 wineries. This is what we were going to change to be the conditional use application on a case-by-case basis. The cap would then be determined by the council. With that being said, okay, we're not going to find consensus there. Is there any objection to modifying the language to include a conditional use application for every tasting room to come before the Planning Commission as the advisory body and the council as the deciding body for applications for wineries and tasting rooms in North Bench?
And so that would be amending table 4.2 and table 6.1.
Say that one more time, sir.
Table 4.2 and table 6.1.
Any objection?
No.
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 No objections, 5-0. 16, back to you, Ben.
All right. This was not necessarily changed for the specific plan, but this was just more of a note from the Planning Commission that kind of as development occurs, just kind of flight in that the city should complete a traffic signal warrant for Bryant Street and Ivy Street to see if a traffic signal would be needed there. So there's no changes for the plan, just more whether or not council wants to flag that for staff that as having this on the radar into the future.
My recommendation would be if this wine country specific plan is passed, that would be the trigger for the warrant.
If it's passed,
If it's
to do the
approved.
warrant now, or
Yes.
okay.
Because if it's sufficient if it's needed now, it will be needed then, yes? Right? And then if it's not needed now, we'll at least have the numbers to how long are those warrant analysis good for? Before we have to do another one.
We could do one every year if we need to.
How much does a warrant analysis cost?
The last one we did cost
That was for Wildwood Canyon Road?
$4,000.
4,000? I think Bryant Street is a dangerous road at the moment. It's been suggested by members of the public comment today that Bryant Street is a drag strip. I think if this gets approved tonight, I would like to see the warrant analysis be conducted for Bryant and Ivy for a traffic signal or traffic calming measures, certainly. And we can revisit it on a year-by-year basis as development increases, if that makes sense. Not every year, but as
as
for the wording,
development-
as development occurs.
As a potential solution, given that the wine country specific plan includes kind of the council evaluation of the implementation every 5 years, is we could have that be part of the discussion every 5 years with that.
I'm fine with that. Okay, any objection to item number 16 with the language, including the trigger for the traffic signal warrant be conducted if the wine country specific plan is passed tonight?
No.
No, 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 no. Nothing? Agree. No objections. 5-0. 17.
So this was where kind of the discussion, both 17 and 18, is a little bit more flexibility. So rather than kind of the wine-related stuff, but also allowing for other crop production to also qualify, and then also identifying that other crop production and processing are considered as part of the allowed activities of the winery.
Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Barry mentioned cannabis. Can we specifically exclude cannabis now, so we don't have to have this come up later?
So my understanding is that cannabis is already prohibited elsewhere in the code, but yes, doesn't hurt to toss it in there.
Okay. I would like to see that included in the language, that no commercial cannabis.
Agreed.
You understand that it kind of looks like agriculture, kind of resembles it a little bit because it's growing and stuff, but I'm not sure we're ready to cross that bridge in the city. Unless you can turn it into wine. I don't think you can. It's a tea, right?
They do.
I don't, okay, listen. This is not that kind of class. All right. Any objections to 17 with the inclusion of cannabis?
No.
No? No? No?
Maybe we should change the name to Yucaipa Valley Agriculture Specific Area instead of Wine Country.
Yeah?
That was a joke.
It's like the improv up here tonight. This is great. All right. That was 17 and 18 too, yes?
Yes, yeah, it would be
Okay.
apply both. Probably what it would be is under the definitions or kind of there, I would add the note that cannabis is prohibited.
All right, 5-0. We did it. We went through the entire rata sheet.
Okay. And then I did want to come back as an additional component for the city attorney. He identified table -3, adding the CFD component for open space areas. I know some of the motion that he provided under number 10 covers a lot of that, but it would just be updating that table to also reflect that if the council's okay with it.
Any objections from staff on that? That was accurate, right? I agree with what he said. Okay.
Hey, Mayor?
Sir.
Well, the last suggestion would simply be to authorize staff between tonight and the second reading, assuming it is approved, to make any other changes necessary to be consistent with the direction you've given. So just for example, there's references to micro wineries elsewhere in the plan. Since you have elected to eliminate that use, we'd want to go through and strike all those references. There may be other things like that, so just authorize us to make changes.
You need a vote for that or just a consensus?
I think you could just do your objection plan again, and that would just be part of the motion.
There it is. All right. Okay. You need a vote as well?
I'd recommend seeing if anyone objects to that.
Oh, sorry. Does anybody object to that? No. Authorizing staff to make the necessary changes to move forward with the...
Well, I have a question though. Did we add the size of the houses? Is this what we're?
You had mentioned that you denoted Councilman Garner's statements relative to modular homes, size of houses, et cetera.
Yeah, so I do have that, and so that can be part of kind of the last element of the errata or the changes was increasing the size to 2,500 square feet, establishment of one-story only on the estates, and then the two-story still being allowed on the villas, and then the provision for no manufactured homes. There was also no about a curfew, but that sounds like that will be addressed through the city council CUP review process. And so I think probably we can take the last 3 kind of discussions, the home size, the story count, and then the manufactured homes as kind of 3 separate things, and then we can make those changes as necessary.
Okay. All right, we're moving on from council discussion. This is now time for council motion, and we will follow that up by a roll call vote. Is there a member of the council that will motion?
Is the motion going to include all that we have agreed and disagreed on, or all that we've agreed on? Including the right for the staff to make changes?
We've already given staff authorization based on our consensus, should this pass, to make those changes. This motion could be whatever. If a member of the council wants to make a motion, now is the time to do it.
I make a motion that we approve the wine country specific plan with the addition of the errata sheet that we talked about, discussed and agreed on, and the decision to allow staff to make the changes as necessary.
Motion by Councilman Duncan is on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilman Garner.
And so, Mayor, just to clarify, I'm looking at page 3 of the agenda. There's recommendation in support of the wine country specific plan, which includes adoption of resolution 2024-06 including approving the wine country specific plan and certifying the final supplemental environmental impact report. Number 2, which was approved by first reading of ordinance 441. 3, adopting the findings as contained in the agenda report. And number 4, adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And I would just add as amended. I think that would cover the motion.
Councilman Duncan, is that your motion?
Yes.
Councilman Garner, is that your second?
Yes.
Madam City Clerk, will you please initiate a roll call vote?
Councilmember Duncan,
Yes.
Councilmember Garner,
Yes.
Councilmember Thorpe,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Venable,
Yes.
Mayor Beaver.
As amended, yes.
Motion carried.
The time is now 11:40. I will adjourn this special city council meeting. Drive safe, everybody.